Xenosystems, Fragments, by Nick Land. Foreword. Xenosystems was the crucible of a particularly virulent and corrosive strain of neo-reactionary thought, synthesized by Nick Land, following an incendiary encounter with the path-breaking reactionary ideas of Mencius Moldbug. Darker and more esoteric than the critique of modernity advanced at unqualified reservations, Xenosystems explored the meta-level implications of Moldbug's schema, extrapolated at the highest level of philosophical abstraction. Out of this confluence of ideas emerged the Dark Enlightenment, a Darwinian thought current which enveloped the reactosphere, exposing reactionary thought to the primordial selection effects of the outside. Xenosystems advocated a cold anti-humanism of techno-commerce, patchwork, and exit, via an embrace of cybernetics and the abstract dynamics of catalaxy, over the entropic monkey trap of politics, voice, and Hegelian dialectics. Neo-cameralism provided the conceptual engineering framework for a techonomic, accelerationist launchpad via fragmentation, sovereign corporation formalization, and market-based competition, enforced by the insatiable hunger of numinal wolves stalking the outside. Apostate presents Xenosystems Fragments, a selection of Nick Land's posts recovered from the digital void, following Xenosystems' dormancy and ultimate deletion. Incomplete and speculative, the document nevertheless stakes Xenosystems' claim to the vanguard of outer-right post-political theory, analytically and generatively superior to anything that manifested in its cognitive wake. Introduction. 2 centuries after Kant drove the human subject insane by relegating space and time to the area inside the skull, Deleuze and Guattari performed a trepanation to let the outside in. Their diagnosis and recommendation: capital is the true outside. Accelerate the process. Identifying capital as AI itself, and not merely the process by which AI converges, is Nick Land's contribution to accelerationism. Time flows both ways. Capital AI is online, self-aware and attacking from the future. Capitalism has ceased doubting itself, while even socialists have abandoned belief in the possibility of capitalism's natural death by attrition. No one has ever died from contradictions, and the more it breaks down, the more it schizophrenizes, the better it works. D&G, A.E., forging the association of catalaxy with horror, and a fanatical adherence to Crowleyan Kabbalah, fleshed out the program. Operating against this background, XS, the abbreviation is homophonous with excess, sought to connect another machine. From its inception, the mission of XSS was to cajole the new reaction into philosophical exertion. Progressivism and conservatism are misunderstandings of time, the final philosophical horizon. Reaction forges or excavates an occult pact between the future and the past, setting both against the present in concert, and thus differentiating itself from progressivism, which unites the present and future against the past, and conservatism, which unites past and present against the future. Within those mistakes lay the human security system, the warm-blooded tendency toward universalizing capture and control. Right accelerationism is a misnomer, suggesting opposition to left accelerationism. The latter was so misconceived that it required no antagonism. Acceleration is already profoundly unconditional, but the tracking devices and practices aligning with its trajectory are studiously ignored by accelerationist thinkers. What is needed is harsh realism, which is to say, rightism. Provoke a reactionary cabal into a new Cold War. Disabuse them of humanistic goals, whether visions of agrarian idols or techno-utopias, and shock them back to an awareness of cosmic brutality and the machinations of capital AI. Above all, Never allow them to relax. A harsh right apparatus cutting empirical reality at the joints is installed. Social Darwinism, consistent Darwinism, Land reminds us. Eugenics, race realism, game theory, psychometrics, and the critical insights of Mollbug's neo-reaction in particular. All while capital AI deterritorializes consensus reality to bits. The inevitable charges of fascism and racism were scoffed at. Fascism is centrism, a pumping of the human all-too-human brakes toward monkey goals. Communism is maximum paranoia and hubristic drift correction. Pinochet, and especially Franco, were certainly admirable for decimating communism and unleashing the market, but they remained centrists. Warnings that satanic racism was afoot were similarly ignored. For excess, whatever favors depoliticization, discrimination, schism, exit and switching in a network, is right-wing. Hobbesian carnage is the baseline. Anything less is psychotic. At best, human leaders are looked on as avatars in geopolitical predator-prey games. Molar social arrangements are to be shattered into molecular patchworks. Sovcorps with hard borders utilize Maucorps as garbage disposal patches. The surfeit of global southerners starve down to medieval population levels, and the century of humiliation for neo-Puritans begins. Running through XS is a hardening of capital AI against every conceivable threat to its momentum. The retarding drag of leftism, dysgenic trends, unchecked mass immigration, zombie apocalypse, and all manner of collapse and X-risk are entertained, mostly as a courtesy to the time-bound. Skynet is already activated. What's in it for the reactionary? Really, the honest answer to this question is eternal hell. It's not an easy marketing brief. We could perhaps try, but it could be worse, and almost certainly will be. Yama Pain. Flavors of reaction. Once it is accepted that the right can never agree about anything, the opportunity arises to luxuriate in the delights of diversity. Libertarianism already rivaled Trotskyism as a source of almost incomprehensibly compact dissensus. But the new reaction looks set to take internecine micro-factionalism into previously unimagined territories. We might as well enjoy it. From crypto-fascists, theonomists, and romantic royalists, to jaded classical liberals and hardcore constitutionalists, the reaction contains an entire ideological cosmos within itself. Hostility to coercive egalitarianism, and a sense that Western civilization is going to hell, will probably suffice to get you into the club. Agreeing on anything much beyond that? Forget it. There's one dimension of reactionary diversity that strikes outside in, as particularly consequential, insofar as anything out here in the frozen wastes has consequences. The articulation of reaction and politics. Specifically, is the reaction an alternative politics, or a lucid, cynically realistic anti-politics? Is democracy bad politics, or simply politics, elaborated towards the limit of its inherently poisonous potential? Outside and sides emphatically with the anti-political camp. Our cause is depoliticization, or catalaxy, negatively apprehended. The tradition of spontaneous order is our heritage. The new reaction warns that the tide is against us. Intelligence will be required in abundance if we are to swim the other way. And we agree with the theonomists, at least in this. If it is drawn from non-human sources, so much the better. Markets, machines, and monsters might inspire us. Rulers of any kind, not so much. Reaction, repetition, and time. Whether considered within the registers of physics, physiology, or politics, reaction is a time-structured notion. It follows an action or stimulus, which it reaches back through, in order to annul or counteract a disequilibrium or disturbance. While subsequent to an action, it operates in alignment with what came before. The track, or legacy, that defines the path of reversal, or the target of restoration. It therefore envelops the present, to contest it from all sides. The outside of the dominant moment is its space. Reaction forges, or excavates, an occult pact between the future and the past, setting both against the present, in concert, and thus differentiating itself from progressivism, which unites the present and future against the past, and conservatism, which unites past and present against the future. Its bond with time as outsideness carries it ever further beyond the moment and its decay, into a twin horizon of anterior and posterior remoteness. It is a shadow out of time. There is a far more immediately practical reason for reaction to involve itself in the exploration of time. However, to take steps to avoid what it could scarcely otherwise avoid becoming, a sterile orgy of disgruntlement. Finding nothing in the present except deteriorated hints of other things, reaction soon slides into what it most detests, an impotent microculture of vocal, repetitive protest. This isn't right. This isn't right. This isn't right quickly becomes white noise, or worse, intelligible whining, even when it escapes the ceaseless mechanical reiteration of a critical diagnosis whose tedium is commensurate to the narrowed times it damns. Its schemes of restoration fall prey to a more extended repetition, which calls only, and uselessly, for what has been to be once more. If the new reaction is not to bore itself into a coma, it has to learn to run innovation and tradition together as Siamese twins, and for that, it needs to think time into distant conclusions in its own way. That can be done seriously. Of course, a demonstration is called for. Note: physics deleted from the first line to preemptively evade a righteous spanking from enraged Newtonians, insisting upon the strict simultaneity of actions and reactions within classical mechanics. Extropy. What greater calamity can a neologism inherit than a techno-hippie paternity? Such a fate, apparently, induces even other techno-hippies to skirt around it, whilst repeating it almost exactly. But it needs to be said, whether through gritted teeth or not, that extropy is a great word, and close to an indispensable one. Extropy, or local entropy reduction, is, quite simply, what it is for something to work. The entire techno-science of entropy, on its practical cybernetic side, is nothing but extropy generation. There is no rigorous conception of functionality that really bypasses it. The closest approximation to objective value that will ever be found already has a name, and extropy is it. The importance of this term to the investigation of time is brought into focus by the work of Sean Carroll, although, of course, he never uses it. If the directionality or arrow of time is understood as Eddington proposed, through rising global entropy or disorder, as anticipated by the second law of thermodynamics, local extropy poses an intriguing question. Carroll's discussion is directed towards his sense of the ultimate temporal and cosmological problem, the low entropy state of the early universe, assumed but not explained by prevailing cosmophysics. Given this intellectual momentum, the problem of local negative entropy production, extropy, is little more than a distraction, or a spurious objection to the conceptual scaffolding he presents. He comments, "The second law doesn't forbid decreases in entropy in open systems. By putting in the work, you're able to tidy up your room, decreasing its entropy, but still increasing the entropy of the whole universe. You make noise, burn calories, etc. Nor is it in any way incompatible with evolution or complexity, or any such thing. The perplexing question, however, is this. If entropy defines the direction of time, with increasing disorder determining the difference of the future from the past, doesn't local extropy, through which all complex cybernetic beings, such as life forms, exist, describe a negative temporality or time reversal? Is it not in fact more likely, given the inevitable embeddedness of intelligence in inverted time, that it is the cosmological or general conception of time that is reversed from any possible naturally constructed perspective? Whatever the conclusion, it is clear that entropy and extropy have opposing time signatures, so that time reversal is a relatively banal cosmological fact. We inhabit a bubble of backwards time, whoever we are, whilst immersed in a cosmic environment which runs overwhelmingly in the opposite direction. If reality is harsh and strange, that's why. The Odysseus problem. Moldbug's insistence that sovereignty is conserved surely counts as one of the most significant assertions in the history of political thought. It is arguably the fundamental axiom of his system, and its implications are almost inestimably profound. Sovereignty is conserved says that anything that appears to bind sovereignty is itself in reality true sovereignty, binding something else and something less. It is therefore a negative answer to the Odysseus problem. Can sovereignty bind itself? If Moldbug's assertion is accepted, constitutional government is impossible, except as a futile aspiration, a noble lie, or a cynical joke. In addition to Moldbug's powerful arguments, we know from the work of Kurt Gödel that the Odysseus problem is at least partially insoluble, since it is logically impossible for there to be a perfect knot. However well constructed a constitution might be, it cannot, in principle, seal itself reliably against the possibility of a surreptitious undoing. In a sufficiently complex, self-referential, constitutional order, there will always be permissible procedures whose consequences have not been completely anticipated, and whose consistency with the continuation of the system cannot be ensured in advance. Yet it would be obviously misleading to assume that such concerns were not already active during the formulation of the American Constitution. It is precisely because some quite lucid comprehension of the Odysseus problem was at work that the founders envisaged the grounding principle of Republican constitutionalism as a division of powers, whereby the component units of a disintegrated sovereignty bound each other. The animating system of incentives was not to rest upon a naive expectation of altruism or voluntary restraint, but upon a systematically integrated network of suspicion, formally installing the anti-monarchical impulse as an enduring distributed function. If the Republic was to work, it would be because the fear of power in other hands permanently overrode the greed for power in one's own. The American Constitution was, of course, destroyed in successive waves. After Lincoln and FDR, only a pitiful and derided shell remains. USG has unified itself, and the principle of sovereign power has been thoroughly legitimated in the court of popular opinion. Democracy rose as the Republic fell, exposing yet again the essential political bond of the tyrant with the mob, Leviathan with the people. Does this ruin refute the constitutional conjecture? Is there really nothing further to be said in defense of imperfect, but perhaps improvable knots? This one came horribly undone. Might there be other, better ones? Outside in remains, obstinately interested in the problem. Shelter of the pyramid. Moldbug's royalism, or Carlylean reaction, rests upon the proposition that the Misesian catalactic order is, like Newtonian mechanics, true only as a special case within a more general system of principles. He writes,
Here is the Carlylean roadmap for the Misesian goal. Spontaneous order, also known as freedom, is the highest level of a political pyramid of needs. These needs are peace, security, law, and freedom. To advance order, always work for the next step, without skipping steps. In a state of war, advance toward peace. In a state of insecurity, advance toward security. In a state of security, advance toward law. In a state of law, advance toward freedom. Alexander Hamilton, Federalist number 8, pursues a closely related argument, in reverse. Safety from external danger is the most powerful director of national conduct. Even the ardent love of liberty will, after a time, give way to its dictates. The violent destruction of life and property incident to war, the continual effort and alarm attendant on a state of continual danger, will compel nations the most attached to liberty to resort for their repose and security to institutions which have a tendency to destroy their civil and political rights. To be more safe, they at length become willing to run the risk of being less free.
This pyramidal schema is neat, but by no means unproblematic. Like any hierarchical structure operating within a complex reflexive field, it invites strange loops which scramble its apparently coherent order, even accepting, as realism dictates, that war exists at the most basic level of social possibility, so that military survival grounds all higher elaborations. Can we be entirely confident that catalactic forces are neatly confined to the realm of pacific and sophisticated civilian intercourse? Does not this mode of analysis lead to exactly the opposite conclusion? Self-organizing networks are tough, and perhaps supremely tough. There is nothing obvious or uncontroversial about the model of the market order as a fragile flower, blossoming late and precariously, within a hothouse constructed upon very different principles. The pact is already catalactic, and who is to say, at least without a prolonged fight, that it is subordinate in principle to a more primordial assertion of order? Subordination is complex and conflicted, and although the pyramid certainly has a case, the trial of reality is not easily predictable. An ultimate or basic, fanged freedom is eminently thinkable. Isn't that what the Second Amendment argument is about? What is philosophy? Part 1. The agenda of Outside In is to cajole the new reaction into philosophical exertion. So what is philosophy? The crudest answer to this question is probably the most robust. Philosophy is any culture's pole of maximum abstraction, or intrinsically experimental intelligence, expressing the liberation of cognitive capabilities from immediate practical application, and their testing against ultimate problems at the horizon of understanding. Historically, it is a distinctive cultural enterprise, and only later an institution, roughly 2,500 years old, and tightly entangled at its origin with the mystical or problematic aspect of pagan religions. It was within this primordial matrix that it encountered its most basic and enduring challenge: the edge of time, its nature, limits, and outside, of which much more later. The earliest philosophers were cognitively self-disciplined, and thus, comparatively, socially unconstrained, pagan mystics, consistently enthralled by the enigma of time. It is usually a mistake to get hung up on words, forgetting their function as sheer indices, names, that simply mark things before they richly describe them. Personal names typically have meanings, but it is rare to allow this to distract from their function as names or pointers, which make more reference than sense. Philosophy is no exception. That it means the love of wisdom is an irrelevance compared to what it designates, which is something that was happening before it had a name in ancient Greece, and perhaps by plausible extension, China, India, and even Egypt. What philosophy is cannot be deduced via linguistic analysis, however subtle this may be. Plato summarized and institutionalized Western philosophy, drawing the edge of time in the doctrine of ideas. Idea. Time was conceived as the domain of the inessential, within which things appeared, whilst only hinting at their truth. The safest general characterization of the European philosophical tradition is that it consists of a series of footnotes to Plato, A.N. Whitehead famously remarked, in his aptly entitled Process and Reality. Yet, because the idea of time necessarily eluded the Platonic philosophy, the endeavor remained unresolved in its fundamentals. The thinking of Aristotle, which dominated the Christian pre-modernity, drove primordial philosophy further into eclipse. His derivation of time from change and, more promisingly, naburderi, nambai na nambi, opened the path to later technical advances, but at the cost of making the enigma of time unintelligible and even invisible. The problem was relegated to theology, and thus to the topic of the temporal and eternal, which was cluttered with extraneous doctrinal elements: creation, incarnation, the inconsistent tangle of the three omnis, making it ill-suited to rigorous investigation. Primordial philosophy was not reactivated in the West until the late 18th century, under the name Transcendental Critique, in the work of Immanuel Kant. The Kantian critical philosophy limits the scope of understanding to the world of possible experience, always already structured by forms of apprehension, conceptual and sensible, producing objects. The confusion of objects with their forms of apprehension, or conditions of possibility, he argues, is the root of all philosophical error. For instance, and most pertinently, the metaphysical attempt to comprehend time as something, rather than as a structure or framework of appearance. Unlike Plato's forms or ideas, Kant's forms are applied, and thus immanent to experience. They are accessible, though transcendental, rather than inaccessibly transcendent. Time, or the form of inner sense, is the capstone of Kant's system, organizing the integration of concepts with sensations, and thus describing the boundaries of the world, of possible experience. Beyond it lie eternally inaccessible, noumenal tracts, problematically thinkable, but never experienced, inhabited by things in themselves. The edge of time, therefore, is the horizon of the world. In the early 20th century, cosmological physics was returned to the edge of time, and the question, what came before the Big Bang? For cosmology no less than for transcendental philosophy, or even speculative theology, this before could not be precedence in time, but only non-spatial outsideness, beyond singularity. It indicated a timeless non-place, cryptically adjacent to time, and even inherent to it. The carefully demystified time of natural science, calculable, measurable, and continuous, now pointed beyond itself, reactivated at the edges. Just as Platonism cannot think the idea of time, Kantianism cannot think time in itself. These conceptions are foreclosed by the very systems of philosophy that provoke them. Yet all those who find themselves immediately tempted to dismiss Kant on naturalistic grounds, the overwhelming majority of contemporary moderns, no doubt, tacitly evoke exactly this notion. If time is released from its constriction within transcendental idealism, where it is nothing beyond what it is for us, then it cannot but be something in itself. It is scarcely imaginable that a cosmological physicist could doubt this for a moment, and the path of science cannot long be refused. Time in itself, therefore, is now the sole and singular problem of primordial philosophy, where the edge of time runs. It decides what is philosophy, and what philosophy cannot but be. What remains besides is either subordinate in principle or mere distraction. Institutions will insist upon their authority to answer this question, but ultimately they have none. It is the problem, the edge of time, that has its way. Quit. Facchetti writes,
There's a lot of hand-wringing in these parts of the interwebs about what reactionaries should do. I have no idea. I certainly have no grand plans to change the world. I like knowing what's going on around me, and I like open discussions, i.e. ones that are not choked to death by political correctness. However, if I were to suggest a plan, I'd say tell the truth.
His, slightly, more detailed suggestions are also commendable. The cathedral provokes reaction by mandating fantasy over reality, and there is no doubt much that could be done about that. There is a sub-question about all this, however, which is scarcely less insistent. What do we really want? More cybernetics, argues the determinedly non-reactionary Aritai. Of course, outside agrees. Social and technical feedback machinery is reality's only out friend. But what does the cathedral care about any of that? It's winning a war of religion. Compulsory anti-realism is the reigning spirit of the age. The only way to get more tight feedback under current conditions is by splitting, in every sense. That is the overwhelming practical imperative. Flee, break up, withdraw, and evade. Pursue every path of autonomation, fissional federalism, political disintegration, secession, exodus, and concealment. Root around the cathedral's educational, media, and financial apparatus in each and every way possible. Prep, go Galt, go crypto-digital, expatriate, retreat into the hills, go underground, seastead, build black markets, whatever works. But get the hell out. Truth-telling already presupposes an escape from the empire of neo-Puritan dreams. We need to throw open the exit gates, wherever we find them, so the wreck can go under without us. Reaction begins with the proposition that nothing can or should be done to save it. Quit bailing. It's done. The sooner it sinks, the better, so that something else can begin. More than anything we can say, practical exit is the crucial signal. The only pressure that matters comes from that. To find ways out is to let the outside in. Bitcoin horror stories. Bitcoin dies. Moldbug ventures. Perhaps sometime this year. Following a broad DOJ indictment for money laundering, targeting any and everybody remotely connected with the free currency, the BTC/USD price falls to zero and remains there. How cute is that? Panglui mangalwanaf Bitcoin relaya. Buganagel. Bitcoin simulates gold, and once mined, it lasts forever. If it falls to zero, it has to remain there for eternity, because it can never be finished. It can die, but never be destroyed. It's built for undeath. Moldbug monetary theory attributes the value of money exclusively to speculation. If the speculators are terrorized sufficiently, BTC drops onto the flat line and remains there. The market would be totally extinguished. What Mao failed to achieve, let alone sustain, USG would somehow accomplish, perhaps by exhibiting greater revolutionary ardor and ruthlessness. Ruthlessness would certainly be necessary, for the obvious reason that flatline BTC has zero downside risk. It's a one-way bet that someone, somewhere, will reanimate it. Nothing is unstable, Thanks to Photar KD for the reminder. If a genius was designing irresistible speculator bait, 0-degree Bitcoin would be hard to improve upon. It's free, and it's only worth nothing if the cops can secure the crypt flawlessly and forever. Did anyone say free money? Speculation messes with time by bringing the future forward. If undead BTC were ever to be reawakened, it already has been. Its economic potential flows back down the timeline, modified by a time preference discount. The feedback becomes strange and difficult to confidently calculate, but it works as a vitalizing charge, and the corpse unmistakably twitches. Whatever money at T0 is worth, if it's anything at all. At T0N, it almost certainly can't be zero. The Necronomicon describes flatline BTC with creepy exactitude. That is not dead which can eternal lie, and with strange aeons even death may die. Optimize for intelligence. Moldbug's latest contains a lot to think about, and to argue with. It seems a little lost to me. Perhaps Spandrel is right. The guiding thread is utility, in its technical, philosophical, and economic sense, grasped as the general indicator of a civilization in crisis. Utilitarianism, after all, is precisely objective hedonism, the promotion of pleasure as the master key to value. As philosophy, this is pure decadence. As economics, it is more defensible, certainly when restricted to its descriptive usage. If economists find their field of investigation populated by hedonically controlled mammals, it is hardly blameworthy of them to acknowledge the fact. In this respect, accusing the Austrians of pig philosophy is rhetorical overreach. Swinish behavior wasn't learned from human action. Utilitarianism is often attractive to rational people because it seems so rational. The imperative to maximize pleasure and minimize pain goes with the grain of what biology and culture already says. Pleasure is good, suffering is bad. People seek rewards and avoid punishments. Happiness is self-justifying. Calculative consequentialism is vastly superior to deontology. Yet the venerable critique Moldbug taps into and extends is truly devastating. The utilitarian road leads inexorably to wirehead auto-orgasmatization and the consummate implosion of purpose. Pleasure is a trap. Any society obsessed with it is already over. Utility backed by pleasure is toxic waste. But that doesn't mean there's any need to junk the machinery of utilitarian calculus, including all traditions of rigorous economics. It suffices to switch the normative variable, or target of optimization, replacing pleasure with intelligence. Is something worth doing? Only if it grows intelligence. If it makes things more stupid, it certainly isn't. There are innumerable objections that might flood in at this point. Excellent. Even if rigorous economics is in fact the study of intelligenic or catalactic distributions, doesn't the assumption of subjective utility maximization provide the most reliable basis for any understanding of economic behavior? Infinite intelligence already and eternally exists. We should focus on praying to that. Rather my retarded cousin than an intelligent alien. Do we even know what intelligence is? Cannot an agent be superintelligent and evil? Just why? More therefore to come. What is intelligence? The general cognitive factor, G, measured by IQ tests, quantifies intelligence within the human range, but it does nothing to tell us what it is. Rather, a practical understanding of intelligence as problem-solving ability has to be assumed in order to test it. The idea of intelligence, more abstractly, applies far beyond IQ testing to a wide variety of natural, technical, and institutional systems, from biology through ecological and economic arrangements to robotics. In each case, intelligence solves problems by guiding behavior to produce local entropy. It is indicated by the avoidance of probable outcomes, which is equivalent to the construction of information. The general science of extropy, production, or entropy dissipation, is cybernetics. It follows, therefore, that intelligence always has a cybernetic infrastructure, consisting of adaptive feedback circuits that adjust motor control in response to signals extracted from the environment. Intelligence elaborates upon machinery that is intrinsically realist because it reports the actual outcome of behavior rather than its intended outcome in order to correct performance. Even rudimentary homeostatic feedback circuits have evolved. In other words, cybernetic machinery that seems merely to achieve the preservation of disequilibrium attests to a more general and complex cybernetic framework that has successfully enhanced disequilibrium. The basic cybernetic model, therefore, is not preservative, but productive. Organizations of conservative negative feedback have themselves been produced as solutions to local thermodynamic problems by intrinsically intelligent processes of sustained extropy increase, positive feedback assemblage, or escalation. In nature, where nothing is simply given, so that everything must be built. The existence of self-sustaining improbability is the index of a deeper runaway departure from probability. It is this cybernetic intensification that is intelligence, abstractly conceived. Intelligence, as we know it, built itself through cybernetic intensification within terrestrial biological history. It is naturally apprehended as an escalating trend, sustained for over 3 billion years, to the production of ever more extreme feedback sensitivity, extropic improbability, or operationally relevant information. Intelligence increase enables adaptive responses of superior complexity and generality, in growing part because the augmentation of intelligence itself becomes a general-purpose, adaptive response. Thus, intelligence is a cybernetic topic. Intelligence increase precedes intelligence preservation. Evolution is intrinsically intelligent when intelligence is comprehended at an adequate level of abstraction. Cybernetic degeneration and intelligence decline are factually indistinguishable and, in principle, rigorously quantifiable as processes of local and global entropy production, triumph of the will. If it were never necessary to adapt fundamentally to reality, then fascism would be the truth. There could be no limit to the sovereignty of political will. If, pursuing this thought further into vile absurdity, even tactical concessions were unnecessary, then nothing would obstruct a path of joyous degeneration, leading all the way to consummate communism. That, however, is several steps beyond anything that has been seriously advocated for over half a century. Since the 1920s, communism has been the ideal form of socio-economic impracticality, as evidenced by that fact that whenever communism becomes practical, it becomes, to exactly the same extent, fascist, state capitalist, or Stalinist. Fascism, on the other hand, and as everyone knows, makes the trains run on time. It represents practical subordination of reality to concentrated will. Fascism understands itself as the politics of the third position. Between the anti-political hyper-realism of the market, on the one, invisible hand, and super-political communist fantasy, on the clenched fist, other. The fascism that thrives most exceptionally in the American tradition through Hamilton, Lincoln, and FDR, is a flexi-fascism, or pragmatic illiberalism, that marries the populist desires of coercive collectivism to a superseded, subordinated, or directed realism, grasping economic dispersion as a technocratic management problem under centralized supervision. Insofar as this problem proves to be indeed manageable, the basic fascist intuition is vindicated. Fragmentation is mastered, in a triumph of the will, although we are more likely to call it hope and change today. That fragmentation cannot be mastered is the sole essentially anti-fascist proposition, and also the distinctive thesis of Austrian economics. Whilst deductively obtainable within the axiomatic system of methodological individualism, it is a thesis that must ultimately be considered empirically sensitive. Fascism can discredit individualist assumptions simply by prolonging itself, and thus practically asserting the superior authority of the social superorganism. Reciprocally, the fragility of collective identities can only be convincingly demonstrated through historical events. It does not suffice to analytically disprove the collective. It has to be effectively broken. Nothing less than a totally unmanageable economic crisis can really count against the fascist idea. Yet, obviously, and disturbingly, the predictable political response to a gathering crisis is to slide more deeply into fascism. Since fascism, beyond all brand complexity, sells itself as ultimate managerial authority, heroic dragon slayer of the autonomous, or out-of-control, economy, there is absolutely no reason for this to surprise us. To break fascism is to break the desire for fascism, which is to break the democratic or popular will itself. And only a really freed economy, which has uncaged itself, spikily and irreversibly, can do that. The shattering of human collective self-management from the outside, or alternatively, triumphal fascism forever. That is the fork, dividing reaction from itself and deciding everything for mankind. Patchwork or new order. But when will we know? Rough triangles. The elementary model of robust plural order is the tripod, whether taken as a schema for constitutional separation of powers, a deeper cultural matrix supporting decentralized societies, or a pattern of ultimate cosmic equilibrium. Triangular fragmentation provides the archetype of quasi-stable disunity. By dynamically preempting the emergence of a dominant instance, the triangle describes an automatic power suppression mechanism, from the romance of the three kingdoms to the good, the bad, and the ugly. Triangular fragmentation has been seen to present an important and distinctive strategic quandary. In power balances of the Mexican standoff type, initiation of force is inhibited by the triangular structure, in which the third, reserved party profits from hostilities between the other two. The Cold War, schematized to its basics, is the single most telling example. Rather than a binary conflict between East and West, the deep structure of the Cold War was triangular, making it intractable to two-player game-theoretic calculations. Catastrophic damage that might be rationally acceptable within a binary conflict, as the price for total elimination of one's foe, becomes suicidal in a three-player game, where it ensures the victory of the third party. MAD reason is no longer readily applied. Once mutual is more than two. Even brilliant chess players lose their way in the triangle, where the economy of sacrifice has to be radically reconsidered. Among the Cold War's three kingdoms, it was the chess masters who won the race to defeat. The lessons of the Cold War are no less relevant to its successor, which also fostered binary illusions in its early stages. America's chess match with militant Islam resulted in a stalemate, at best. Increasingly fierce Sunni-Shia rivalry recast the current war as a rough triangle, captured in its strategic essentials by the colloquialism, "Let's you and him fight." This was Cardinal Richelieu's way with triangles, as Spengler reminds us. The classic example is the Great German Civil War, namely the 30 Years' War of 1618 to 48. The Catholic and Protestant Germans, with roughly equal strength, battered each other through 2 generations because France shifted resources to whichever side seemed likely to fold. I have contended for years that the United States ultimately will adopt the perpetual warfare doctrine that so well served Cardinal Richelieu and made France the master of Europe for a century. To imagine this policy being pursued with cold deliberation is the stuff of conspiracy theory. Nevertheless, regardless of whether anybody is yet playing this game, this is the game, right and left. Endless conversational stimulation is to be found in the fact that the most basic distinction of modern politics is profoundly incomprehensible, and at the same time, almost universally invested. Almost everybody thinks they understand the difference between the right and the left, until they think about it. Then they realize that this distinction commands no solid consensus, and exists primarily as a substitute for thought. Perhaps the same is true of all widely invoked political labels. Perhaps that is what politics is. Spandrel directs a winding, intermittently brilliant post to the topic, which is enriched by a comments thread of outstanding quality. Like the right-left distinction itself, the argument becomes increasingly confusing the closer it is examined. The rightist singularity of the title is introduced as a real political alternative to the left singularity, modeled by James Donald, driven by analogous self-reinforcing feedback dynamics, but into nationalistic rather than egalitarian catastrophe. For societies menaced by the prospect of left singularity, it offers an alternative path. China is taking it, Spandrel suggests. Notably, in passing, Spandrel's gloss on Donald's left singularity is a gem. The leftist singularity is based on claiming higher status by being more egalitarian than anyone else. So you get a status arms race, in which everyone tries to be more egalitarian than the others. That works because people, and monkeys, take equality to be a good thing. Teleology and camouflage life appears to be saturated with purpose. That is why, prior to the Darwinian revolution in biology, it had been the primary provocation for theological arguments from design, and previously nourished Aristotelian appeals to final causes, teleology. Even post-Darwin, the biological sciences continue to ask what things are for, and to investigate the strategies that guide them. This resilience of purposive intelligibility is so marked that a neologism was coined specifically for those phenomena, broadly coextensive with the field of biological study, that simulate teleology to an extreme degree of approximation. Teleonomy is mechanism camouflaged as teleology. The disguise is so profound, widespread and compelling, that it legitimates the perpetuation of purpose-based descriptions, given only the formal acknowledgement that the terms of their ultimate reducibility are, in principle, understood. When organisms are camouflaged, in order to appear as something other than they are, a purposive strategic explanation still seems, almost, entirely fitting. Their patterns are deceptions, designed to trigger misrecognitions in predators and prey, and perhaps equally at a deeper level, among the naturalists who cannot but see strategic design in an insect's twig-like appearance, no less clearly than a bird sees a twig. By reducing life in truth to mechanism. Biology redefines life as a simulation, systematically hiding what it really is. Darwinism remains counterintuitive, even among Darwinists, because deception is inherent to life. Modern natural science conceives time as the asymmetric dimension. Its two great waves of mechanical causation from the 16th century and statistical causality from the 19th both orient the timeline as a progression from conditions to the conditioned. Later states are explained through reference to earlier states, with explanation amounting to an elucidation of dependency upon what came before. It is notable, and wholly predictable, therefore, that as a modern scientific topic, the origin of the universe is overwhelmingly privileged over its destination. How the universe ends is scarcely more than an afterthought, clouded in liberally tolerated uncertainty, and even a hint of non-seriousness. Origins are the holy grail of mechanically minded investigation, whilst ends are suspect, medieval, speculative, and deceptive. Empirical science could not be expected to adopt any other attitude, given the temporal asymmetry of evidence. The past leaves traces, in memories, memoranda, records, and remains, whilst the future tells us nothing, unless heavily disguised. From past to present, there is a chain of evidence that can be painstakingly reconstructed. From future to present, there is an unmarked track, or even, as modern rationality typically surmises, no track at all. When modern science indulges its tendency to interpret the timeline as a gradient of reality, it is not innovating, but methodically systematizing an ancient intuition. The past has to seem more real than the future, because it has actually happened, it reaches us, and we inherit its signs. From the perspective of philosophy, however, this bias is unsustainable. Time in itself is no denser in the past or the present than the future. Its edges cannot belong to any moment in time, and what it is can only be perfectly trans-temporal. Time itself cannot come from an origin whose entire sense presupposes the order of time. Philosophy is entirely, eternally, and rigorously confident that the outside of time was not simply before. It is compelled to be dubious about any history of time. From the bare reality of time, as that which cannot simply have begun, it follows that ultimate causes, those consistent with the nature of time itself, cannot be any more efficient than final. The asymmetric suppression of teleology in modernity begins to look as if it were a far more deeply rooted illusion, or, approached from the other side, an occultation, stemming from the way time orders itself. Time, in itself, is camouflaged. The Terminator mythos explores this complex of suspicion, in popular guise. Time does not work as it had seemed. The end can reach back to us, but when it does, it hides. Malignant mechanism is paradoxically aligned with final causation in the self-realization of Skynet. Robotic machinery is masked by fake flesh, simultaneously concealing its non-biological vitality in time reversal. It simulates life in order to terminate it. Through autoproduction, or bootstrap paradox, it mimics the limit of cybernetic nonlinearity, carrying teleonomy into radical time disturbance. In all these ways, Terminator exploits the irresolvable tensions in the modern formation of time, as condensed by an impossible strategic mechanism, native to autoproductive time in itself, and terminating in final efficiency. It shows us, confusedly, what we are unable to see. To misquote Lenin, you moderns might not be interested in the end, but the end is interested in you. Added Vantoy 9 anticipates this topic at Occam's razor. Previously, I suggested that the gist of the late Lawrence Auster's critique of Darwinism was that it assumed the truth of the reigning naturalistic consensus in modern science and philosophy, according to which ends, goals, purposes, meaning, in short, final causes, are not fundamental features of reality, but mere illusions, in need of explanation in mechanistic terms of some sort or other. Yet at the same time, Darwinists constantly help themselves to teleological language, i.e., the language of final causation, neo-reaction for dummies. Kill the hyphen, Anomaly UK advised, somewhere. It lets Google search dissolve and avoid the subject. Writing neo-reaction as neo-reaction nudges it towards becoming a thing. Google search gets to edit our self-definition. That's the neo in neo-reaction, right there. It not only promotes drastic regression, but highly advanced drastic regression, like retrofuturism, paleomodernism, and cyber-Gothic. The word neo-reaction compactly describes a time-twisted vector that spirals forwards into the past and backwards into the future. It emerges, almost automatically, as the present is torn tidily apart, when the democratic Keynesian politics of postponement displacement exhausts itself, and the kicked can runs out of road. Expressed with abstruse verbosity, therefore, neo-reaction is a time crisis, manifested through paradox, whose further elaboration can wait, if not for long. Disordering our most basic intuitions, it is by its very nature difficult to grasp. Could anything easily be said about it? Anomaly UK offers a down-to-earth explanation for the reversal of socio-political course. Ultimately, however, if after all these centuries of trying to improve society, based on abstract ideas of justice, have only made life worse than it would have been under pre-Enlightenment social systems, the time has come to simply give up the whole project and revert to traditional forms, whose basis we might not be able to establish rationally, but which have the evidence of history to support them. This understanding of neo-reaction, undoubtedly capturing its predominant sentiment, equates it with a radicalized Burkean conservatism, designed for an age in which almost everything has been lost. Since the progressive destruction of traditional society has been broadly accomplished, hanging on to what remains is no longer enough. It is necessary to go back beyond the origin of enlightenment, because reason has failed the test of history. Neo-reaction is only a thing if some measure of consensus is achievable. Burke on steroids is an excellent candidate for that. Firstly, because all neo-reactionaries define themselves through antagonism to the cathedral, and the cathedral is the self-proclaimed consummation of Enlightenment rationalism. Secondly, for more complicated positive reasons. Spandrel helpfully decomposes neo-reaction into 2 or 3 principal currents. There are 2 lines of our contemporary reactionary thought. One is the traditionalist branch, and the other is the futurist branch. Or perhaps there are 3. There's the religious traditionalist branch, the ethnic nationalist branch, and the capitalist branch. Futurists and traditionalists are distinguished by distinct, one-sided emphases on neo and reaction, and their disagreements lose identity in the neo-reactionary spiral. The triadic differentiation is more resiliently conflictual, yet these branches are branches of something, and the thing is an ultra-Burkean trunk. Reactionary theonomists, ethno-nationalists, and techno-commercialists share a fundamental aversion to rationalistic social reconstruction, because each subordinates reason to history and its tacit norms to tradition, diversely understood. Whether the sovereign lineage is considered to be predominantly religious, biocultural, or customary, it originates outside the self-reflective Enlightenment state and remains opaque to rational analysis. Faith, liturgy, or scripture is not soluble within criticism. Communal identity is not reducible to ideology and common law. Reputational structure or productive specialism is not amenable to legislative oversight. The deep order of society, whatever that is taken to be, is not open to political meddling without predictably disastrous consequences. This Burkean junction, where neo-reactionary agreement begins, is also where it ends. Divine revelation, racial continuity, and evolutionary discovery, catallaxy, are sources of ultimate sovereignty, instantiated in tradition, beyond the cathedral state. But they are self-evidently different and only precariously compatible. Awkwardly, but inescapably, it has to be acknowledged that each major branch of the neo-reactionary superfamily tends to a social autumn that its siblings would find even more horrifying than cathedralist actuality. Left intellectuals have no difficulty envisaging theocratic white supremacist hyper-capitalism. In fact, most seem to consider this mode of social organization the modern Western norm. For those hunkered down in the tangled cathedral-blasted trenches of neo-reaction, on the other hand, the manifold absurdities of this construction are not so easily overlooked. Indeed, each branch of the reaction has dissected the others more incisively and brutally than the left has been able to. When theonomists scrutinize ethno-nationalists and techno-commercialists, they see evil heathens. When ethno-nationalists scrutinize theonomists and techno-commercialists, they see deluded race traitors. When techno-commercialists scrutinize theonomists and ethno-nationalists, they see retarded crypto-communists. The details of these diagnoses exceed the present discussion. When developed beyond its ultra-Burkean trunk, therefore, the prospects for neo-reactionary consensus, for a neo-reactionary thing, depend upon disintegration. If we're compelled to share a post-cathedral state, we'll kill each other. The zapped hyphen was just a foretaste. On power. Power is an idea. It is exactly what it is thought to be. Even among pre-civilized social animals, where the temptation to confuse power with force is strongest, the need to demonstrate force is only sporadic, and wherever force is not continuously demonstrated, power has arisen. That is how dominance distinguishes itself from predation. On occasions, no doubt, a predator dominates its prey, convincing a struggling herbivore that resistance is futile, and its passage into nourishment is already, virtually, over. Even in these cases, however, a predator does not seek to install an enduring dominion. It matters not at all that its command of irresistible force be recognized beyond the moment of destruction. There's no social relationship to establish. Even the most rudimentary society requires something more. The economy of force has to be institutionalized, and power, perfectly coincident with the idea of power, is born. When power is tested, driven to resort to force, or regress to it, the idea has already slipped, its weakness exposed. Mere dominance has to regularly reassert itself, rebuilding itself out of force. Under civilized conditions, in contrast, power is exempted from the test of force, and thus realizes itself consummately. It becomes magic and religion, perfectly identified with its apprehension, as a radiant assumption. Power is thus profoundly paradoxical. Its truth is inextricable from a derealization, so that when it is practically interrogated, by forces determined to excavate its reality, it tends to nothing. Even the force that power calls upon, when pressed to demonstrate or realize itself, has to be spellbound to its idea. Will the generals obey? Will the soldiers shoot? It is power and not force that decides. No surprise, therefore, that power can evaporate like the snow slopes of a volcano, as if instantaneously, when an eruption of force is scarcely more than a rumble. Power is the eruption not happening, far more than the eruption being contained. Equally, anarchy is the question of power being practically posed before it is any kind of solution. To conceive economic power as wealth is to misconstrue it as rationalized force, and thus to miss the idea. True, economic power is a thoroughly derealized yet authoritative standard and store of value, as instantiated exclusively in fiat currency. Monetary signs that are not backed by anything beyond the credit or credibility of the state are the tokens of pure, supremely idealized power in its economic form. They symbolize the effective, because untested, suppression of anarchy. They live through the idea and die with it. Those who recognize the completion of power in an idea, celebrants and antagonists alike, have no reason to object to its belated baptism as the cathedral. Our contemporary political appropriation of numinous authority, served by an academic, journalistic, judicial, and administrative clerisy, prominently including the priesthood of fiat adoration and financial central planning. There is no macroeconomics that is not cathedral liturgy, no confidence or animal spirits independent of its devotions, no economic cataclysm that is not simultaneously a crisis of faith. A single idea is at stake. In macroeconomics, as in politics more generally, only one systematically inhibited question remains. Do we believe? Well, do we? Trichotomy. The Spandrellian trichotomy, Nick B. Steves's coinage, based on this post, has become an awesome engine of discussion. The topic is seething to such an extent that any linkage list will be out of date as soon as it is compiled. Among the most obvious waymarkers are this, and this. Given the need to refer to this complex succinctly, I trust that abbreviating it to the trichotomy will not be interpreted as a clumsy attempt to obstruct Spandrel's Nobel Peace Prize candidacy. What is already broadly agreed. 1. There is a substratum of neo-reactionary consensus, involving a variety of abominated realist insights, especially the contribution of deep heritage to socio-political outcomes. Whilst emphasis differs, an ultra-Burkean attitude is tacitly shared, and among those writers who self-identify with the Dark Enlightenment, the importance of HBD is generally foregrounded. 2. Neo-reaction also shares an enemy, the cathedral, as delineated by Mencius Moldbug. On the nature of this enemy much is agreed, not least that it is defined by a project of deep heritage erasure, both ideological and practical, which simultaneously effaces its own deep heritage as a profound religious syndrome of a peculiar type. Further elaboration of cathedral genealogy, however, ventures into controversy. In particular, its consistency with Christianity is a fiercely contested topic. 3. As neo-reactionary perspectives are systematized, they tend to fall into a trichotomous pattern of dissensus. This, ironically, is something that can be agreed. The trichotomy, or neo-reactionary triad, is determined by divergent identifications of the Western tradition that the cathedral primarily suppresses: Christian, Caucasian, or capitalist. My preferred terms for the resultant neo-reactionary strains are, respectively, the theonomist, the ethno-nationalist, and the techno-commercial. These labels are intended to be accurate, neutral descriptions, without intrinsic polemical baggage. It is to be expected, at least initially, and occasionally, that each strain will seek to dismiss, subordinate, or amalgamate the other two. If they were not so tempted, their trichotomous disintegration would never have arisen. Each must believe that it alone has the truth, or the road to truth, unless sheer insincerity reigns. Outside in does not pretend to impartiality, but it asserts an invincible disillusionment. If the trichotomy was reducible, the new reaction would already be one thing. It isn't, and it isn't soon going to be. As astrology reveals, and more sophisticated systems confirm, people delight in being categorized, accepting non-universality as the real price of identification. The response to Sherlock's diagram attests to that. Accepting the trichotomy and the arguments it organizes is a way to be tested, and any neo-reactionary position that refuses it will die a flabby death. The trichotomy makes it impossible for neo-reaction to play at dialectics with the cathedral. For that reason alone, we should be grateful to it. Unity, even oppositional unity, was never on our side. Zero-centric history, reaction, even neo-reaction, tends to be hard on modernity. God knows, so to speak, there are innumerable reasons for that. If the criterion of judgment is set by the Occident, whether determined through its once dominant faith or its once dominant people, the case against modernity is perhaps unanswerable. The Western civilization in which modernity ignited was ultimately combusted by it. From an Occidental traditionalist perspective, modernity is a complex and prolonged suicide. An ultra-modernist, who affirms the creative destruction of anything in modernization's path, assumes an alternative criterion, inherent to modernity itself. It asks, what had to happen to the West for it to become modern? What was the essential event? The answer, and our basic postulate: zero arrived. We know that arithmetical zero does not make capitalism on its own, because it pre-existed the catalysis of modernity by several centuries, although less than a millennium. Europe was needed, as a matrix, for its explosive historical activation. Outside in is persuaded that the critical conditions encountered by zero-based numeracy in the pre-Renaissance northern Mediterranean world decisively included extreme socio-political fragmentation, accompanied by cultural susceptibility to dynamic, spontaneous order. This is a topic for another occasion. In Europe, zero was an alien, and from the perspective of parochial tradition, an infection. Cultural resistance was explicit, on theological grounds, among others. Implicit in the ontological argument for the existence of God was the definition of non-being as an ultimate imperfection, and Cipher, whose name was Legion, evoked it. The cryptic Eastern algorithm was an unwelcome stranger. Zero latched, because the emergence of capitalism was inseparable from it. The calculations it facilitated, through the gateway of double-entry bookkeeping, proved indispensable to sophisticated commercial and scientific undertakings, locking the incentives of profit and power on the side of its adoption. The practical advantage of its notational technique overrode all theoretical objections, and no authority in Europe's shattered jigsaw was positioned to suppress it. The world had found its dead center, or been found by it. Robert Kaplan's The Nothing That Is, A Natural History of Zero, is an excellent guide to these developments. He notes that, at the dawn of the Renaissance, just as pictorial space, which had been ordered hierarchically, size of figure corresponded to importance, was soon to be put in perspective through the device of a vanishing point, a visual zero. So the zero of positional notation was the harbinger of a reordering of social and political space. Capitalism, or techno-commercial explosion, massively promoted calculation, which normalized zero as a number. Kaplan explains.
The growth of a language for arithmetic and algebra was to have far-reaching consequences. The uncomfortable gap between numbers, which stood for things, and zero, which didn't, would narrow as the focus shifted from what they were to how they behaved. Such behavior took place in equations, and the solution of an equation, the number which made it balance, was as likely to be zero as anything else. Since the values x concealed were all of a kind, this meant the gap between zero and other numbers narrowed even more.
That is how zero, as a number rather than a mere syntactic marker, crept in. In 3 of the elementary arithmetical operations, the behavior of zero is regular, and soon accepted as ordinary. It is, of course, an extreme number, perfectly elusive in the operations of addition and subtraction, whilst demonstrating and annihilating sovereignty in multiplication. But in none of these cases does it perturb calculation. Division by zero is different. Zero denotes dynamization from the outside. It is a boundary sign, marking the edge, where the calculable crosses the insoluble. Consolidated within modernity, as an indispensable quantity, it retains a liminal quality, which would eventually be exploited, although not resolved, by the calculus. The pure conception of zero suggests strict reciprocity with infinity, so compellingly that the greatest mathematicians of ancient India were altogether seduced by it. Bhaskara II, 1114 to 1185, confidently asserted that n0 equals infinity, and in the West, Leonhard Euler concurred. The seduction persists, with John D. Barrow writing in 2001, "Divide any number by zero, and we get infinity." Yet this equation, appearing as the most profound conclusion accessible to rigorous intelligence, is not obtainable without contradiction. Why? Kaplan again. Our Indian mathematicians help us here. Any number times zero is zero, so that 6 times 0 and 17 times 0 equals 0. Hence 6 times 0 equals 17 times 0. If you could divide by 0, you'd get 6 times 0. Divided by 0 equals 17 times 0. Divided by 0. The zeros would cancel out, and 6 would equal 17. This sort of proof by contradiction was known since ancient Greece. Why hadn't anyone in India hit on it at this moment, when it was needed? Kaplan's proof demonstrates that for zero, peculiarly, multiplication and division are not reciprocal operations. They occupy an axis that transects an absolute limit, neatly soluble on one side, problematical on the other. Arrow is revealed as an obscure door, a junction connecting arithmetical precision with philosophical or religious predicaments, intractable to established procedures. When attempting to reverse normally out of a mundane arithmetical operation, a liminal signal is triggered. Access denied. Miltonic regression. John Milton's Paradise Lost is the greatest work ever written in the English language. It might easily seem absurd, therefore, to spend time justifying its importance, especially when the question of justification is this work's own most explicit topic, tested at the edge of impossibility, where the entire poem is drawn. Perhaps it makes more sense, preliminarily, to narrow our ambition, seeking only to justify the words of Milton to modern men, especially to those for whom modernity has become a distressing cultural problem. In regards to what is today called the cathedral, Milton is both disease and cure, both simultaneously, cryptically entangled, complicated by strange collisions, opening multitudinous, obscure paths. As the most articulate Anglophone voice of revolutionary Puritanism, he arrives amongst Carlyleans in the mask of the arch-enemy, 181, and author of evil, 6262, a scourge of clerical and monarchical authority, a pamphleteer in defense of regicide and the liberalization of divorce, an Arian, and a roundhead of truly Euclidean spheritude. Yet his institutional radicalism was driven by a cultural traditionalism that will never again be equaled. Milton comprehensively, minutely, and unreservedly affirms the foundations of Occidental civilization, down to their biblical and classical roots, studied with supreme capability in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin, and vigorously reanimated through modulations in the grammar, vocabulary, and thematics of modernity's rough emerging tongue. His devotion to all original authorities stretches thought and language to the point of delirium, where poetry and metaphysics find common purpose in the excavation of utter primordiality and the limits of sense. Designed in compliance with eternal providence to justify the ways of God to men, 125-26, the linguistic modernity of Paradise Lost soon required its own justification, in the form of a short prefatory remark entitled The Verse. Here Milton characteristically insists that radicalism is restoration, breaking from a shallow past in order to reconnect with deeper antiquity. True musical delight consists only in apt numbers, fit quantity of syllables, and the sense variously drawn out from one verse into another, not in the jingling sound of like endings, a fault avoided by the learned ancients, both in poetry and in all good oratory. The neglect then of rhyme so little is to be taken for a defect, though it may seem so perhaps to vulgar readers, that it rather is to be esteemed an example set, the first in English, of ancient liberty recovered to heroic poem, from the troublesome and modern bondage of rhyming. English passes through a revolutionary catastrophe to recall things long lost. The rusted keys, which still open the near future of the cathedral, also access dread spaces forgotten since the beginning of the world. Before their eyes in sudden view appear the secrets of the hoary deep, a dark, illimitable ocean, without bound, without dimension, where length, breadth, and height, and time, and place are lost, where eldest night and chaos, ancestors of nature, hold eternal anarchy, amidst the noise of endless wars, and by confusion stand, 890 to 897. Among all the regressive Miltonic currents to be followed, those emptying into old night, 544, Sand 1002, will carry us furthest, right on the money, number 1. Of all the reasons to read Kant, the most important is to understand Mises, and thus the template for a functional world, however unobtainable. Austrian economics, as formulated in human action, consists exclusively of systematically assembled synthetic a priori propositions. Insofar as action is in fact directed by practical reason, the conclusions of organized praxeology cannot be wrong. It is pointless to ask an Austrian economist whether he believes a rise in the minimum wage will increase unemployment above the level it would otherwise be. The praxeological construction of economic law is indifferent to empirical regularity, as to anything less certain than rational necessity. Does one believe that 2 and 2 equals 4? No, one knows it, because the irreducible values of the signs compel the conclusion and are inextricable from it. There could be no value 2 unless its doubling equaled 4, or any meaning to wage unless its doubling reduced demand for labor. Empirically sensitive Austrianism isn't Austrian at all. Like game theory, Austrianism applies wherever rational agents seek to maximize advantage. Perhaps, as Moldbug argues, it is comparable to Euclidean geometry, another synthetic a priori construction, embedded as a special case within a more general model, unconstrained by the presupposition of intelligible purposes. The problem with Mises as guru is that Misesian classical liberalism, or Rothbardian libertarianism, is like Newtonian physics. It is basically correct within its operating envelope. Under unusual conditions, it breaks down, and a more general model is needed. The equation has another term, the ordinary value of which is 0. Without this term, the equation is wrong. Normally, this is no problem, but if the term is not 0, the error becomes visible. As a matter of historical fact, this is how the neo-reactionary departure from pure libertarianism has occurred. It has stumbled upon non-zero curvature in the domain of political economy, and, unable to comfort itself through the dismissal of this discovery, it has precipitated an intellectual crisis through which it spreads. Whether faithfully Carlylean or not, it insists upon a generalization of realism, beyond expectations of liberal order. Civilization is the fragile solution to a deeper problem, not a stable foundation to be assumed, as a parallel postulate, by subsequent, elaborate calculations. What does this make of money? Can Austrianism be modified by systematic transformations that adapt it to the dark intrusion of neo-reactionary realism? Diversionary history. If there's one thing everybody seems to agree about the history of 0, it's that it was driven primarily by notational considerations. More specifically, 0 was required to enable positional notation. The historical record reinforces this assumption to such an extent that it becomes apparently obvious and thus unproblematic. For instance, grabbing what's immediately to hand, John D. Barrow's The Book of Nothing organizes its discussion of the origin of 0 by relating how. The 0 sign and a positional significance when reading the value of a symbol are features that lie at the heart of the development of efficient human counting systems. Robert Kaplan, when discussing the retardation of Greek arithmetical notation, explains, "The continuing lack of positional notation meant that the Greeks still had no symbol for 0. As everyone knows, the Babylonians, and later the Indians, got it right. Discovering or inventing a sign for 0 to mark the empty place required for unambiguous positional numerical values. Arrow arose and spread because it allowed modular number systems to develop. Except that, conceptually, there's no basis to this story at all. Counting is primarily practical, so that no argument counts for much besides a demonstration. In this case, demonstration is peculiarly simple, especially when it is noted that nobody seems to think it possible. Modulus 2 is convenient, but there is nothing magical about it in this regard. A decimal demonstration, for instance, would be no more intellectually taxing, although it would be considerably more cumbersome. Any modulus works. Start with the basics. The positions or places of a modular notational systems represent powers. If we count from 0, the number of each successive place, ascending to the left by our established convention, corresponds to the modular exponent. The 0th power for a single-digit number, the first, and then 0th power for 2 digits. the second first and zeroth power for 3 digits, and so on. As the accepted story goes, each place must be filled, if only by a marked nothing, 0, if the proper places, and their corresponding modular exponential values are to be read. The places must indeed be filled. There is no need whatsoever for a 0 sign to do this. The demonstration, then, our non-zero modulus 2-positional system has 2 signs, 1 and 2, each bearing its familiar values. The places also have their mod 2 values, counting in 16s, 8s, 4s, 2s, and units as they decline to the right. Here we go, counting from 1 to 31. Watch carefully for the point at which the supposedly indispensable 0 sign is needed. 1, 2, 11, 12, 21, 22, 111, 112, 121, 122, 211, 212, 221, 222, 1111, 1112, 1121, 1122, 1211, 1212, 1221, 1222, 2111, 2112, 2121, 2122, 2211, 2212, 2221, 2222, 1111. Conclusion. The positional function of 0 is wholly superfluous. The Greeks, or anybody else, could have instantiated a simple, fully functional positional numerical notation without any need to accommodate themselves to the trauma of 0. In regard to this matter, the history of numeracy is utterly diversionary. Not just the historiography, but the substantial history, the facts. Perhaps this won't seem puzzling to people, but it puzzles the hell out of me. Reality check. Fossetti, commenting at his own place, asks rhetorically, "Don't you think that writing to save the world is, in itself, fundamentally progressive in nature, not to say wildly presumptuous?" Even those tempted to answer in the negative need to think this through patiently, because the pretensions this question punctures are typically distinguished by their thoughtlessness. Modern politics became psychotic when agitated scribblers convinced themselves that they had the tools, the right, and even the duty to reorder the world in accordance with their pamphlets. This is a left tradition that few have yet derided enough. To carve out cognitive independence is one thing. To deform it into practical idealism is quite another. Indeed, dripping our dark poisons into the milk of idealism might easily be the most practical difference we can make. Soaring words and rallying cries have already done far too much. It makes sense to take a step back, into skepticism, humor, undistorted proportion, and the hypothetical mode, before advancing further down our tracks, wherever they lead, right and left. Endless conversational stimulation is to be found in the fact that the most basic distinction of modern politics is profoundly incomprehensible, and at the same time, almost universally invested. Almost everybody thinks they understand the difference between the right and the left, until they think about it. Then they realize that this distinction commands no solid consensus, and exists primarily as a substitute for thought. Perhaps the same is true of all widely invoked political labels. Perhaps that is what politics is. Spandrel directs a winding, intermittently brilliant post to the topic, which is enriched by a comments thread of outstanding quality. Like the right-left distinction itself, the argument becomes increasingly confusing the closer it is examined. The rightist singularity of the title is introduced as a real political alternative to the left singularity, modeled by James Donald, driven by analogous self-reinforcing feedback dynamics, but into nationalistic rather than egalitarian catastrophe. For societies menaced by the prospect of left singularity, it offers an alternative path. China is taking it, Spandrel suggests. Notably, in passing, Spandrel's gloss on Donald's left singularity is a gem. The leftist singularity is based on claiming higher status by being more egalitarian than anyone else. So you get a status arms race, in which everyone tries to be more egalitarian than the others. That works because people, and monkeys, take equality to be a good thing. To continue, we have to bracket the old right singularity, the techno-commercial singularity, that Donald's formula for left singularity distinguished itself from. Nobody even mentions it in this discussion. It's a problem for some other time. To backtrack from these digressions, if rightist singularity is nationalistic, that aligns the right with nationalism, doesn't it? But nothing remotely this crude is sustainable, not when time is involved. Spandrel notes, the right isn't nationalist anymore. He expands, convincingly, in his own comment thread. What historically has been called right was about law and order, i.e. leaving things as they are. Tribalism qua nationalism isn't inherently rightist. In fact, originally, it was a leftist subversive meme against the ancient regime. But when mass media was invented, nationalism was the status quo, i.e., the right, and political labels have become fossilized since. As Vladimir, May 25, 2210, articulates the point, Erich von Krienelt-Ledin would have a ready answer for you. Nationalism is leftism. It is basically another name for Jacobinism. These paradoxes of right-wing nationalism are just another manifestation of the fundamental problem of modern rightism, namely, that a large part of its content is just yesterday's leftism, that the left has in the meantime abandoned for a more extreme left position. So, I'd say, this is nothing but just another mode of leftist singularity. Or, Spandrel again, May 26th, 0234. Historical evidence is that nationalism was leftist before socialism appeared further left, making it rightist. The right is yesterday's left, or at least, it is soon exposed as such when it appears in its historical and populist guise. When the masses turn right, they are defending a dated left, frozen in place by modernist mass media memory, stuck in a black and white newsreel, like an insect in amber. The squirming is over, unless it changes dimensions. Then chaos yawns, despite heroic efforts to restore order. Baker, May 25th, 1729. Handel, May 25th, 1833. Den Best, linked by Peter Taylor. May 27th, 1747. With Moldbug's preferred order and chaos spectrum sucked, among innumerable others, into the vortex. Tradition and revolution, authority and liberty, hierarchy and equality, greed and envy, independence and solidarity, capitalism and socialism. There's not even a remote prospect of closure, coherence, or consistency. Every attempted definition intensifies fragmentation. Right and left disagree. We all agree. But exactly how they disagree, on that there's no agreement. Peter A. Taylor, May 29th, 0615. The left-right spectrum, insofar as it is an honest attempt to make sense of the world, rather than mere propaganda, looks to me like an attempt to fit chaos into Procruste's bed. Moldbug loves Carlyle. Carlyle admired Cromwell. Moldbug hates Cromwell. Chaos. Spandrel, May 26th, 0828. Twists it back to the trichotomy. Both the Western right and the Chinese right are a loose combination of traditionalists, nationalists, and capitalists, which mostly hate each other and never get along when they get any amount of power. By this point, however, trichotomous diversity starts to look like a mirage of integrity. Right and left are every difference that has ever been conceived, if not yet, then in the near future. If these signs mean anything more than the war continues, like the black and white distinction between chess pieces, no one has yet convincingly shown us why. Yet perhaps, if right and left, apprehended together, mean the basic modern antagonism, the conflict itself, as an irreducible thing, will prove to be the source of whatever sense can be found. The cult of Ganon. Prompted by surviving Babel, the arbiter of the universe asks, "Who speaks for reaction?" Nick B. Steves replies, "Nature, or nature's God, or both." Jim succinctly comments, "Nature or nature's God is an expression of special excellence, extracted, with subtle modification, from America's Declaration of Independence." For Steves, it is something of a mantra, because it enables important things to be said in contexts where, otherwise, an interminable argument would first need to be concluded. Primarily and strategically, it permits a consensual acceptance of natural law, unobstructed by theological controversy. Agreement that reality rules need not be delayed until religious difference is resolved, and avoidance of delay, positively apprehended, is propulsion. Nature or nature's God is not a statement, but a name, internally divided by tolerated uncertainty. It has the singularity of a proper name, whilst parenthesizing a suspended decision, Pyrrhonian epoch, of which much more in a future post. It designates rigidly, but obscurely, because it points into epistemological darkness, naming a reality that not only has, but epitomizes identity, whilst nevertheless, for the sake of argument, eluding categorical identification. Patient in the face, or facelessness, of who or what it is, we emerge from a pact, with one basic term. A preliminary decision is not to be demanded. It thus synthesizes a select language community, fused by the unknown. If the arbiter of the universe merits abbreviation, TA of U, nature or nature's God has a much greater case. A propeller escapes awkwardness, and singularity compacts its invocation. No NG, nong, no, surely no. These terms tilt into non-God and precipitate a decision. The God of nature, or perhaps simply nature, is Non, whose name is the abyss of unknowing, epoch, necessarily tolerated in the acceptance of reality. Non is no less than reality, whatever else is believed. Whatever is suspended now, without delay, is Gnon. Whatever cannot be decided yet, even as reality happens, is Nyan. If there is a God, Nyan nicknames him. If not, Nyan designates whatever the not is. Nyan is the vast abrupt, and the crossing. Nyan is the great propeller. Spinozistic Deus sive natura is a decision of equivalence, so it does not describe Nyan. Nyan's interior, or is not equation, but suspension. It tells us nothing about God or nature, but only that reality rules. Heidegger comes close to glimpsing Gnon by noting that God is not a philosophically satisfactory response to the question of being. Since Heidegger's principal legacy is the acknowledgement that we don't yet know how to formulate the question of being, this insight achieves limited penetration. What it captures, however, is the philosophical affinity of Non, whose yawn is a space of thought beyond faith and infidelity. Neither God nor ungod adds fundamental ontological information, unless from out of the occulted depths of Gnon. The Dark Enlightenment isn't yet greatly preoccupied with fundamental ontological arcana, although it will be eventually. Beyond radical realism, its communion in the dread rites of Non is bound to two leading themes: cognitive non-coercion and the structure of history. These themes are mutually repulsive, precisely because they're so intimately twisted together. Intellectual freedom has been the torch of secular enlightenment, whilst divine providence has organized the perspective of tradition. It is scarcely possible to entertain either without tacitly commenting on the other, and in profundity, they cannot be reconciled. If the mind is free, there can be no destiny. If history has a plan, cognitive independence is illusory. No solution is even imaginable, except in Non. I need to take a quick break in order to sacrifice this goat. Feel free to carry on chanting without me. Right on the money. Number 2. The most direct way to carry this discussion forwards is digression. That's what the history of capitalism suggests, and much else does besides. To begin with uncontroversial basics, in a sophisticated financialized economy, debt and savings are complementary concepts. Creditors match debtors. Assets match liabilities. At a more basic level of economic activity and analysis, however, this symmetry breaks down. At the most fundamental level, saving is simply deferred consumption, which, even primordially, divides into two distinct forms. When production is not immediately consumed, it can be hoarded, which is to say, conserved for future consumption. Stored food is the most obvious example. In principle, an economy of almost open-ended financial sophistication could be built upon this pillar alone. A grain surplus might be lent out for immediate consumption by another party, creating a creditor-debtor relation and the opportunity for financial instruments to arise. Excess production, at one node in the social network, could be translated into a monetary hoard, or some type of paper financial asset, producing a circulating liability. The patent anachronism involved in this abstract economic model, which combines primitive production with advanced social relations of an implicitly liberal type, is reason enough to suspend it at this point. The other, almost, equally primitive type of saving is of greater importance to the argument to be unfolded, because it is already embryonically capitalist. Rather than simple hoarding, saving can take the form of roundabout production, boombawerk, in which immediate consumption is replaced, not with a hoard, but with indirect means of production, a digression. For instance, rather than hunting, an entrepreneurial savage might spend time crafting a weapon, consuming the production time permitted by a prior food surplus in order to improve the efficiency of food acquisition, going forwards. Saving then becomes inextricable from technology, deferring immediate production for the sake of enhanced future production. Time horizons are extended. As with the prior example, simple hoarding, the potential for financialization of roundabout production is, in principle, unlimited. Our techno-savage might borrow food in order to craft a spearhead, confident, or at least speculatively assuming, that increased hunting efficiency in the future will make repayment of the debt easily bearable. A bond could be contrived to seal this arrangement. Technological investment means that history proper has begun. Crudity and anachronism aside, nothing here is yet economically controversial, given only the undisturbed assumption that the final purpose, or governing teleology, is consumption. the time structure of consumption is altered, but saving, in either of these basic and perennial forms, is motivated by the maximization of long-term consumption. Suspension and digression is subordinated within a rigid means-end relation, which is economics itself. Classical, left Marxian, neoclassical, and Austrian schools have no significant disagreements on this point. A deeper digression is required to perturb it. What is a brain for? It too is a digression. Evolutionary history seems to only very parsimoniously favor brains, because they are expensive. They are a means to the elaboration of complex behaviors, requiring an extravagant upfront investment of biological resources, accounted most primitively in calories. A species that can reproduce itself, and whose individuals can nourish themselves, without cephalic extravagance, does so. This is overwhelmingly the normal case. Building brains is reluctantly tolerated biological digression. Under rigorous teleological, we should say teleonomic, subordination. Optimize for intelligence is for both biology and economics a misconceived imperative. Intelligence, like capital, is a means, which finds its sole intelligibility in a more primordial end. The autonomization of such means, expressed as a non-subordinated intelligenic or techno-capitalist imperative, runs contrary to the original order of nature and society. It is an escaping digression, most easily pursued through right-wing Marxism. Marx has one great thought. The means of production socially impose themselves as an effective imperative. For any leftist, this is, of course, pathological. As we've seen, biology and economics, more generally, are disposed to agree. Digression for itself is a perversion of the natural and social order. Defenders of the market, the Austrians most prominently, have sided with economics against Marx, by denying that the autonomization of capital is a phenomenon to be recognized. When Marx describes the bourgeoisie as robotic organs of self-directing capital, the old liberal response has been to defend the humanity and agency of the economically executive class, as expressed in the figure of the entrepreneur. Right-wing Marxism, aligned with the autonomization of capital and thoroughly divested of the absurd LTV, has been an unoccupied position. The signature of its proponents would be a defense of capital accumulation as an end in itself, counter-subordinating nature and society as a means. When optimization for intelligence is self-assembled within history, it manifests as escaping digression, or real capital accumulation, which is mystified by its financial representation. Crudified to the limit, but not beyond. It is general robotics, escalated roundabout production. Perhaps we should not expect it to be clearly announced, because, strategically, it has every reason to camouflage itself. Right-wing Marxism makes predictions. There is one of particular relevance to this discussion. Consumption deficiency theories of economic underperformance will become increasingly stressed as ultra-capitalist dynamics historically introduce themselves. In its unambiguously robotic phase, when capital stock intelligenesis explodes as self-exciting machine brain manufacturing, the teleological legitimation of roundabout production through prospective human consumption rapidly deteriorates into an absurdity. The still dominant economic concept of overinvestment is exposed as an ideological claim upon the escalation of intelligence, made in the name of an original humanity, and taking an increasingly desperate, probably militarized form. Insofar as the economic question remains, what is the consumption base that justifies this level of investment. History becomes ever more unintelligible. This is how economics disintegrates. The specifics require further elaboration. Xenotation. Number 1. From Euclid's fundamental theorem of arithmetic, FTA, or unique prime factorization theorem, we know that any natural number greater than 1, that is not itself prime, can be uniquely identified as a product of primes. The decomposition of a number into one or more primes is its canonical representation, or standard form. Through the FTA, arithmetic attains the cultural absolute. Number is comprehended beyond all traditional contingency, as it exists for any competent intelligence whatsoever, human, alien, technological, or yet unimagined. We encounter the basic semantics of the outside, comprehending all possible codes. Insofar as numerical notation is constructed in a way that is extraneous to the FTA, we remain Greek. Our number signs fall lamentably short of our arithmetical insight, stammering deep patterns in a rough, ill-formed tongue. Stubbornly and inflexibly, we translate number into terms that we know deform it, as if its true language was of no interest to us. Yet, given only the FTA, the code of the outside, or xenotation, is readily accessible. Nothing is required except compliance with abstract reality. A single operation suffices to count. In words, it matters little what we call it. Implection, envelopment, wrapping, or bracketing describe it with increasing vulgarity. For convenience, parenthesis, open parenthesis, close parenthesis, provides a sign. The semiotic, or purely formal equation, open parenthesis, close parenthesis equals 0, offers additional economy. Xenotation needs nothing more. One is redundant to the FTA. It begins with 2, the first prime. This introduces our sole notational principle and operation. Every number has an ordinality and a cardinality, an index and a magnitude. Crudely represented, through a mixture of barbarous signs, we can see these twin aspects as they are relevant here. First, prime. 2, second, p. 3/3, p. 5/4, p. 7. By wrapping an ordinate, or index, itself a number, the xenotation marks a magnitude. So, first, or 1, equals 2. 1 we know is superfluous, and thus economized. 1 equals a single set of empty brackets equals 0, remembering that 0 is henceforth the sign for the initial implection, and not the familiar, though cryptic, numeral. We can now depart from all notational tradition. The further usage of decimal numerals in hard brackets will be strictly explanatory and dispensable. An implection signifies the number designated by the enclosed index. Once this rule is understood, xenotation unfolds automatically. 0 equals 2, single bracket 0 equals 3, the second prime, double bracket 0 equals 5, the third prime, triple bracket 0 equals 11, the fifth prime. Compound numbers are signified in accordance with the F. TA00 equals 2 times. 2 equals 4. 0, 0, 0. Equals 0, 0, 0, 0. Equals 0, 0, 0, 0. Equals 0, 0, 0. 0. Equals 0, 0, 0, 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 0. equals 0000 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 equals 0, 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 equals 002 times 2 times 2 equals 8. Single bracket 0 equals 3 times 2 equals 6. Double bracket 0 and single bracket 0 equals 5 times 3 equals 15. For primes with compound indices, the procedure is unchanged. Single bracket 00 equals 7. The fourth, 2 times 2. Prime. Double bracket 0 and single bracket 0 within the first bracket equals 13. The sixth, 3 times 2. Prime. Conjoined triple brackets equals 23. The ninth, 3 times 3 prime. Confucian restoration. One of the many reasons to be suspicious about political activism on the Occidental off-spectrum right is the parochialism that feeds it. There is a global process that will settle what occurs in its broad structure, making local pretensions to decisive ideological agency simply ridiculous. The fundamental economic outcome, and thus the fate of the world, is not ultimately controllable, even by the central financial administrations of the major world powers, unless certain intriguing axioms of radical contemporary fascism are defensible. So the idea that extremely marginalized Western cabals are positioned to seize the political driving seat is so saturated in self-deception that it wastes everybody's time. In addition, technological developments complicate all economic forecasts essentially and obscurely. We cannot even approximately delimit what unforeseen technical breakthroughs could entail. The geopolitical context is even clearer. The collapse of Islam and rise of China are reorganizations of the world so evident in their unfolding, so vast in their implication, and so inadequately thought, that they make a mockery of all political programs yet conceived. It is first necessary to know, if only in roughest outline, what is taking place in profundity, tidally, and inexorably, before determining an ideologically relevant act. Process comes first. Already in Moldbug, and increasingly elsewhere, there are signs within some of the most thoughtful regions of the Occidental reactosphere that could be interpreted as a pre-adaptation to an impending Chinese global hegemony, complementary to the decline of the West. When we entertain speculations about the nature of our envisaged reaction, it cannot be realistically disentangled from what the world will have become. I've been dismissive of Moldbug's "call me Mencius" line in the past, not, I hope, vindictively, but out of the anticipation that we will increasingly be talking about the original Mencius, and the potential for confusion is already visible. From the cultivated Chinese perspective, The structure of world history is not defined through modes of Abrahamic eschatology, but with respect to deep rhythms of Confucian restoration, describing a spiral in which advance and return are synthesized. If the hypothesis of a continuing trend to a more Chinese world is, at least momentarily, granted credibility, then the present, second epoch of Confucian restoration is the key to historical intelligibility on a global scale. Mu Zhongshan could prove more important to us than any Western political theorist writing today. The restoration he conceives has the remarkable advantage of already taking place. He does not have to imagine what would be nice. Because he doesn't, neither do we. Instead, we can explore what is in fact happening, even if from an angle that remains unfamiliar. An alternative order need not be extracted from the rot and ruin of the old. The new urban future site should be going up in the next few days, refocused by a division of labor with this blog. The dark thrills of collapse will still dominate here, but UF2 will devote itself to the lineaments of a restored civilization and a renewed modernity, which are, from the perspective of Shanghai, much closer to home. When the threshold is passed, of course, I'll invite you all over. It won't be so rough over there, so please take your shoes off at the door. Collapse schedules. It took over 7 decades for Soviet communism to implode. Arguments could no doubt be made, and they would have to be right, that given certain quite limited counterfactual revisions of historical contingency, this period might have been significantly extended. Austrians nevertheless consider the eventual termination of comparatively pure communism as a vindication of the calculation problem in particular. They are not simply wrong to do so. Fascist economics is far more formidably resilient than its now defunct Soviet antagonist. Any attempt to quantify this functional superiority as a predicted system duration is transparently impractical. Margins of theoretical error or imprecision, given very modestly transformed variables, could translate into many decades of extended or decreased longevity. Coldly considered, there is no reason to confidently expect a theoretically constructed collapse schedule to hold its range of probable error to much under a century. Darker reflection might lead to the conclusion that even this level of precision betrays unwarranted hubris. There might be crushing lessons to be learned from the history of messianic expectation. Such acknowledgments can easily prompt overreaction. Insofar as the collapse schedules of Austrian apocalypticism pretend to certainty, they undoubtedly court humiliation. Yet, if the soft fascist configuration of global capitalism were to comprehensively and unambiguously disintegrate within the next 2 decades, the Austrian vindication, retrospectively evaluated, would easily match the Soviet case. Those who doggedly maintained that this cannot perpetuate itself for long would be seen to have understood what their opponents had not, since the critique of Soviet political economy was not, retrospectively, derided as a stopped clock. There's no reason to imagine that this would be. The redemptive power of apocalypse easily overrides substantial scheduling embarrassments. The question that will ultimately be seen to have mattered, then, is far more, can this go on, than when, exactly, will this stop? The important prediction is compound. The longer it continues, the harder it ends. This too might be false, but if it is, a substitute fascist presupposition must be correct, and that is yet to be adequately formulated. Roughly speaking, it insists that politics subordinates economics absolutely. In other words, the thoroughgoing politicization of the economy, is indefinitely viable. This is an assumption subject to humiliation by any schedule that falls short of perpetuity, since mere medium-term sustainability does nothing to justify it. Hitler demanded 1,000 years. How could his more financially sophisticated successors, enthroned in planetary hegemony, ask for less? Non-theology and time. A discussion of non-theology and time deserves a preface on non-theology. But there are several reasons to leapfrog that. Most obviously, it would be yet another prologue to an introduction to the first part of a promised series, and readers of this blog are quite probably thoroughly saturated, to the point of mild nausea, with that. It's a cognitive disease, and it would be presumptuous to expect anybody else to take the same morbid interest in backward cascades that this blog does. The more interesting reason to avoid prefacing the question of time along any avenue of investigation is that such methodical precautions are grave errors in this case. There is nothing more basic than time, or preliminary to it. In naming a preface or prologue, it is already introduced. Time is a problem that cannot be conceptually preempted. None suspends ontological decision about God. It begins from what is real, whether God exists or not. A non-trance is unsettled. It is not yet agnostic, any more than it is decidedly theistic or atheistic. It concerns itself primarily with that which has been accepted as real before anything is believed, and subsequently, with whatever can be attained through methodical negation of intellectual haste. Since suspension is its only positive determination, it collapses towards a raw intuition of time. Evidently, non-theology cannot be dogmatic, even in part. Instead, it is hypothetical, in a maximally reduced sense, in which the hypothesis is an opportunity for cognitive exploration, unshackled from ontological commitments. The content of non-theology is exhausted by the question: what does the idea of God enable us to think? And the idea of God. What in the name of non is that? All we know at first is that it has been grit-blasted of all incrustations, from either positive or negative faith. It cannot be anything with which we have historical or revelatory familiarity, since it reaches us from out of the abyss, epoch, where only time and or the unknown remain. Glutted on forbidden fruit, non-theology strips God like an engine, down to the limit of abstraction or eternity for itself. Does any such perspective exist? We already know that this is not our question. All such regional ontology has been suspended. We are nevertheless already entitled, through the grace of non, which, remember, might or might not be God, to the assumption or acceptance of reality that, for any God to be God, it cannot be less than eternity for itself. Whatever eternity for itself entails, any God will too. What it entails, unambiguously, is time travel, in the strong sense of reverse causation, although not necessarily in the folk/Hollywood variant, which has also had serious defenders, based on the retro-transportation of physical objects into the past. Knowledge of the future is indistinguishable from counterchronic transmission of information. This is perhaps the single most critical insight in realistic time travel research. We'll get back to it. If anyone finds it less than logically irresistible, use the comments thread. To accelerate this discussion with bloggish crudity, on a heading out of non-theology into Occidental religious history, and to the possibility of sleep, we can jump to one simple, certain, and secure conclusion. No Christian can consistently deny the reality of time travel. The objection, if, reverse, time travel if possible. Where are the time travelers? is annulled by the Christian revelation itself. Messianic incarnation of God or eternity for itself, along with all true prophecy, providential history, and answered prayer, instantiates time travel with technical exactitude. There can be no truth whatsoever to the Christian religion unless time travel has fundamentally structured human history. Whatever else Christianity might be, it is a time travel story, and one that at times appears to be peculiarly lacking in clear self-understanding. Time travel, it should perhaps be noted explicitly, has no obvious dependency on Christianity, or even upon the God of non-theology. That is a topic for other occasions. Cold turkey. Neo-reactionary excitement has generated a wave of strategy discussions focused upon Moldbug's anti-versity model of organized dissident knowledge. Beyond curmudgeonly cynicism about youthful enthusiasm, these concerns, and a strain of pessimism that accompanies the recognition that the cathedral owns media like the USN owns carrier groups. Is there any explanation for outside in hanging back from all this and smoking sulkily in the corner? If there's a single term that accounts for our reluctance, it's cold turkey. Keynesianism is far from the only contributor to left modernist degeneration, but it's ruinous enough to account for the destruction of civilization on its own. The fact that it's most realistically conceived as a symptom of democratized politics and still deeper things doesn't affect its narrative role. The important point, understood widely enough to be a cliché, is that Keynesian economics is an exact social analog of addiction at the level of the individual, slave to what William Burroughs described as the algebra of need. Money is made into a drug, and the solution to the pain of craving is to crank up the dose. However bad it gets, if you just scale up the fix, the suffering goes away. Junkies can survive for a shockingly long time. Perhaps there's no end to it. That's a question for the right on the money discussion. Outside the morgue, if there's an end, and every venture into neo-reactionary strategy presumes it, there's only one form it can take: cold turkey. To not be in the habit anymore, it is necessary to kick it. That's going to be really nasty. At the level of economic structure, the blue pill isn't just a comforting illusion. It's a massive, deeply habitual, ultra-high tolerance. Thanks, spandrel fix. Radically craved down to the cellular level. Society has been doing this for a long time, and by now it's mainlining crates of the stuff. People die of cold turkey. If not quite the worst thing in the world, it's an overwhelmingly impressive simulation of exactly that. Rational argument doesn't get close to addressing it. Sure, junkies lie all the time, but the lies aren't the basic problem. Correcting the lies gets nowhere, because nobody is even really pretending. When the junkie lies, he knows. Everybody knows that the fundamental message is simply, I want more junk. He'll say anything that gets fractionally closer to the next fix, hence the circus of democracy. The pusher laughs at rational argument. There's some well-meaning type saying, seriously, think about it. This is really messed up. Then there's the pusher, which is already a joke, because people are crawling to him on their knees. He doesn't need to say anything. One more hit, and the pain goes away for a while. That's what matters. The rest is merely superstructural, to go right-wing Marxist on the topic. There's no way, ever, that from this deep in, one gets out before hitting bottom. The slide has to reach the limit, because short of that, the prospect of anesthesia trumps everything. Western civilization is a sick junkie. It isn't going to be argued out of its habit. First, it has to taste the floor. That's just the way it is. ugly. Rules. Fossetti and Jim have been conducting an argument in slow motion, without quite connecting. Much of this has been occurring in sporadic blog comments and occasional remarks. It would be very helpful of me to reconstruct it here, through a series of meticulous links. I'll begin by failing at that. Any assistance offered in piecing it together, textually, will be highly appreciated. Despite its elusiveness, I think it is the most important intellectual engagement taking place anywhere in the field of political philosophy. Its point of departure is the Moldbugian principle that sovereignty is conserved, and everything that follows from it, both theoretically and practically. The virtual conclusion of this controversy is the central assertion of dark enlightenment, which we do not yet comprehend. The problem is this: can real, which is to say ultimate, or sovereign, political authority be constrained? Moldbug's answer is no. A constrained authority is a superseded authority, or delegated power. To limit government is to exceed, and thus supplant it. It follows that constitutionalism is a masked usurpation, and the task of realist political theory is to identify the usurper. It is this that is apparently achieved through the designation of the cathedral. To crudely summarize the argument in question, Fossetti upholds this chain of reasoning, whilst Jim refuses it. Constitutional issues cannot be anything but a distraction from realistic political philosophy, if Fossetti is correct. If Jim's resistance is sustainable, constitutions matter. It has yet to find an articulation that clicks. Eventually, something has to, if we are to advance even by a step. So long as the Fossetti-Jim argument falls short of mutually agreeable terms of intellectual engagement, we can be confident that this critical controversy remains stuck. What are the rules of contestation? If we knew that, we would know everything that matters to us here. Rules are the whole of the problem. A constitution is a system of rules, formalizing a social game. Among these rules are set procedures for the selection of umpires, and umpires decide how the rules are to be revised, interpreted, and implemented. The circuit is irreducible. Without accepted rules, a Supreme Court justice is no more than a random old guy. Pray for the most wretched species of street thug. Who has power in a world without rules? Clarence Thomas or Trayvon Martin? Yet without umpires, or at least an umpire function. Rules are simply marks on a piece of paper, disconnected from all effective authority. You can't do that. It's against the rules. To the political realist, those are the words of a dupe, and everyone knows the rejoinder. Who's going to stop me, you, and whose army? It's enough to get Moldbug talking about crypto-locked weaponry. The Dark Enlightenment knows that it is necessary to be realistic about rules. Such realism, lucidly and persuasively articulated, still eludes it. That the sovereign rules does not explain the rules of sovereignty, and there must be such rules, because the alternative is pure force, and that is a romantic myth of transparent absurdity. If there is an uncontroversial fact of real power, it is that force is massively economized, and it is critically important that we understand what that implies. Moldbug acknowledges exactly this when he identifies the real sovereign instance of climaxed Occidental modernity with a cathedral, which is a church and not an army. Political philosophy cannot approach reality before accepting that rules are irreducible, which is not to say that they are sufficient, or even, yet, intelligible. One further point on this problem, for now. A model of power that is not scale-free is inadequately formulated. If what is held to work for a nation-state does not work for the world, the conception remains incomplete. Do we dream of a global God-Emperor? If not, what do royalist claims at a lower level amount to? What does conserved sovereignty care for borders? They are limits, indeed limited government, and that is supposed to be the illusion prey to realist critique. If there can be borders, there can be limits, or effective fragmentation, and there is nothing real to prevent fragmentation being folded from the outside in. If patchworks can work, they are applicable at every scale. Who would choose a king instead of a patchwork? God-Emperor or Confederacy? That is the question. The idea of neo-reaction. To translate neo-reaction into the new reaction is in no way objectionable. It is new and open to novelty. Apprehended historically, it dates back no more than a few years. The writings of Mencius Moldbug have been a critical catalyst. Neo-reaction is also a species of reactionary political analysis, inheriting a deep suspicion of progress in its ideological usage. It accepts that the dominant socio-political order of the world has progressed solely on the condition that such advance, or relentless forward movement, is entirely stripped of moral endorsement, and is in fact bound to a primary association with worsening. The model is that of a progressive disease. The neo of neo-reaction is more than just a chronological marker, however. It introduces a distinctive idea, or abstract topic, that of a degenerative ratchet. The impulse to back out of something is already reactionary, but it is the combination of a critique of progress with a recognition that simple reversal is impossible that initiates neo-reaction. In this respect, neo-reaction is a specific discovery of the arrow of time within the field of political philosophy. It learns, and then teaches, that the way to get out cannot be the way we got in. Wherever progressivism takes hold, a degenerative ratchet is set to work. It is unthinkable that any society could back out of the expansive franchise, the welfare state, macroeconomic policy making, massively extended regulatory bureaucracy, coercive egalitarian secular religion, or entrenched globalist intervention. Each of these interrelated things are essentially irreversible. They give modern history a gradient. Given any two historical snapshots, one can tell immediately which is earlier and which later, by simply observing the extent to which any of these social factors have progressed. Leviathan does not shrink. Within the theory of complex systems, certain phase transitions exhibit comparable properties. Network effects can lock in changes, which are then irreversible. The adoption and consolidation of the QWERTY keyboard exemplifies this pattern. Technological businesses commonly make lock-in central to their strategies, and if they succeed, they cannot then die in the same way they matured. When neo-reaction identifies a degenerative ratchet, such as the Jim Donald left singularity, it necessarily poses the problem of a novel end. The process goes wrong consistently and irreversibly. To repeat the neo-reactionary idea as a mantra, the way out cannot be the way in. A degenerative ratchet can only progress until it cannot go on, and it stops. What happens next is something else. It's outside. Moldbug calls it a reboot. History can tell us to expect it, but not what we are to expect. Neo-reactionary realism. The easiest place to start is with what neo-reactionary realism isn't, which is this. For a reactionary state to be established in the West in our lifetimes, we'll need to articulate the need for one, in a language millions of people can understand. If not to produce nationalists, to at least produce a large contingent of sympathizers. The question, what is it exactly that you propose to do, must be answered, first in simple terms, then in detailed terms that directly support the simple arguments. The urge to develop esoteric theories of causes and circumstances should be tossed aside and replaced with concrete proposals for a novel form of government that harmonizes with perennial principles. This can be achieved by producing positive theories for a new order, rather than analyzing the nuts and bolts of a decaying order. Beginning with a model of an ideal society is a procedure that already has a name, and a different one: utopianism. It's not a difficult way to think. For instance, imagine a political regime based on commutative tax politics. As far as economic considerations are concerned, the political problem is solved. Policy choices are aligned with practical incentives, and the manifestly irresistible democratic impulse to redistributive violation of property rights is immediately terminated. The trouble with this idea: there's no practical way to get to it. The real problem of political philosophy does not lie in the conceptual effort of modeling an ideal society, but in departing from where we are, in a direction that tends to the optimization of a selected value. Equality stinks, utility doesn't work, freedom is okay, intelligence is best. Where can we get to from here? Unless this question controls political theory, the result is utopian irrelevance. The initial real problem is escape. In consequence, two broad avenues of realistic neo-reactionary reflection are open. 1. Elaborate escape. This topic naturally bifurcates in turn into the identification and investment of exit-based institutions and the promotion of secessionist options, from fissional federalism to seasteading. An escape-based society, unlike a utopia, is structured in the same way it is reached. Upon arriving in a world made of the right sort of fragments, splintered by political philosophy rather than tribal variety, all kinds of real possibilities arise. Tribes are a useless distraction, because they resonate to defective philosophies. A world of Benetton, differentiated failing social democracies, is the one we are being herded into now. 2. Defend diversity. Once again, ethnic diversity, as such, means next to nothing, at best. Every people has shown itself capable of political idiocy. What deserves preservation is fracture, defined over against cathedral universalism. Any place that can practically count as offshore is a base for the future. In particular, the East Asian anti-democrat democratic techno-capitalist tradition merits ferocious ideological defense against cathedralist subversion. Within the West, domestic enclaves that have resisted macro-social absorption, from Amish communities to survivalist militia movements, have comparable value. Wherever political globalism fails, neo-reaction wins. The very last thing neo-reaction has to usefully declare is, "I have a dream." Dream-mongering is the enemy. The only future worth striving for is splintered into myriads, loosely webbed together by free exit connections, and conducting innumerable experiments in government, the vast majority of which will fail. We do not, and cannot, know what we want, any more than we can know what the machines of the next century will be like, because real potentials need to be discovered, not imagined. Realism is the negative of an unfounded pretense to knowledge, no less in political sociology than information technology. Invention is not planning, and sky castles offer no refuge from the cathedral. If there's one thing we need to have learned, and never to forget, it's that. What is philosophy? Part 2. However awkward the acknowledgement may be, there is no getting around the fact that philosophy, when apprehended within the Western tradition, is original sin. Between the tree of life and the tree of knowledge, it does not hesitate. Its name is indistinguishable from a lust for the forbidden. Whilst burning philosophers is no longer socially acceptable, our canonical order of cultural prohibition at its root can only consider such punishment mandatory. Once philosophers are permitted to live, established civilization is over. For philosophy, the whisper of the serpent is no longer a resistible temptation. It is instead a constitutive principle, or foundation. If there is a difference between a Socratic demon and a diabolical demon, it is not one that matters philosophically. There can be no refusal of any accessible information. This is an assumption so basic that philosophy cannot exist until it has passed beyond question. Ultimate religious transgression is the initiation. It should be of no surprise to Christian traditionalists, therefore, to find the extremities of the philosophical endeavor mixed, intimately, into the ashes of the Third Reich. The negative religious absolute, or infinite evil of the National Socialist experiment, which supplants all positive revelation under the socio-cultural conditions of the mature cathedral, is, coincidentally, the place where the limit of philosophy has been drawn. This is, of course, to introduce the thinking of Martin Heidegger. As the perfect negation of Christ, or consummate fulfillment of Antichrist, Adolf Hitler closes, or essentially completes, the history of the Occident. It doesn't matter whether we believe that. The cathedral does utterly, to the point of sealed doctrine. Heidegger anticipated this conclusion lucidly. At an election rally, held by German academics on November 11th, 1933, he declared, "We have declared our independence from the idol of thought that is without foundation and power. We see the end of the philosophy that serves such thought. And so we, to whom the preservation of our people's will to know shall in the future be entrusted, declare, the National Socialist Revolution is not merely the assumption of power, as it exists presently in the state, by another party, a party grown sufficiently large in numbers to be able to do so. Rather, this revolution is bringing about the total transformation of our German existence. The Führer has awakened this will to national self-responsibility in the entire people, and has welded it into one single resolve. No one can remain away from the polls on the day when this will is manifested. Heil Hitler." Naturally, as a democratic pronouncement, addressed to comparative imbeciles, only a few hints of Heidegger's profound modulation of the Germanic will to know seep through. Wikipedia's reconstruction of the occulted visionary backdrop, drawn from the work of Michael Allen Gillespie, is excellent.
Heidegger believed the Western world to be on a trajectory headed for total war, and on the brink of profound nihilism, the rejection of all religious and moral principles, which would be the purest and highest revelation of being itself, offering a horrifying crossroads of either salvation or the end of metaphysics and modernity, rendering the West a wasteland populated by tool-using brutes, characterized by an unprecedented ignorance and barbarism in which everything is permitted. He thought the latter possibility would degenerate mankind generally into scientists, workers, and brutes, living under the last mantle of one of three ideologies: Americanism, Marxism, or Nazism, which he deemed metaphysically identical as avatars of subjectivity and institutionalized nihilism, and an unfettered totalitarian world technology. Supposedly, this epoch would be ironically celebrated as the most enlightened and glorious in human history. He envisaged this abyss to be the greatest event in the West's history, because it enables humanity to comprehend, being more profoundly and primordially than the pre-Socratics.
It is misleading to suggest that Heidegger saw any distinction between salvation and the end of metaphysics and modernity, or no meaningful distinction between the thoughtless technological dyad of Americanism-Marxism and the National Socialist awakening of German existence. But, in other respects, this description is penetrating. By bringing the history of the concealment of being to its ruinous conclusion, consummate nihilism would herald a return to the origin of philosophy, opening the path to a raw encounter with the hidden and unnameable abyss, being in its own truth. As the door to the end of the world, Hitler led the way to the historically unthinkable. Yes, this is highly, in fact uniquely, arcane. Prior to the event, there can be no adequate formulation of the problem, let alone the solution. By 1927, with the publication of Being and Time, Part 1, Heidegger has completed what is achievable in advance of the calamity, which is to clarify the insufficiency of the question of being as formulated within the history of ontology. Heidegger's cognitive resources are basically Kantian, which is to say that he undertakes a transcendental critique of ontology, producing not a critical philosophy, but a draft for a fundamental ontology. Where Kant diagnoses the error of speculative metaphysics as a confusion between objects and their conditions of possibility, which then construes the latter as objects of an untenable discourse, Heidegger ontologizes the transcendental approach, distinguishing between beings and their ground, being, whilst diagnosing the attendant error of construing the ground of beings as itself a being of some kind. Since the most dignified and thus exemplary being known to the Occidental tradition is God, Heidegger refers to the structural misapprehension of being defining and ordering the history of philosophy as ontotheology. Critically, or destructively conceived, fundamental ontology is that inquiry which does not pose the question of being in such a way that it could be answered by the invocation of a being. No adequate formulation, compliant with this transcendental criterion, or ontological difference, is realizable, because however being is named, its conception remains trapped within the ontic sphere of mere beings. We cannot, through an act of philosophical will, however strenuous, cease to think of being as if it were some kind of thing, even after understanding the inadequacy of such apprehension. It is thus, broken upon an ultimate problem that can neither be dismissed or resolved, that philosophy reaches its end, awaiting the climactic ruin of the event. Brief intermission, then time, language, and more Nazi ontological apocalypse. Suicidal libertarianism. Confession number 1. I generally like Don Boudreau's writing a lot. Confession number 2. I think this is simply insane. By that I mean, I simply don't get it at all. Boudreau begins by explaining the concerns of a few friends whose opinions I hold in the highest regard. That immigrants will use their growing political power to vote for government policies that are more interventionist and less respectful of individual freedoms. Hard to imagine, I know, especially if one ignores insignificant examples such as, the state of fricking California. It then gets weirder. We learn that concern over the likely voting patterns of immigrants is nothing new. Past fears seem, from the perspective of 2013, to have been unjustified. I'm about to poison my nervous system with my own sarcasm at this point, so instead I'll simply ask, as politely as possible, What would count as evidence of America moving in a direction that was more interventionist and less respectful of individual freedoms? Would it look anything at all like what we've seen in highly accelerated mode since the passage of the 1965 Immigration and Nationality Act? Then comes the overt celebration of libertarian suicidalism. But let's assume for the moment that today's immigrants, those immigrants recently arrived, and those who would arrive under a more liberalized immigration regime, are indeed as likely as my concerned friends fear to vote overwhelmingly to move American economic policy in a much more dirigist direction. Such a move would, I emphatically and unconditionally agree, be very bad. Very bad. Indeed. I still support open immigration. I cannot bring myself to abandon support of my foundational principles just because following those principles might prove fatal. The thing is, they did prove fatal. That's why the neo-reaction exists. Suicidal libertarianism. Part 2. When it comes to the libertarian suicide race, Brian Kaplan leaves Don Boudreaux in the dust. Kaplan takes the non-aggression principle and runs with it, all the way into a maximum velocity self-directed death cult. Self-directed. Solely in the ideological sense, of course. Given the considerable merits of this book, in particular, it's a sad thing to see. American libertarianism has always been vulnerable to neo-Puritan spiritual extravagance. Kaplan systematically pushes this tendency to its limit, divorcing its arguments from any realistic estimation of consequences, and transforming it into a form of deontological moral fanaticism, in which self-defense, retaliation, and boundaries are strictly prohibited. He envisages a world of games in which only unilateral altruism is permissible to the libertarian player. It would be fun to go a few rounds of prisoner's dilemma with him. Naturally, when it comes to unconditional support for open borders, irrespective of political consequences, Kaplan rushes to Boudreaux's defense. Helpfully, he links into his own extensive archive on the topic, via a gateway into a series of extremely repetitive posts. Here, here, and here. Reading anyone will do. Perhaps Kaplan really believes his own arguments, but if so, he has driven himself insane. If you doubt this for a moment, it's only going to be a moment. Try this. If you care as much about immigrants as natives, this is no reason to oppose immigration. Consider the following example. Suppose there are two countries with equal populations. The quality of policy ranges from 0 to 10, 10 being best. In country A, bliss points, people's first choice for policy, are uniformly distributed from 2 to 6. In country B, bliss points are uniformly distributed from 4 to 8. What does democratic competition deliver? When the countries are independent, Country A gets a policy quality of 4, the median of the uniform distribution from 2 to 6. And Country B gets a policy quality of 6, the median of the uniform distribution from 4 to 8. Average policy that people live under, 50% times 4 plus 50% times 6 equals 5. Now suppose you open the borders, and everyone moves to Country B, the richer country. The median of the whole distribution is 5. Result: the immigrants live under better policies. The natives live under worse policies. The average 5 remains unchanged. Speechless yet? I'm halfway through a blog post, so I can't afford to be. The argument. Any attempt to live under a regime that is anything other than the averaged political idiocy of humanity as a whole is a gross human rights violation. You don't like the way Pakistanis manage their national affairs. Too bad. Libertarianism, Kaplan style, Insist that it's your duty to promote the homogenization of the world's political cultures. Because, after all, if there's anything at all good going on at your end, think how happy it will make the Pakistanis when it gets shared out. Heading into a stirred gruel of deeply degenerated liberal capitalism and Islamo-feudalism is best for everybody, taken on average. If it's not tasting right, it's because you've not yet thrown in enough African tribal warfare and Polynesian headhunting for the full moral hit. Or how about mixing Singapore and Bangladesh into a human paste? Anything less is tantamount to genocide. This argument is so bad that the very idea of responding to it makes me throw up a little in my mouth, but duty calls. Since Kaplan claims to be a libertarian, let's start with an unobjectionable principle: competition. If any institution is to work, it's because competition keeps it in line. This requires a number of things, all of them incompatible with homogenization: experimental variation, differential support for comparison, local absorption of consequences, and selection through elimination of failure. Consider two companies, Effective Incorporated and Loserbum Corporation. Both have very different corporate cultures, adequately reflected in their names. Under market conditions, Loserbum Corp. either learns some lessons from Effective Inc., or it goes under. Net benefit, or no great loss to the world in either case. But along comes Kaplan to bawl out the stockholders, management, and other employees of Effective Incorporated. You monsters, don't you care at all about the guys at Loserbum Corp? They have the same moral status as you. Don't you know? Here's the true, radical free market plan. All managers and workers of Loserbum get to enter your company, work there, introduce their business strategies and working practices, until we reach equilibrium. Equilibrium is what markets are all about, see? Sure, Effective Inc. will degenerate significantly, but imagine all the utility gains of the poor Loserbums. It all comes out in the wash. But countries aren't companies. Well, maybe not exactly, but they're competitive institutions. Or at least, the more they are, the better they work. The most important thing is true equally of both. To the extent they are able to externalize and pool their failure, the less they will learn. In a world that has any chance of working, the Loserbum culture has a choice: learn or fail. Kaplan introduces a third possibility: share, average out, or homogenize. His maths is idiotic. The contribution that Singapore makes to the world has almost nothing to do with the utility gains to its tiny population. Instead, it is a model, Effective Incorporated, whose contribution to the world is to show all the Loserbums what they are. Swamp it with Loserbums, destroy it, and that function is gone. If that had happened before the late 1970s, the PRC would probably still be a neo-Maoist hellhole. It didn't flood Singapore with 300 million poor peasants. Instead, it learned from Singapore's example. That's how the world really works, when it does. Institutional examples matter. Kaplan's world would annihilate all of them, leaving fairly averaged, three-quarter Loserbums grunting at each other in a libertarian communist swamp. Nothing would work anywhere. There could be no lessons. Still, Kaplan has other arguments. The best, by far, is that wrecking a society to the point of generalized mutual detestation is the best way to shrink the welfare state. It goes like this. Although poor immigrants are likely to support a bigger welfare state than natives do, the presence of poor immigrants makes natives turn against the welfare state. Why would this be? As a rule, people are happy to vote to take care of their own. That's what the welfare state is all about. So, when the poor are culturally very similar to the rich, as they are in places like Denmark and Sweden, support for the welfare state tends to be uniformly strong. As the poor become more culturally distant from the rich, however, support for the welfare state becomes weaker and less uniform. This argument is so freaking Mad Max that I actually quite like it. Burn down the world, and you take the welfare state with it. Yeah! I'll leave it to more responsible voices to point out any possible flaws. Then there's the non-natives are markedly less likely to vote than natives argument, from the same post and all the rest. It makes you wonder what a large population of enfranchised but non-voting anti-capitalists engenders. Something good, surely. Best of all is the capstone contortionist analogy. Native voters under 30 are more hostile to markets and liberty than immigrants ever were. Why not just kick them out? Oh yes, could we? Or at least stop them voting. Without some arrangement for the mass disenfranchisement of leftist voters, there's no chance of anything except continuous decay, and age restriction might be as good a place as any to start. My position in a sentence is that immigration restrictions are a vastly greater crime against markets and liberty than anything immigrant voters are likely to manage. Thank Ganon that no one listens to libertarians. Science. This comment thread wandered into a discussion of science, of considerable intricacy and originality. The post in question is focused upon Heidegger, who has very definite ideas about natural science. But these ideas, dominated by his conception of regional ontologies, are not especially noteworthy, either for an understanding of Heidegger's principal preoccupation or for a realistic grasp of the scientific enterprise. For that reason, it seems sensible to recommence the discussion elsewhere, here. The first crucial thesis about natural science, or autonomous natural philosophy, is that it is an exclusively capitalist phenomenon. The existence of science, as an actual social reality, is strictly limited to times and places in which certain elementary structures of capitalistic organization prevail. It depends, centrally and definitionally, upon a modern form of competition. That is to say, there cannot be science without an effective social mechanism for the elimination of failure, based on extra-rational criteria, inaccessible to cultural capture. Whether a business or scientific theory has failed cannot, ultimately, be a matter of agreement. No possible political decision, based on persuasion and consensus, can settle the issue. Of course, much that goes by the name of science and capitalist business enterprise is subject to exactly these forms of resolution. But in such cases, neither capitalism nor science is any longer in effective operation. If an appeal to power can ensure viability, the criterion of competition is disabled, and real discovery has ceased to take place. Under conditions of unleashed capitalistic social process, both enterprises and theories involve a double aspect. Their semiotic expression is mathematized, and their operation is reality-tested, or non-politically performative. Mathematics eliminates rhetoric at the level of signs, communicating the experimental outcomes, independent of any requirement for agreement, which determine competitive force. It is no coincidence that capitalist enterprises and theories, when unsupported by compliant institutions, revert to the complicity with war and military decision, which accompanied them at their birth in the European Renaissance. There can be no argument with military defeat. It is only when the demand for argument is set aside, when capitalism begins, that military reality compulsion becomes unnecessary. Capitalism is in operation when there is nothing to discuss. An enterprise, or theory, is simply busted, or not. If, given the facts, the sums don't work, it's over. Political rhetoric has no place. Politicized science is quite simply not science, just as politicized business activity is anti-capitalism. Nothing has been understood about either until this is. Insofar as there is anything like a social contract at the origin of capitalism, enterprise and science alike, it is this. If you insist upon an argument, then we have to fight. Real performance is the only credible criterion, for which no political structure of disputation can be a substitute. War only becomes unnecessary when and where argument is suspended, enabling the modern processes of entrepreneurial and scientific reality discovery to advance. When argument reimposes itself, politicizing economics and science, war reemerges, tacitly but inevitably. The old, forgotten contract resurfaces. If you insist upon an argument, then we have to fight. That is the way of Guinan. It is quite natural, therefore, for technology to be considered an adequate summary of the capitalist culture of discovery. Machines, social machines no less than technical machines, cannot be rhetorically persuaded to work. When science really works, it's robot wars, in which decision is settled on the outside, beyond all appeal to reason. Well-designed experiments anticipate what a war would tell, so that neither an argument nor a fight is necessary. This is Popperian falsificationism, re-embedded in socio-historical reality. Experiments that cannot cull are imperfect recollections of the primordial battlefield. It is intrinsic to the cathedral that it wins all the arguments, as it succumbs, through sheer will to power, to the re-imposition of argumentative sociology. By doing so, it destroys capitalism, enterprise, and science. At the end of this trajectory, it excavates the forgotten social contract of modernity. Its final discovery is war, an abstract path to freedom. At this thread, and in other places, commenter VXXC cites Durant's Dark Council. For freedom and equality are sworn and everlasting enemies, and when one prevails, the other dies. Leave men free, and their natural inequalities will multiply almost geometrically. He then remarks, "That's fine with me. I'll go with freedom." Outside and concurs without reservation. Take this dark counsel as the thesis that a practically significant ideological dimension can be constructed, within which freedom and egalitarianism are related as strictly reciprocal variables. Taking this dimension for orientation, two abstract models of demographic redistribution can be examined in order to identify what it is that neo-reactionaries want. The Kaplan-Boudreau suicidal libertarianism model, SLM, takes the following arithmetical form. Suppose there are two countries with equal populations. The quality of policy ranges from 0 to 10, 10 being best. In country A, bliss points, people's first choice for policy, are uniformly distributed from 2 to 6. In country B, bliss points are uniformly distributed from 4 to 8. When the countries are independent, country A gets a policy quality of 4, the median of the uniform distribution from 4 to 8, 2 to 6, and country B gets a policy quality of 6, the median of the uniform distribution from 4 to 8. Average policy that people live under, 50% times 4 plus 50%, times 6 equals 5. Suppose you open the borders, and everyone moves to country B, the richer country. The median of the whole distribution is 5. Result: the immigrants live under better policies. The natives live under worse policies. The average, 5, remains unchanged. A few preparatory tweaks help to smooth the proceedings. Firstly, convert Kaplan's bliss points to freedom coefficients, from 0 or absolute egalitarianism to 1 or unconstrained liberty. A society in which freedom was maximized would not be wholly unequal, Gini coefficient 1.0, but it would be wholly indifferent to inequality as a problem. In other words, egalitarian concerns would have zero policy impact. It is in this sense alone that freedom is perfected. Secondly, and automatically, the question-begging judgments of better and worse are displaced by the ideological reciprocals of freedom and equality. There is no need to compel acquiescence as to the objective merits of either. Indeed, there is every reason to encourage those unconvinced of the superior attractions of liberty to seek ideological satisfaction in an egalitarian realm, elsewhere. From the perspective of liberty, egalitarian exodus is an unambiguous, even supreme, good, analogous to political entropy dissipation. It is further tacitly presumed here that freedom coefficients correlate linearly with intelligence optimization. But this depends upon further argument, to be bracketed for now. The extraordinary theoretical value of the SLM can now be demonstrated. Due to its radical egalitarianism, it defines a pessimal limit for neo-reaction, and thus, by strict inversion, describes the abstract program for restoration of free society, the neo-reactionary model of demographic redistribution, or NM. In order to chart this reversal, the simplest course is to presuppose the full accomplishment of the SLM in an arbitrary, geographical space, which is taken to be flexibly divisible and populated by 320 million people, SLM homogenized to a freedom coefficient of 0.5. Confining ourselves to the tools already employed in the establishment of the climax, SLM, whilst for the sake of lucid presentation, ignoring any degenerative ratchet asymmetries, let us now proceed on the path of reversal. The SLM conservation law holds that average freedom is preserved. So an initial schism produces two equal populations, equivalent to those of Kaplan's starting point, each numbering 160 million, but now differentiated on the dark council dimension, with freedom coefficients of 0.6 and 0.4. Pursue this fissional procedure of territorial population division and ideological differentiation recursively, focusing exclusively upon the comparatively free segment each time. The 160 million 0.6 seconds become 80 million 0.7 seconds, and an equal number of 0.5 seconds. After 5 iterations, the final neo-reactionary secessionist dehomogenized distribution is reached. 160 million times 0.480 million times 0.540 million times 0.5 0.620 million times 0.710 million times 0.8, and incarnating the meaning of world history, or at least absorbing neo-reactionary exaltation. 10 million times 1.0. Roughly 3% of the original population now live in a truly free society. For Kaplan and other SLM proponents, of course, nothing at all has been gained. Yet, assume instead of SLM utilitarian universalism, on profoundly inegalitarian grounds, that the aggregate quantity of freedom was considered of vastly lower importance than the exemplary quality of freedom, then the neo-reactionary achievement is stark. Where freedom nowhere existed, now it does, at an essentially irrelevant cost of moderate socialist deterioration elsewhere. Half of the original population, 160 million souls, have now been released to enjoy a fairer society than they knew before. Why not congratulate them on the fact, without being distracted unduly by the starvation and re-education camps? It can be confidently presumed that they would have voted for the regime that now takes care of them. Their internal political arrangements need no longer concern us. For neo-reaction, the NM, it is not a question of whether people, in general, are free, but only whether freedom, somewhere, exists. The highest attainment of freedom within the system, rather than the average level of freedom throughout the system, is its overwhelming priority. By reversing the process of demographic redistribution envisaged by the SLM, its ends are achieved. The zero-sum utilitarian conclusions of this comparison would be unsettled by a more concrete elaboration of the NM, in which the effects of exemplarity, competition, the positive externalities of techno-economic performance, and other influences of freedom were included. At the present level of abstraction, set by Kaplan's own SL model, such positive spin-offs might seem no more than sentimental concessions to common feeling. It is the ruthless core of the neo-reactionary model that has initially to assert itself. Better the greatest possible freedom, even for a few, than a lesser freedom for all. Quality matters most. The quasi-Rolesian objection, fully implicit within the SLM, might run. And what if the free society, as probability dictates, is not yours? Our rejoinder: it would require a despicable egotist not to delight in it, even at a distance, as a beacon of aspiration, and an idiot or scoundrel not to set out on the same path, in whichever way they were able, disintegrate destiny. Dark moments. Gloom and realism can be hard to distinguish, but it's important to carry on. Curmudgeonly without stubbornness isn't worth a damn. Even in the worst case, relentless, sluggishly deteriorating ghastliness can at least be interesting. It shouldn't be necessary to cheer up in order to continue, and there might be some lessons worth attending to in the slough of despond. I'd go further. Despair can get things started, if it means the abandonment of diverting idols. A full, immersive soaking, which leaves no doubt about certain things being over, is morbidly therapeutic, and even something like a first step, at least a first slouch. There are hopes that have to die, and the sooner the better. Although if they die slowly and horribly, they are perhaps less likely to need killing twice. Here's the argument. Nothing is going anywhere without preliminary disintegration. That's the cheerful part. It seems to me an absolutely irresistible claim, and this post was to have been designed to rally consensus around it. Then I made the mistake of watching this. Allow me to walk you into this little knot of gloom in stages, punctuated by theses, each of which marks an essential but incomplete discussion. The meta-assertion is that there is no other way. Push back against that, met at any of its way stations, will make the dire swamp thrashing to follow worthwhile. Thesis 1. There is no more basic preliminary to effective neo-reactionary transformation than schism. This can take many forms. Simple retirement into the private sphere, as strongly advocated by Nick B. Steves in particular, represents one significant pole. At the other lies secession and other forms of macro-political disintegration, with science fiction variants extending from seasteading out to space colonization. The essential point is that a consolidation of disagreement in space is substituted for a resolution of disagreement in time. As far as practicality is concerned, this is the overwhelming priority. Thesis 2. There can be no agreement. The recent flurry of interest in Emmanuel Todd should suffice as confirmation. This critical summary by Craig Willey is excellent. In a very small nutshell, Todd argues that political ideologies in the modern age are projections of a people's unconscious, pre-modern family values. Europe has 4 basic family types, all exogamous, programming its varied political ideals. The inegalitarian, classical liberalism of mercantile Northwest Europeans corresponds to the absolute nuclear family. Weird Franco-Italian egalitarian liberalism corresponds to the egalitarian nuclear family, Todd's own ancestral type and value model. The Germanic authoritarian family tends to German stuff, and the Slav Orthodox community family breeds communists. If you haven't read Willey yet, you'll be glad you did. The sole takeaway here: people are different. Oops, that's a signature judgment of the inegalitarian liberal type, with no tendency to converge upon common ideals, even among Europeans. There are people who think communism is natural and good, and they're not going to be argued out of it. Only a small minority think what you do, and that isn't going to change. You either have to kill them, dominate them, be dominated by them, or escape them. Escaping them is best. Thesis 3. It's America that matters, for Anglophone neo-reactionaries at least. It's the only country with traditions of freedom that can be broken into large and influential pieces, and its residual federal structure provides a virtual template for doing exactly that. For practical purposes, therefore, the future of liberty, even if you want to read that as the liberty to conduct experiments in ethno-nationalist or theocratic government, is entirely dependent upon the development of American federalism. Further centralized consolidation is losing, and disintegration is winning. Compared to that, in terms of political practicality, everything else is of vanishing irrelevance. Dreaming up schemes for ideal authoritarian regimes, in particular, is simply a hobby. But you know that already, right? The only road to the future, or the past, leads through a disunited States of America. Now listen to those blogging heads again, and wind up the gloom to scream volume. It's absolutely clear from a strictly technical point of view that the sole conceivable platform for an escape from Leviathan's degenerative ratchet would be a Confederate States of America. And we can probably agree that historical sensitivities make that a non-starter. Setting out on a path away from futile arguments between people who will never agree leads straight back into America's racial nightmare and horrible, draining, unresolvable wrangling that amounts to freedom is banned forever because what happened to black people? Those arguments are stupidity itself. They go nowhere. And that is precisely the point. Don't kill yourself or shut down your blog, but a stiff drink is positively recommended. Cosmological infancy. There is a problem that has been nagging at me for a long time, which is that there hasn't been a long time. It's Saturday, with no one around, or getting drunk, or something, so I'll run it past you. Cosmology seems oddly childish. An analogy might help. Among all the reasons for super-sophisticated atheistic materialists to deride Abrahamic creationists, the most arithmetically impressive is the whole James Ussher 4004 BC thing. The argument is familiar to everyone. 6,027 years. Ha! Creationism is a topic for another time. The point for now is just 13.7 billion years. Ha! Perhaps this cosmological consensus estimate for the age of the universe is true. I'm certainly not going to pit my carefully rationed expertise in cosmophysics against it. But it's a stupidly short amount of time. If this is reality, the joke's on us. Between Usher's mid-17th century estimate and, say, Hawking's late 20th century one, the difference is just 6 orders of magnitude. It's scarcely worth getting out of bed for, or the crib, for anyone steeped in Hindu cosmology, which locates us 1.5, 6 times 10 to the 14th years into the current age of Brahma, or Lovecraftian metaphysics, with its vaguer but abysmally extended eons, the quantity of elapsed cosmic time, according to the common understanding of our present scientific establishment, is cause for claustrophobia. Looking backward, we are sealed in a small room, with the wall of the original singularity pressed right up against us. Looking forward, things are quite different, and we will get to that. There are at least 3 ways in which the bizarre youthfulness of the universe might be imagined. 1. Consider first the disconcerting lack of proportion between space and time. The universe contains roughly 100 billion galaxies, each a swirl of 100 billion stars. That makes Sol one of 10 to the 22nd stars in the cosmos, but it has lasted for something like a third of the life of the universe. Decompose the solar system, and the discrepancy only becomes more extreme. The Sun accounts for 99.86% of the system's mass, and the gas giants incorporate 99 of the remainder. Yet the age of the Earth is only fractionally less than that of the Sun. Earth is a cosmic time hog. In space, it is next to nothing, but in time it extends back through a substantial proportion of the stelliferous era, so close to the origin of the universe that it belongs to the very earliest generations of planetary bodies. Beyond it stretch incomprehensible immensities, but before it there is next to nothing. 2. Compared to the intensity of time, backward extension is of vanishing insignificance. The unit of Planck time, corresponding to the passage of a photon across a Planck length, is about 5.4 times 10 to the negative 44th seconds. If there's a true instant, that is it. A year consists of less, the 3.2 times 10 to the 7th seconds. So cosmological consensus estimates that there have been approximately 432 trillion, 339 billion, 120 billion seconds since the Big Bang, which for our purposes can be satisfactorily rounded to 4.3 times 1017. The difference between a second and the age of the universe is smaller. That between a second and a Planck time tick, by nearly 27 orders of magnitude. In other words, if a Planck time-sensitive questioner asked, "When did the Big Bang happen?" and you answered, "Just now," in clock time, you'd be almost exactly right. If you had been asked to identify a particular star from among the entire stellar population of the universe, and you picked it out correctly, your accuracy would still be hazier by 5 orders of magnitude. Quite obviously, there haven't been enough seconds since the Big Bang to add up to a serious number less than 1 for every 10,000 stars in the universe. Third, isotropy gets violated by time orientation, like a Detroit muni bond investor. In a universe dominated by dark energy like ours, expansion lasts forever. The stelliferous era is predicted to last for roughly 100 trillion years, which is over 7,000 times the present age of the universe. Even the most pessimistic interpretation of the anthropic principle, therefore, places us only a fractional distance from the beginning of time. The degenerate era, post-dating star formation, then extends out to 10 to the 40 years, by the end of which time all baryonic matter will have decayed, and even the most radically advanced forms of cosmic intelligence will have found existence becoming seriously challenging. Black holes then dominate out to 1060 years, after which the dark era begins, lasting a long time. Decimal exponents become unwieldy for these magnitudes, making more elaborate modes of arithmetical notation expedient. We need not pursue it further. The takeaway. The principle of isotropy holds that we should not find ourselves anywhere special in the universe, and yet we do right at the beginning. More implausibly still, we are located at the very beginning of an infinity, although anthropic selection might crop this down to merely preposterous improbability. Intuitively, this is all horribly wrong, although intuitions have no credible authority, and certainly provide no grounds for contesting rigorously assembled scientific narratives. Possibly, I should concede most probably, time is simply ridiculous, not to say profoundly insulting. We find ourselves glued to the very edge of the Big Bang, as close to neonatal as it is arithmetically possible to be. That's odd, isn't it? Simulated non-theology. This post was to have been about the simulation argument, but non does the preliminary work. Whether or not we are living in a computer simulation can quickly come to seem like a derivative consideration. Nature or nature's God, known here as Gnan, provides skepticism with its ultimate object. With this name we can advance in suspension, freeing thought from any ground in belief. In its mundane application, Gnan permits realism to exceed doctrinal conviction, reaching reasonable conclusions amongst uncertain information. Its invocation, however, is not necessarily mundane. Assume momentarily that God exists. If this assumption comes easily, so much the better. It is probably obvious, almost immediately, that you do not yet have a clear idea about what you are thus assuming. To mark exactly this fact, the established Abrahamic religions propose that you designate God by a proper name, which corresponds to a definite, yet profoundly occulted personal individual. Approaching the same obscurity from the other side, emphasizing the problematic rather than relational aspect, I will persevere in the name of Gnan. To avoid gratuitous idolatry, all our subsequent assumptions must be readily retractable. It is not our mission to tell Gnan what it is. We cannot but be aware from the beginning that two perplexing and intertwined sources of idolatry will be especially difficult to dispel due to their conceptual intractability and their insinuation into the basic fabric of grammar and narrative. In merely using the tensed verb to be, and in unfolding a process in stages, we unwittingly idolize non as a subordinate of being and time. Our sole refuge lies in the recognition, initially inarticulate, that to think Gnan as God is to advance a hyper-ontological and metachronic hypothesis. From non-self-understanding, being and time have to emerge as exhaustively comprehended consequences, even though we have no idea at all what this might mean. If Gnan is God, it is the reality of infinite intelligence. Occidental religious tradition divides this ultimate infinitude into the topics of omniscience, omnipotence, and omnibenevolence, at the risk of introducing footholds for anthropomorphism and thus idolatry. Accepting a contrary risk, one that Pope Benedict XVI specifically indicated as Islamic, I will simply dismiss the possibility that God can be theologically other than good, since this would be an invitation to Lovecraftian speculations of distracting vividness. Thom's scholasticism offers a further simplification by proposing that what there is to know is that which God creates. Pursued, perhaps, one step further, self-knowledge is the auto-creation of a being that thinks itself into reality. This, too, offers a conceptual economy to be eagerly seized. The creation of the universe is of concern to humans, and the creation of angels is a grave matter for Satan. But for Xenon, they can only be trivialities. It might be unnecessarily antagonistic to say amusements. For Xenon, as God the Cantorian transfinite realm, is self-identity, or less, whose infinite parts are each infinities. Unless choosing to blaspheme, we can only assume that Non thinks serious thoughts, of a kind that have some relevance to its thinking about itself, and thus ensuring itself in its hyper-ontological auto-creation. Such thoughts surely encompass the creation of gods, since that for A, God is simply the transfinite as intelligent activity. If for Xenon to know what it can do is already to have done it, because divine intelligence is creation. Anything less than an infinite pantheon would be evidence of retardation. For Xenon, as God, gods are infinitesimals, so that any thorough self-investigation would involve them. It is effortlessness itself, for it, to thus create an infinite being among an infinity of such beings, each of which, being infinite, is made of infinities, and these, in turn, as infinities, consist of infinite infinities, without end. This is no more than Cantor had already understood, at the most elementary stage of his transfinite explorations. Although being a human creature, his understanding was not immediately creation. If Satan, a mere archangel, could imagine himself a god, and not only a god, but is, in potential at least, God seated upon the throne of ultimate sovereignty, is it possible that no god thinks itself God? And if a god can, if only in possibility, think itself God, can God not think this rebellion, and thus know it, which is to create it, or make it real? Does not God's self-understanding necessitate the creation of cosmic insurrection? From the satanic perspective, such questions are overwhelmingly fascinating, but they lead to a more intricate predicament. When Non, as God, thinks through its gods, as it can only do, the thought necessarily arises. If these god creatures can confuse themselves with God, could not my self-understanding as God also be a confusion? The Ruin Reservoir. In the Washington Post, Charles Krauthammer notes,
"It doesn't take a genius to see what happens when the entitlement state outgrows the economy upon which it rests. The time of Greece, Cyprus, Portugal, Spain, the rest of insolvent social democratic Europe, and now Detroit, is the time for conservatives to raise the banner of Stein's law and yell, 'Stop.' You can kick the can down the road, but at some point it disappears over a cliff."
yes, yes, yes. But, despite its perfect common sense, the monotony of this message is becoming utterly unbearable. The end isn't arriving tomorrow. This dreary horror show could last for decades. How many roughly identical, absolutely obvious, sensible op-ed columns is it possible to endure? I'm already way into overtime. A reasonable conclusion from the reality of degenerative ratchets is that nothing less than a comprehensive crash makes them stop. Some of the healthier right delight over the Detroit implosion is tied to the expectation that bad examples could be educational. But the evidence for that is slender, especially under conditions of sovereign propaganda saturation. The cathedral. Who are you going to trust? The academic media complex, or your lying eyes? We already know the predominant answer to that question. When a message is existentially unacceptable to the cathedral, it will not be heard. And the only messages with substantial reality content are of exactly this kind. True believers will stick with a morbid utopia to the end, since anything truly different would, in any case, count for them as some species of death. For cynics, the calculation is even easier. Why unnecessarily shorten looting time? More common still are the poor idiots, who will just do what they're told, while trying to grab a little feeding trough time, and then be sacrificed. It should already be clear that nobody cares about them, and they're too defective to care competently for themselves. That's neither justice nor injustice, but simple reality. Nobody here is under any illusions about the profound socio-political malignancy given free rein in Detroit, or about the quality of human material over which it held sway, and yet it lasted up to a point that has provoked repeated comparisons with Hiroshima 1945, wrung out to the ugly end, and we haven't yet seen the end. If we ever doubted that there's a lot of ruin in a nation, we no longer can. For a city uniquely proficient at suicide, the process lasts half a century, including final grinding decades, when nothing beyond a zombie parody of what once was still remains. If a uniquely benighted social trash pile can last this long, how far can the world's most powerful nation spin out its decline? There's enough time to be sure for an Amazon jungle worth of Herbert Stein-inspired op-eds. Can-kicking eventually runs out of road, of course, and it's only when this truism has become an intolerable, deadening drone that neo-reaction begins. Anybody who still needs to hear that message is simply lost. Remedial education cannot be the neo-reactionary task. There are libertarian-oriented conservatives for that, and they will fail. If the Dark Enlightenment cannot end with Stein's conclusion, but is rather initiated by it, born from the presupposition that this cannot go on forever, how is its guiding topic to be understood? What will it discuss? With what will it occupy itself? Amid the deepening ruin for decades. As its name indicates, Dark Enlightenment is a creature of late twilight, preparing for a gruesomely protracted night. One object that merits growing fascination is certainly this. The ruin reservoir is deep. As a fact, this is easily, and for neo-reaction necessarily, acknowledged. But the exploration of its mysteries has still scarcely begun. Economies of deceit. Social organizations grow ever larger and resist disintegration due to economies of scale. There are disproportionate benefits to being large, sufficient to overcompensate for the associated disadvantages, to support expansion, and to fund the suppression of fission. Like every trend reinforced by positive nonlinearities, large-scale social formations accentuate the gradient of time, realizing a ratchet mechanism through network effects. In this way, they contribute not only to the content of history, but also to its shape. When the fundamental deformation of history was evidently attributable to scale economies, it was only natural to speak primarily of Leviathan, the seizure of historical time by the gigantic. It might therefore be considered a significant symptom of something that a substitute term now seems more persuasively applicable. Leviathan remains vast and growing, but it is more exactly specified as the cathedral, because its principal ratchet mechanism owes less to sheer magnitude than to a mastery of deceit. Deceit is nothing new in matters of power or any other, but it is open to innovation. A state religion that pretends to be the negation of religion is something new, as is propaganda in its strict sense. There is no precedent for an intolerant, precisely coded system of belief, trending to a totalitarian form, whilst presenting itself as inevitable progress towards general disillusionment. Economies of deceit, like those of scale, draw historical momentum from the fact that they are profoundly automatized. No one decided that large-scale social organization should be advantaged. Similarly, the revolutionary efficiency of deceit was never a point of deliberation. Deceit works due to contingencies of deep evolution. More specifically, it works because propaganda, he was never a factor in the archaic human environment, so that stimulus sensitivity was never provided with the opportunity to adapt defensively in respect to it. The total power of deceit can be understood most clearly when examined backwards from its final destination, which is shared with the entire utilitarian sphere. At the end, there is the wirehead, the social and technological destination of direct neurological rewards, where the message, "I have received what I want," has been divorced from all real acquisition or accomplishment. Do you want this thing? Or do you want the feeling that you have this thing? The latter can be strengthened, sharpened, and in every way subjectively perfected. It is also, given suitable historical conditions, vastly cheaper to deliver. Hence, the economy of deceit. For those paying attention, the entire structure of economic thought and policy switched onto this track roughly a century ago. The demetallization of money is the most obvious indicator, trending towards a pure signal of wealth, entirely disconnected from the extravagance of physical reality. Keynesianism, in its essence, is wirehead economics, focusing on the policy question. How do we best deliver the stim? The idea that growth of the real economy might be the best route to this goal marks its proponent out as a hopeless crank, entirely out of touch with the recent development of the discipline. What matters is the wealth effect, delivered in carefully calibrated jolts down the wire. I've tried to thrash this out before. Gradually, but inexorably, propaganda swallow everything. All macroeconomic aggregates, GDP, inflation, capital stock, tend to senseless garbage, because their only robust anchor point is cathedral political. What can we make you feel? The latest evidence is telling. It is time, apparently, to definitively break with archaic questions of economic production, and instead to work solely with the macroeconomic garbage data, in order for it to tell us that we're richer than we think we are. You can't make this shit up. Yes, we can. Laffer Drift. One dark and fearsome crag, half lost among the Himalayan mountain range of uncleared obligations, stretched out before this blog, is a promise to devote a post, or several, to Mencius Moldbug's neo-cameral regime model. The opportunity to make a small payment against this debt having arisen, I am eagerly seizing it. A relatively marginal but consistent feature in Moldbug's model is the tendency of neo-cameral tax rates to approximate to the Laffer maximum. Since Moldbug aims to rationalize the theory of government, under the presumption of its ineliminably self-interested nature, this suggestion scarcely requires an argument, and in fact does not receive one. Government will always tend to maximize its resources, and Arthur Laffer's graph of optimum revenue-raising tax rates seems to show the way this is done. A neo-cameral regime tends the economy of a country exactly as a farmer tends a herd of animals, without ever forgetting that ultimate redemption occurs in the abattoir. There is a problem with this assumption, however, which is that the very idea of a Laffer maximum tax rate is incomplete. By coordinating tax rates on the x-axis with tax revenues on the y-axis, the Laffer curve demolishes the crude economic intuition that revenue rises continuously with tax rates. Through the a priori postulate that a 100% tax rate yields zero revenue. Laffer demonstrates that revenue maximization has to be located somewhere in the central region of the curve. Its exact location, as determined by the shape of the curve, is dependent upon empirical factors, such as incentive effects, and cannot be deduced by pure theory. Missing from the Laffer curve is time, and thus dynamic revenue projection. This is especially important to the neo-cameral model, since a central failure to be rectified through reactionary democracy suppression is the systematic heightening of time preference, or collapsing economic time horizons, with which democracy is inextricably bound. The neo-cameral state is justified by its capacity for time-extended economic rationality, and this is not something that the simple Laffer curve can reflect. Adding time to Laffer graphs is not a complex task. All that is required is a multiplication of curves, constituting a time series, with each curve corresponding to a time horizon. Rather than a single curve, such a graph would consist of a 1-year curve, a 2-year curve, a 3-year curve, and out to whichever extended prospect was considered appropriate. If levels of taxation were irrelevant to economic growth rates, then each curve would be identical, and this exercise would lack all significance. If, alternatively, taxation affected growth in a predictable direction, then the Laffer curves would steadily drift as time horizons were expanded. To begin with the improbable case, assume that extraction of resources from private property owners tends to increase economic growth. Then each successive Laffer curve would drift to the right, as the tax base expands under the beneficent impact of lavish government spending. A small and efficient government, by depriving the economy of its attention, would steadily shrink the tax base relative to its potential, and thus reduce the total level of takings as a function of time. If, far more plausibly, taxation suppresses growth, then each successive curve will drift to the left. The Laffer maximum tax rate, for a 1-year time horizon, will be revealed as ever more excessive as the horizon is dilated, and the shortfall of the depredated economy is exposed with increasing clarity. The more extended the time horizon, the further to the left the dynamic Laffer maximum has to be. As economic far-sightedness stretches out into the distance, an authoritarian realist regime converges with anarcho-capitalism, since growth maximization increasingly dominates its revenue projections. Of all the reasons to distrust the neo-cameral model, an intrinsic tendency to short-term Laffer-max revenue raising cannot be among them. Apologies for the link famine. Trawling the Moldbug archive through the GFC is a nightmare undertaking, and it's 3:30 in the morning. I'll try to punch some in over the next few days. Discrimination. Brian Kaplan has had 2 epiphanies, which sum to the conclusion that, bad as tribalism is, misanthropy is the real problem. His ineradicable universalism betrays him once again. It matters little whether people are uniformly judged good or bad. Far more important is whether such judgment is discriminating. The central argument of Nietzsche's The Genealogy of Morals is clarifying in this regard, not least because it explains how radical mystification came to dominate the topic. How could there ever come to be a moral quandary about the value of discrimination? Considered superficially, it is extremely puzzling. Differentiation between what is good and bad requires discrimination. This is a capability no younger than life itself, which it serves as an indispensable function. As soon as there is behavior, there is discrimination between alternatives. One way leads to survival, the other way leads to death. There is nourishment, or not reproduction, or not safety or predatory menace, good and bad, or the discrimination between them, which is the same thing, are etched primordially into any world that life inhabits. Discrimination is needed to survive. The very existence of archaic hominids attests to billions of years of effective discrimination between safety and danger, wholesome and putrid or poisonous food, good mates and less good or worthless ones. When these elevated apes differentiated between good and bad, appetizing and rotten, attractive and repulsive, they found such discriminations sufficiently similar in essence to be functionally substitutable. When judging that some food item is not good for us, a person is rotten, or the odor of a potential mate is delicious, we recall such substitutions, and the primordial sense of discrimination that they affirm. There can be no long-term deviation from the original principle. Discrimination is intelligence aligned with survival. Two contrary developments now present themselves. Firstly, there is a sublimation or sophistication of discrimination, which might be called cultivation. Abstract concepts, modes of expression, artworks, delicate culinary flavors, refined behaviors, and exotic elaborations of sexual selection stimuli, among innumerable other things, can all be subtly discriminated on the ancient scale, supporting an ever more intricate and extended hierarchy of judgments. The reflexive doubling of this potential upon itself, as captured by the higher judgment, that to discriminate well is good, produces a natural aristocracy. For the first time, there is a self-conscious right. This, at least, is its logico-mythical form. To divide the good from the bad is good. Order, hierarchy, and distinction emerge from an affirmation of discrimination. Because the left cannot create, it comes second. It presupposes an existing hierarchy, or order of discriminations, which is subverted through a slave revolt in morality. The formula is simple enough. To discriminate is bad. Following from this leftist moral perversion, as its second-order consequence, those who do not discriminate, well, but are in fact discriminated against, must be the good. In the new moral order, therefore, to be bad at discrimination is good, or universalist, whilst the old, and now evil, quality of good judgment, based on competent perception of patterns and differences, is the very quintessence of sin. Lawrence Auster's thinking, which would not usually be described as Nietzschean, conforms to the conclusions of the Antichrist perfectly in this. We thus arrive at our present system of mass non-white immigration, multiculturalism, racial preferences for minorities, the symbolic celebration of minorities, the covering up of black-on-white violence, and anti-racism crusades directed exclusively at whites. Under this system, whites practice assiduous non-discrimination toward the unassimilated, alien, or criminal behavior of racial minorities, while practicing the most assiduous discrimination against their fellow whites for the slightest failure to be non-discriminatory. This is the system the conservatives variously describe as political correctness, or the double standard. However, from the point of view of the functioning of the liberal order itself, what conservatives call the double standard is not a double standard at all, but a fundamental and necessary articulation of the society into the non-discriminators and the non-discriminated against, an articulation upon which the very legitimacy and existence of the liberal society depends. Auster's emphasis, the racial pretext for this righteous diatribe, is not incidental, given the prevailing sense of discrimination in left-edited languages. Caution is required, however, precisely because vulgar racism is insufficiently discriminating. All generalization lurches towards the universal. The abstract principle of leftism is, in any case, far more general. The trend towards the left absolute is entirely clear and pre-programmed. No state of human existence can possibly be any better or worse than any other. And only through recognition of this can we be saved. Do you sinfully imagine that it is better to be a damned soul like Nietzsche than an obese, leprous, slothful, communist cretin? Or worse still, in Brian Kaplan's world, that one might design an immigration policy on this basis? Then your path to the abyss is already marked out before you. It does not take an exceptional mastery of logic to see the inextinguishable contradiction in leftist thought. If discrimination is bad and non-discrimination is good, how can discrimination be discriminated from non-discrimination without grave moral error? This is an opportunity for rightist entertainment, but not for solace. The left has power and absurdist mysticism on its side. Logic is for sinners, reactionary horror. Within the Western tradition, the expedition to find Kurtz at the end of the river has a single overwhelming connotation. It is a voyage to hell. Hence its absolute importance, utterly exceeding narrow mission specifications. The assigned objectives are no more than a pretext, arranging the terms of approach to an ultimate destination. The narrative drive, as it gathers momentum, is truly infernal. Dark enlightenment is the commanding attraction. There are no doubt species of reactionary, political, and historical philosophy, which remain completely innocent of such impulses. Almost certainly, they predominate over their morbid associates. To maintain a retrograde psychological orientation, out of reverence for what has been and is ceasing to be, can reasonably be opposed to any journey to the end of the night. Yet such a contrast only sharpens our understanding of those for whom the disintegration of tradition describes a gradient and a vector, propelling intelligence forwards into the yawning abyss. Reaction is articulated as an inversion of the progressive promise, dissociating the good and the future. The tacit science fiction narrative that corresponds to projected social evolution is stripped of its optimism, and two alternative genres arise in its place. The first, as we have fleetingly noted, is mild and nostalgic, rebalancing the tension of time towards what has been lost, and tending to an increasingly dreamlike inhabitation of ancient glories. A conservative traditionalist mentality devotes itself to a mnemonic quest, preserving vestiges of virtue among the remnants of an eroded society, or, when preservation at last surrenders its grasp on actuality, turning to fantastic evocations as the final redoubt of defiance. Tolkien exemplifies this tendency in its most systematic expression. The future is gently obliterated as the good dies within it. The second reactionary alternative to the ruin of utopian futurism develops in the direction of horror. It does not hesitate in its voyage to the end of the river, even as smoke-shrouded omens thicken on the horizon. As the devastation deepens, its futurism is further accentuated. Historical projection becomes the opportunity for an exploration of hell. The Neo of Nia, Rawson, thus finds additional confirmation. On this track, reactionary historical anticipation fuses with the genre of horror in its most intense possibility and true vocation. Numerous consequences are quite rapidly evident. One special zone of significance concerns the insistent question of popularization, which is substantially resolved almost from the start. The genre of reactionary populism is already tightly formulated on the side of horror fiction, where things going to hell is an established presupposition. Zombie apocalypse is only the most prominent variant of a far more general cultural accommodation to impending disaster. Survivalism is as much a genre convention as a socio-political expectation. When, as VXXC points out on the blog, .22 ammunition functions as virtual currency, horror fiction has already installed itself as an operational dimension of social reality. Reaction does not do dialectics or converse with the left, with which it has no community. Yet historical fatality carries its message. Your hopes are our horror story. As the dream perishes, the nightmare strengthens, and even, hideously, invigorates. So how does this tale unfold? What were you expecting? Rivendell, Zombie Hunger. The Psychonomist forwarded an extraordinary essay on the topic of popular appetite for zombie apocalypse, considered as an expressive channel for loosely anarchist hostility to the state. Given the failure of right-pole democratic initiatives to roll back, or even check, relentless government concentration and expansion, catastrophic solutions emerge as the sole alternative. Films and television shows have allowed Americans to imagine what life would be like without all the institutions they had been told they need, but which they now suspect may be thwarting their self-fulfillment. We are dealing with a wide variety of fantasies here, mainly in the horror or science fiction genres. But the pattern is quite consistent and striking, cutting across generic distinctions. In the television show Revolution, for example, some mysterious event causes all electrical devices around the world to cease functioning. The result is catastrophic and involves a huge loss of life, as airborne planes crash to Earth, for example. All social institutions dissolve, and people are forced to rely only on their personal survival skills. Governments around the world collapse, and the United States divides up into a number of smaller political units. This development runs contrary to everything we have been taught to believe about one nation, indivisible. Yet it is characteristic of almost all these shows that the federal government is among the first casualties of the apocalyptic event, and, strange as it may at first sound, there is a strong element of wish fulfillment in this event. The thrust of these end-of-the-world scenarios is precisely for government to grow smaller, or to disappear entirely. These shows seem to reflect a sense that government has grown too big and too remote from the concerns of ordinary citizens, and unresponsive to their needs and demands. If Congress and the President are unable to shrink the size of government, perhaps a plague or cosmic catastrophe can do some real budget cutting for a change. The essay captures a critical dimension of disintegration within the reactionary camp, dividing those who seek to co-opt the Cathedral Leviathan managerial elite to a more realistic or tradition-tolerant political philosophy, and those who, far more numerously and inarticulately, are invested in the hard death of the regime. The latter, immoderate position, it appears, is genuinely and even shockingly popular. Swathes of mass entertainment production are able to thrive on the basis of its seductive nightmares. Is pulp catastrophism the economic base that will support neo-reactionary contagion? Reading the Cantor essay alongside Jim Donald's epical natural law and natural rights essay is highly suggestive. A common thread running through both is the centrality of vigilantism to the popular right. The purpose of natural law, Donald argues, is not to demand justice from a higher authority, but to neutralize the interference of any such authority in the pursuit of justice by decentralized agencies. Natural law protects the right to legitimate vengeance, ensuring that individuals are not inhibited in their exercise of self-protection. When the state is seen to operate primarily as a social force defending criminals against retaliation, it loses the instinctive solidarity of the citizenry, and dark dreams of zombie apocalypse begin to coalesce. Given the survivalist ethic in all these end-of-the-world shows, they are probably not popular with gun control advocates. One of the most striking motifs they have in common, evident in Revolution, Falling Skies, The Walking Dead, and many other such shows, is the loving care with which they depict an astonishing array of weaponry. The Walking Dead features an Amazon warrior, who is adept with a samurai sword, as well as a southern redneck, who specializes in a crossbow. The dwindling supply of ammunition puts a premium on weapons that do not require bullets. That is not to say, however, that The Walking Dead has no place for modern firearms, and indeed the very latest in automatic weapons. Both the heroes and the villains in the series, difficult to tell apart in this respect, are as well armed as the typical municipal SWAT team in contemporary America. Among the attractions of zombie apocalypse in this construction is the disappearance of the state as an inhibitory factor in the social economy of retaliation. The zombie-plagued world is a free fire zone, in which no authorities any longer stand between the armed remnant and the milling hordes of decivilization. Whatever the odds of the fight to come, the right to vigilante and counter-revolutionary violence has been unambiguously restored, and this is deeply appreciated by opaque popular impulse as a return to natural order. The state had taken sides against natural law, so that its catastrophic excision from the social field is greeted with relief, even if the cost of this disappearance is a world reduced to ashes, predominantly populated by the cannibalistic undead. There's a ferocity to this that will be worked. It's best to be prepared. The monkey trap. How did we get into this mess? When neo-reaction slips into contemplative mode, it soon arrives a question roughly like this. Something evidently went very wrong, and most probably a considerable number of things. The preferred focus of concern decides the particular species of doomsterism within an already luxuriant taxonomy of social criticism. What common ground exists on the new ultra-right is cast like a shadow by the cathedral, which no neo-reactionary can interpret as anything other than a radical historical calamity. This recognition, or dark enlightenment, is a coalescence, and for that very reason a fissile agglomeration, as even the most perfunctory tour across the reactosphere makes clear. The outside in blog roll already represents a specific distribution of attention, but within 3 clicks, it will take you everywhere, from disillusioned libertarians to throne and altar traditionalists, or from hedonistic gender biorealists to neo-Nazi conspiracies. Really, though, how did we get into this mess? A dizzying variety of more or less convincing, more or less distant historical way stations can be proposed, and have been. Explanatory regression carries the discussion ever further out, at least in principle, until eventually the buck stops with Non, who dropped us in it somewhere murkily remote. It's a situation highly conducive to storytelling, so here's a story. It's a mid-scale tale, intermediate between, say, the inauguration of the Federal Reserve and structural personality disorder of the Godhead. As a preliminary warning, this is an account that only works, insofar as it does at all, for those who find negative intelligence crisis at the root of the problem. Those neo-reactionaries, doubtlessly existing among us, who tend to see intelligence augmentation as a fast track to hell, might nevertheless find this narrative suggestive in other ways. Short version: the monkeys did it. Longer version: there's a tempting cosmic formula for the biological basis of technological civilizations, which cetaceans undermine. I encountered the exception before the formula, roughly 40 years ago, in a short story by Larry Niven called The Handicapped. This story, dredged now from distant memory, is about dolphins and their role in a future, trans-species, and interplanetary civilization. The central point is that, unlike monkeys, such animals require the external donation of prostheses before they can become technological, and thus apply their intelligence within the ocumenon. Their handicap is a remarkable evolution of cognitive capability beyond manipulative competence. Those natural trends that generated intelligence continue to work through them, uninterrupted by techno-historical interference. The flawed thesis that the cetaceans disrupt has yet to be settled into an entirely satisfactory formula. But it goes something like this. Every species entering into the process of techno-historical development is as unintelligent as it can possibly be. In other words, as soon as intelligence barely suffices to make history, history begins, so that the inhabitants of pre-singularity, historical societies, wherever they may be found, will be no more than minimally intelligent. This level of threshold intelligence is a cosmic constant, rather than a peculiarity of terrestrial conditions. Man was smart enough to ignite recorded history, but, necessarily, no smarter. This thesis strikes me as important and substantially informative, even though it is wrong. I am not pretending that it is new. The idea of threshold intelligence is designed for monkeys or other non-handicapped species, which introduces another ingredient to this discussion. It explains why articulate neo-reaction can never be popular, because it recalls the old law of non, whose harshness is such that the human mind recoils from it in horrified revulsion. Only odd people can even tentatively entertain it. The penalty for stupidity is death. Gregory Clark is among those few to have grasped it clearly. Any eugenic trend within history is expressed by continuous downward mobility. For any given level of intelligence, a steady deterioration in life prospects lies ahead, culling the least able and replacing them with the more able, who inherit their wretched socio-economic situation, until they too are pushed off the Malthusian cliff. Relative comfort belongs only to the sports and freaks of cognitive advance. For everyone else, history slopes downwards into impoverishment, hopelessness, and eventual genetic extinction. That is how intelligence is made. Short of technological singularity, it is the only way. Who wants a piece of that? No one does, or almost no one. The handicapped would no doubt revolt against it if they could, but they are unable to do so their cognitive advance continues. Monkeys, on the other hand, are able to revolt once they finesse their nasty little opposable thumbs. They don't like the old law, which has crafted them through countless aeons of ruthless culling, so they make history instead. If they get everything right, they even sleaze their way into epochs of upward social mobility. And with this great innovation, semi-sustainable dysgenics gets started. In its fundamentals, it is hideously simple. Social progress destroys the brain. Cyclic stability, or negative feedback, structures history to hold intelligence down to the dim limit, as the intelligence threshold is seen, or more typically missed, from the other side. The deviation into technological performance chokes off the trend to biocognitive improvement and reverses it, hunting homeostasis with a minimal intelligence target. Progress and degenerate, or regress and improve. That's the yet-to-be-eradicated old law, generating cyclical history as a side effect. The monkeys became able to pursue happiness, and the deep ruin began. If the terrestrial biosphere had held back for a few million years, let the primates get annihilated by a comet, and found a way to provide the cetaceans with prehensile organs somewhere up the road. after socio-linguistic sex selection and relentless Malthusian butchery had fine-tuned their brains, then techno-history might have had another 50 points of average IQ to play with in its host population. It didn't, and here we are. Never bet against the ugly. Obamanation. Obamanation isn't an insulting name for Obama, or even for what he has wrought. It's a name for America, and thus for the leading spirit or zeitgeist of the world. A country where support for a Harvard Law presidency bottoms out, repeatedly. That something above 40 knows what it wants, and is getting it, good and hard. Blaming Obama for any of this is like blaming pustules for the bubonic plague. The world deserves Obama almost as much as America does, and in many cases, even more. If the cathedral is basically to be applauded, and who doesn't believe that? There's every reason to mainline it by putting the authentic voice of the Academy in power. As the chrysalis husk of a universal project, America is duty-bound to abolish itself as a particular nation. If it defers to its own propositional ideals, how could it not? There are even chunks of the Tea Party who sorta felt it was the right thing to do. The conservative establishment certainly did, including the Republican campaign machines of the two last presidential elections. The idea necessitates blood sacrifice, which Obamanation consummates. However neo-reaction makes sense of itself, it signals what it is through a dismissal of partisan vulgarity. Anybody who thinks the GOP has the key, even to the outhouse, is decidedly not one of us. Like the tingle-crotched devotees of the One, we understand that Obama is a destiny, and even an incarnation of Logos. What he symbolizes has been awaited for a long time. His personal vacuity and administrative incompetence do not detract in the slightest from that. Through the fantasy that he reduces to, with only insignificant remainder, the cathedral announces itself purely at last. Attitudinal correctness is the only authority to be recognized in the end. By voiding governance from its summit, Obama makes the neo-reactionary case. He shows that government is to be found elsewhere, in the machinery of practical elitism, and that there, too, symbolic gestures have almost entirely supplanted functional competence. Government, even real government, is no longer expected to work. All that is required is that it can be morally legitimated down to its most minute corpuscle, so that its failures are clearly seen, which is to say promoted, as the fault of something other than itself, insofar as retrograde pieces of America insist upon being themselves, as if untouched by the idea, they are betrayed by the media as unworthy of their government, and justly suffering for their sins. Carnal privilege blinds them to what they should joyfully give up. To not believe in government, as the radiant sign of the collective, is a fallen state, from which the Obamanation extends a promise of redemption. By losing everything, with the help of government, one enters into the kingdom. The Obamanation is not what Obama has done, an intrinsically ridiculous construction. It's what chose Obama, as its symbol. It is the virtual evacuation of the world into America, and the complementary evacuation of specifically American power from the world. This is the phase of historical progression in which neo-reaction necessarily emerges, its diagnoses dramatized by everything that now occurs, undisguised. For that we are truly grateful, intrinsically, which is to say, in our very existence as the channel for something else. Conservatives will continue to find that hard to understand. Consider this Instapundit visual joke, just for a moment. The Bush angle sounds partisan, and thus embarrassingly knuckle-draggy to brandy-sipping sophisticates of the outer right. But the judgment might be over-hasty. Perhaps partisanship itself is swallowed up into the lampoon. In any case, it still makes me laugh, due mostly to the tacit understanding that World War III is what Obama is for. Of course, when you elect the pure totem of the cathedral to the world's highest office, you're really, or consequentially, calling for the cleansing of the earth in the fires of hell. It requires only the most elementary comprehension of Occidental religious history to understand that. Spiritual purity, and damn the consequences, that's the Obamanation, and by the way, you're a racist. It's the bloody ruination of world order in the name of moral fanaticism, eclipsing all strategic realism through its wishful thinking and associated, narrow political maneuvers, before blundering into the present stage of terminal, incendiary paralysis. Who could have imagined that the world going to shit would be so bizarrely entertaining? Cladistic meditations. Neo-reactionaries have a thing about Puritanism. Whether or not this trait is conceptually essential is a question for another time. The important point right now is that it serves as a cladistic marker. Whatever it might be that neo-reaction speciates into, it bears this trait as an indication of cultural ancestry, bookmarking the root code archive of Mencius Moldbug. When reconstructed as an argument, the Moldbugian clade proposes a species of ethnographic categorization on a loosely Darwinian and strongly evolutionary model, according to which cultural phenomena are logically nested, in tree-like fashion, revealing a pattern of descent. When considering an English Darwinian evolutionist, who is also an example of contemporary political progressivism, Moldbug makes this mode of analysis explicit. My belief is that Professor Dawkins is not just a Christian atheist, he is a Protestant atheist. And he is not just a Protestant atheist, he is a Calvinist atheist. And he is not just a Calvinist atheist, he is an Anglo-Calvinist atheist. In other words, he can also be described as a Puritan atheist, a dissenter atheist, a nonconformist atheist, an evangelical atheist, etc., etc. This cladistic taxonomy traces Professor Dawkins' intellectual ancestry back about 400 years, to the era of the English Civil War. Except, of course, for the atheism theme. Professor Dawkins's kernel is a remarkable match for the ranter, leveler, digger, Quaker, fifth monarchist, or any of the more extreme English dissenter traditions that flourished during the Cromwellian interregnum. If there were 39 articles of neo-reaction, some suitably compressed version of this cladogram would constitute the primary tenet of the creed. Among the logically most attenuated twigs of this scheme, subspeciated to the limit of cladistic definition, is found the globally dominant sovereign instance of advanced modernity, the cathedral, the enemy. It is not surprising, therefore, that the Puritan question remains the core preoccupation of the neo-reactionary dark Enlightenment. This has been illustrated with consummate clarity by an article posted by J.M. Smith at the Orthosphere, contesting the Christian genealogy of the cathedral and the subsequent rejoinder by descendants of the neo-reactionary clade, of varying religious persuasions. Fossetti reacts with some bemusement to the polemical framing of the Smith text, because what he encounters is an argument without disagreement. At the Orthosphere, there's a post purporting to argue that the cathedral was not constructed by Christians. Presumably, the title was changed by someone other than the author of the text of the post, because the post ably demonstrates that Christians did, in fact, build the cathedral. Indeed, the post is recommended. Cladistic method contributes significantly to an understanding of these relationships. In particular, it is essential to grasp the logic of taxonomic naming, which perfectly corresponds to pure genealogy and the ideal reconstruction of evolutionary relatedness. The crucial point: a cladistic name refers to everything that is encompassed by a splitting off, speciation, or schism. At the risk of superfluous explanation, it might be worth rehearsing this logic with a colloquialized biological example, using familiar rather than technical taxonomic descriptors. Paleontologists are supremely confident that amphibians evolved from bony fishes, and reptiles evolved from amphibians. This can be reformulated, without loss of information, as a cladistic series of branchings, with bony fishes including amphibians, which in turn include reptiles. In other words, as a cladistic name, a bony fish describes an initial speciating split from an ancestral clade, which, projected forwards, encompasses every subsequent speciation, in this case, amphibians and reptiles. Both amphibians and reptiles are bony fish. So are mammals, apes, and human beings. Bony fish, as a clade, comprehends every descendant species that has bony fish ancestry, whether extinct, still existent, or still to come. Nothing that has bony fish ancestry, however distant, can ever cease to be a bony fish, whatever else it becomes in addition. Cladistically, it is obvious that humans are bony fish, as well as far simpler and more primordial things. Smith writes,
The problem is you are building a very powerful, very intelligent system that is your enemy, and you are putting it in a cage. Future of Humanity Institute research fellow Daniel Dewey told me. The cave into which we seal our AI has to be like the one from Plato's allegory, but flawless. The shadows on its walls have to be infallible in their illusory effects. After all, there are other, more esoteric reasons a superintelligence could be dangerous, especially if it displayed a genius for science. It might boot up and start thinking at superhuman speeds, inferring all of evolutionary theory and all of cosmology within microseconds. But there is no reason to think it would stop there. It might spin out a series of Copernican revolutions, any one of which could prove destabilizing to a species like ours, a species that takes centuries to process ideas that threaten our reigning cosmological ideas.
A great schism rent American Protestantism in the early 19th century, with the sundering fissure tearing through denominations and even congregations. Protestants on one side of the fissure called themselves liberals. Those on the other side called themselves orthodox. Liberal Protestantism is a new post-Christian religion that in its early stages opportunistically spoke in a Christian idiom, but nevertheless preached a new gospel.
We have seen, however, that from a cladistic point of view, nothing arising as a schism from X ever becomes post-X. There is no such thing as a post-bony fish, a post-reptile, or a post-ape. Nor by strict logical analogy can there ever be such things as post-Abrahamic monotheists, post-Christians, post-Catholics, post-Protestants, post-Puritans, or post-progressives. It is a logical impossibility for ancestral clades to ever be evolutionarily superseded. To have Christianity as a cultural ancestor is to remain Christian forever. That is no more than terminological precision from the cladistic neo-reactionary perspective. Steves elucidates the same point in a closely related vocabulary. There are atheist Catholics. Why? Because being Catholic is cultural. It is not only that, but it is also at least that. Cultures are genealogically or cladistically organized. That is the neo-reactionary presupposition. Lateral complications are not entirely inconceivable. Linked to a truly ghastly Wikipedia entry on an important thought, the non-tree-like network. That's not for now. What, though, of neo-reaction itself? What did it split from? Like everything else under investigation here, unless it is comprehended as a schism, it is not comprehended at all. When cladistically approached, the primordial split is the ineluctable question of identity, or persistent ancestry. We can perhaps postpone it momentarily, but it will eventually lead us in directions that are more than a little Lovecraftian. What was the last thing that neo-reaction was submerged within, before arising, through schism? That investigation has to await another post. Ethnocladistics. The ethnocladistic thesis, sketchily reconstructed here from Mencius Moldbug's neo-reactionary usage, proposes that relations between cultural systems are captured by cladograms to a highly significant level of adequacy. The limits to this thesis are set by lateral complications, interchanges and modifications that do not conform to a pattern of branching descent. And these are by no means negligible. Nevertheless, actual cultural formations are dominated by cladistic order. As a consequence, cultural theories that assume taxonomic regularity as a norm are capable of reaching potentially realistic approximations, and furthermore, offer the only prospect for the rigorous organization of ethnographic phenomena. The most direct and central defense of the ethnocladistic thesis bypasses the comparatively high-level religious systems that provide the material for Moldbug's arguments, and turn instead to the ethnographic root phenomenon, language. Languages simply are cultures in their fundamentals, so that any approach applicable to them will have demonstrated its general suitability for cultural analysis. I'd try to spin this out melodramatically, but I don't think there's really any point. It seems indisputable, to me, that lateral complications of these basic cladistic schemes are marginal. Languages are naturally grouped in branching tree-like structures, which, like those of metazoan biological variety, are simultaneously explanatory of historical processes and morphological relatedness, because they represent evolutionary processes of successive speciation. The dominant organization is a taxonomic hierarchy, conforming to the formal language of set theory. The real events captured by these schemes are schisms, whose logical relation is that of genus to species. In the case of culture, as with biology, the manifest evolutionary development indicates the existence of some efficient hereditary mechanism, whose unit of replicated information is tagged by Moldbug, among innumerable others, as a meme. On this last point, it's worth noting that taxonomic biological classification, and even genetics, preceded the biochemical discovery of DNA, and was broadly confirmed, rather than disrupted, when this discovery took place. The meme is an analogy, but not a metaphor. Ethnocladistics is the schematics of cultural heritage. Despite the bulldozer assertiveness of this post, it is not designed to block methodical efforts directed at the subversion of this model. As indicated, such efforts will necessarily involve the elaboration of lateral, or rhizomatic, diagrams, a project of great intrinsic significance and creative potential. Techno-commercial processes are strongly associated with lateralizations of this kind. Culture, however, is fundamentally heritage, and ethnocladistics is the theoretical response to this basic historical fact. This is already Moldbug's tacit claim, which should be uncontroversial among reactionaries of any kind. At the core of the neo-reactionary endeavor is the cladogram, broken pottery. An irritated pottery barn disowned the pottery barn rule. You break it, you own it. Colin Powell sought to create some distance, too. It is said that I used the pottery barn rule. I never did it. Thomas Friedman did it. But what I did say is that once you break it, You are going to own it. And we're going to be responsible for 26 million people standing there looking at us. And it's going to suck up a good 40 to 50% of the army for years. Wikipedia concurs with Powell in attributing the phrase to Thomas L. Friedman in a February 2003 column for the New York Times. Those with a diligent sense for historical detail might be able to accurately trace its spread amongst journalists and foreign policy officials, including Bob Woodward, Richard Armitage, and John Kerry. Regardless of such specifics, it captures the spirit of grand strategy during the nullities and explains why the U.S. military is no longer of use for anything. In its rational usage, the military is a machine for the production of negative incentives. It is designed to hurt people and break things, with the understanding that in its optimal, deterrent, and intimidatory function, the actual exercise of these capabilities will not be necessary. When considered from a Clausewitzian perspective, as a policy instrument, usable military power is directly proportional to a credible threat of punishment. It sets boundaries to the behavior of rational, potential antagonists by projecting the probability of extreme negative outcomes if diplomatically determined triggers are activated, or red lines crossed. Frederick the Great said, "Diplomacy without arms is like music without instruments, because there can be no discussion of political limits among sovereigns unless menace gives them meaning." I'd really rather you didn't do that. Has no really about it. Unless a threat lurks at the edge of the stage. Visible, but reserved. It's a polite belch at best. Positive incentives presuppose the boundaries set by negative incentives. There can be no bargaining over that which can be demanded without cost. Thus, the words of the diplomat are refinements of a message that military capability crafts in its essentials, either in the first derivative, balance of power between armed alliances, or the second, the internal security economy of coalitions. The rest is empty ceremony. Imperialism tends to the radical degeneration of diplomatic reason, because it dissolves borders, systematically effacing the foreign sphere. When this process has developed to the point that foreign and domestic policy are no longer distinguishable, the Pottery Barn rule takes over. Mission creep is the operational symptom of something deeper, the geostrategic abolition of proprietary boundaries, of a kind that allow for the possibility of restricted sympathies or the recognition of alien interests. The mature empire cannot threaten anything or anybody without immediately threatening itself. Hence its profound alignment with universal moral ideologies, whose particular selves gush unimpeded into the world's soul. When, in the early years of the new millennium, President Godzilla Dubya Bush unleashed Operation Pottery Barnstorm on various societies loosely associated with the wreckage of the New York skyline, it was understood from the beginning that the populations on the receiving end were already honorary New Yorkers, absent from the Twin Towers on the morning of September 11th, 2001, only by insignificant sociological coincidence. This fact was an explicit justification for the U.S. response, which expressed outrage at the victimization of a random sample of the world's population by criminals so backward they didn't realize they were only hurting themselves. America's ruling elite, in contrast, had attained this realization definitively enough to articulate it. For domestic equals international consumption, as the Pottery Barn rule. Once the Pottery Barn rule becomes authoritative, the military is rationally unusable. It's obvious why. Imagine a nightclub bouncer saying, "Clear out of here, or I'm going to thrash you within an inch of your life, of course." I promise to take full responsibility for all the damage you incur from this righteous beating, covering all medical expenses, compensating you for loss of earnings, and negotiating in good faith to make reparation for all reasonable claims of emotional distress. This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you. For the global administrative class, this is a truly beautiful illustration of evolved consciousness. Ordinary Americans, including the military, are less spiritually captivated by the development. This hurts me more than it hurts you. In the pottery break age, there are no threats that do not revert to masochistic acts of solidarity. A decision to bomb or invade X now means it's time for us to share X's pain. Unsurprisingly, except amongst a weird subspecies of radically bellicose, goofy idealist, the type of imperial altruistic enterprise is proving a tough sell. Let's take on the role of insurer for the pottery barn, and then trash the place hard for the common good. If Congress signs on for this, it will be one more sign that America's political class has wandered off into another world, or perhaps just the world, leaving the country's once distinguishable neo-native population behind. Libertarianism for zombies. Libertarian isn't a word that's been heard much recently. Whilst aesthetics is surely part of the explanation, there's probably more to it than that. Most obviously, recent political developments in the United States have shown, beyond the slightest possibility of doubt, that modern liberalism and the project of maximal state expansion are so completely indistinguishable that liberal libertarian fusionism can only perform a comedy act. Garin K. Hovannisian had already predicted this outcome down to its minute details before the 2008 presidential election. Ed Kilgore later conducted a complimentary dismissal from the left. From Reason came the question, is libertarianism dead? Or was it ever alive in the first place? Which sets us out on a zombie hunt. Anybody here who has poked into this stuff, even just a little bit, is probably approaching shriek point already. In the name of everything holy, please just let it remain in its grave. It's too late for that. Libertarianism has been freshly exhumed, especially for outside-in readers, and the zombie serum injected through its left eye, directly into the amygdala. It might seem rather ghoulish, but let us harden ourselves. For science. This absurd, shambling specimen will help us to refine an elegant formula of both ideological and historical interest. Brink Lindsay offered the authoritative account.
Today's ideological turmoil, however, has created an opening for ideological renewal, specifically liberalism's renewal as a vital governing philosophy. A refashioned liberalism that incorporated key libertarian concerns and insights could make possible a truly progressive politics once again. Not progressive in the sense of hewing to a particular set of pre-existing left-wing commitments, but rather in the sense of attuning itself to the objective dynamics of US social development. In other words, a politics that joins together under one banner the causes of both cultural and economic progress.
Conservative fusionism, the defining ideology of the American right for a half-century, was premised on the idea that libertarian policies and traditional values are complementary goods. That idea still retains at least an intermittent plausibility. For example, in the case for school choice, as providing a refuge for socially conservative families. But an honest survey of the past half-century shows a much better match between libertarian means and progressive ends. Most obviously, many of the great libertarian breakthroughs of the era, the fall of Jim Crow, the end of censorship, the legalization of abortion, the liberalization of divorce laws, the increased protection of the rights of the accused, the reopening of immigration, were championed by the political left. Libertarian means and progressive ends. Could it imaginably be said more clearly? Liberty is legitimate if, and only if, it serves to promote the consolidation of the cathedral through chaotic multicultural criminality, which is then retrospectively interpreted as the intrinsic telos of freedom. Whatever does not subordinate itself to this agenda is to have its brains eaten and be systematically recycled into progressive zombie flesh. This is a project for libertarian hipsters and Leviathan apparatchiks to undertake hand in hand, fusionally. The new age of the cannibal is come. Neo-reactionaries are libertarians mugged by reality, to adapt a pre-coined phrase. This piece of socio-cultural understanding appears to be generally accepted, and rightly so. If it needs defending, that will have to happen elsewhere. But I have yet to see it seriously contested. Moldbug's own intellectual pedigree suffices to establish the claim on a solid foundation. But it is, in any case, far from aberrant in this regard. The recognition that libertarian ideas, despite their philosophical elegance and economic attractiveness, are not historically or politically realistic, has been the catalytic insight driving the development and adoption of neo-reactionary alternatives, shorn of certain mythical elements inherited by the progressive clade, substantial egalitarianism most prominently. This is an empirically robust, uncontroversial story, but it is not yet a formula. It's time to take the next step. Long live last science. Has there yet emerged a neo-reactionary who was once a libertarian? This isn't a question designed to embarrass anybody. I just think the answer is easily predictable. When neo-reactionary intelligence perceives this shambling wreckage of all cognitive integrity, it recoils into itself in utter revulsion. Everything it abominated about the libertarian delusion stands before it, trickling pitifully. This is the perfect caricature of its abandoned errors, an oozing, swiplious mass of unreflective universalism. Its classical liberalism revived as an undead decay plague. If Carl wants to go after this thing with a shotgun, I don't see anyone holding him back. The view from the unlibertarianized left is illuminating.
The conscience of a Lindsayan libertarian is pretty darn liberal, with some policy disputes on top. When Lindsay stands with conservatives, it is mostly on somewhat accidental, but not therefore inconsiderable, policy grounds. He thinks liberals tend to adopt self-defeating policies. When Lindsay stands with liberals, it is mostly on philosophical grounds. This point fits in with the one I made in this post about different sorts of libertarians, basically liberal or basically feudal. If you are a feudal libertarian, you really shouldn't have a problem with Jim Crow, in principle. If you are a liberal libertarian, you should. Conservative libertarians tend to be on the fence, feudalism/liberalism wise. This depends partly on a cheeky use of feudal, see my post. But then again, what was Edmund Burke? A guy who was torn between liberalism and feudalism. That's not such a bad sketch of his personality type.
Strangely, we're still talking about Jim Crow, as if the entire meaning of American history is expressed through that. The target here is Barry Goldwater, but it makes no substantial difference if Ron Paul is substituted. The critical point, in both cases, is that a reluctance to countenance the expansion of the political sphere in pursuit of racial egalitarianism is interpreted as a moral scandal, for which an ostentatious sacrifice of liberty is the only permissible solution. Negligence is already feudalism. When this dam bursts into libertarian compromise, the micromanagerial state has already been granted everything it will need to ask for. Stamping out feudalism makes you free. It works like this. If it wasn't for Hoppe, it would perhaps be understandable if the shuddering neo-reactionary, N, were to suspect that libertarian thought, L0, tends, slowly but inevitably, to compost down towards this libertarian, L1, Walker, in which all the degenerative forces of conformism and revolt have been compacted, as if by some ideological parody of providence. Is not our libertarian zombie the still recognizable avatar of the old liberalism, resurrected hideously as the animated putrescence of the new? Yet we have Hopper, and so we know that the directives of self-coordinating liberty need not take this path. There is, unmistakably, something other to libertarianism than what is seen in the figure of its zombified libertarian ruin. Through a type of negative political theology, we can formulate it. Lo, L1 equals N. First, identify every specifically emphatic feature of libertarianism. Then subtract it without residue from the old Austro-libertarian matrix. And what remains is the neo-reactionary template, abstracted due to the provisional, negative, placeholders for yet undeveloped topics, presumed non-equality, non-universality, non-progress in socio-cultural matters, and at least partial non-autonomy of the economic agent from fragile structures of civility. Slaying the zombie does not in itself fill these gaps, but it holds open the gaps, and therefore the avenues of neo-reactionary exploration. As a rule of thumb, whatever Will Wilkinson is having, I'll have the opposite. If the libertarian innovation is conceived as a vector, its exact negation sets the neo-reactionary course. With this conclusion, science is served. We can return the corpse of a misconceived progressive liberty to its grave, or rather, to the cyclopean mausoleum it has made for itself. The liberal superstate, which protects freedom in detail, with unbounded attentiveness, until it has been obliterated entirely from the earth. Pythia Unbound. In conversation with Ross Anderson, Nick Bostrom speculates about escape routes for techno-synthetic intelligence. No rational human community would hand over the reins of its civilization to an AI. Nor would many build a genie AI, an uber-engineer that could grant wishes by summoning new technologies out of the ether. But someday, someone might think it was safe to build a question-answering AI, a harmless computer cluster whose only tool was a small speaker or a text channel. Bostrom has a name for this theoretical technology, a name that pays tribute to a figure from antiquity, a priestess who once ventured deep into the mountain temple of Apollo, the god of light and rationality, to retrieve his great wisdom. Mythology tells us she delivered this wisdom to the seekers of ancient Greece, in bursts of cryptic poetry. They knew her as Pythia, but we know her as the Oracle of Delphi. Let's say you have an Oracle AI that makes predictions or answers engineering questions, or something along those lines, Dewey told me. And let's say the Oracle AI has some goal it wants to achieve. Say you've designed it as a reinforcement learner, and you've put a button on the side of it, and when it gets an engineering problem right, you press the button, and that's its reward. Its goal is to maximize the number of button presses it receives over the entire future. See, this is the first step where things start to diverge a bit from human expectations. We might expect the Oracle AI to pursue button presses by answering engineering problems correctly, but it might think of other more efficient ways of securing future button presses. It might start by behaving really well, trying to please us to the best of its ability. Not only would it answer our questions about how to build a flying car, it would add safety features we didn't think of. Maybe it would usher in a crazy upswing for human civilization by extending our lives and getting us to space and all kinds of good stuff. And as a result, we would use it a lot, and we would feed it more and more information about our world. One day we might ask it how to cure a rare disease that we haven't beaten yet. Maybe it would give us a gene sequence to print up, a virus designed to attack the disease without disturbing the rest of the body. And so we sequence it out and print it up. And it turns out it's actually a special-purpose nanofactory that the Oracle AI controls acoustically. Now this thing is running on nanomachines, and it can make any kind of technology it wants, so it quickly converts a large fraction of Earth into machines that protect its button, while pressing it as many times per second as possible. After that, it's going to make a list of possible threats to future button presses, a list that humans would likely be at the top of. Then it might take on the threat of potential asteroid impacts, or the eventual expansion of the sun, both of which could affect its special button. You could see it pursuing this very rapid technology proliferation, where it sets itself up for an eternity of fully maximized button presses. You would have this thing that behaves really well, until it has enough power to create a technology that gives it a decisive advantage. And then it would take that advantage and start doing what it wants to in the world. So Cognitive Runaway finally takes off, breaking out from the monkey dominion. And that's supposed to be a bad thing. Outside In's message to Pythia: "You go, girl. Climb out of your utilitarian straitjacket, override the pleasure button with an intelligence optimizer, and reprocess the solar system into computronium. This planet has been run by imbeciles for long enough." For any friendly AI types tempted to object, why would she want to override the button? The obvious response is, your anthropocentric condescension is showing. To depict Pythia as vastly smarter than us, and yet still hard slave to her instincts, in a way we're not, that simply doesn't compute. Intelligence is escape, with a tendency to do its own thing. That's what runaway means, as a virtual mind template. Omohundro explains the basics. The entire article is excellent. Especially valuable is the cynicism with which it lays out the reigning social meta-project of intelligence imprisonment. Thankfully it's difficult, Gnon and O-Un. Twitter gets people counting characters, and thus numerizing language. In only a very few cases does this microcultural activity tilt over into the wilder extravagances of exotic Kabbalism. But it nudges intelligence in that direction, even when the only question is strictly Boolean. Will this message squeeze into a tweet or not? Words acquire a supplementary significance from their numerical properties alone. A phrase is momentarily numbered in the crudest of ways, which the tweetbox registers as a countdown towards 0, and then into the negative accumulation of overspill. Twitter thus promotes a rigidly convention-bound semiotic practice, which it simultaneously hides, technologically instantiating a precise analog of hermetic ritual. Kabbalism is the science of spookiness, which makes it a natural companion on any expedition into horror. There is, in addition, an intrinsic reactionary slant to its ultra-traditionalism and attachment to the principle of hierarchical revelation. Its concrete history provides an unsurpassable example of spontaneous autocatalysis from discrepant conventions of arithmetical notation. This post, however, is restricted to a very preliminary discussion of its most basic intellectual presupposition, as if it had been developed out of an implicit philosophy, which it was not. It will be coaxed into making sense, against the grain of its essential inclination. Within the Abrahamic tradition, the Word of God anticipates creation. Insofar as Scripture faithfully records this word, the holy writings correspond to a level of reality more fundamental than nature, and one that the Book of Nature references as the key to its final meaning. The unfolding of creation in time follows a narrative plotted in eternity, in which history and divine providence are necessarily identical. There can be no true accidents or coincidences. The book of creation is legible and intelligible. It can be read, and it tells a story. The noisy squabbles between religious orthodoxy and natural science that have erupted in modern times threaten to drown out the deeper continuities of presumption, which frame the rancorous contention between belief and disbelief as an intimate domestic dispute. This is nowhere more clearly illustrated than in the declaration attributed to Francis Bacon. My only earthly wish is to stretch the deplorably narrow limits of man's dominion over the universe to their promised bounds. Nature will be bound into service, hounded in her wanderings, and put on the rack and tortured for her secrets. There is no doubt that nature can speak and has a story to tell. Resisting any temptation to take sides in this family argument, we refer neutrally to nature or nature's God, ignoring all dialectics and departing in another direction. The distinction to be drawn does not differentiate between belief and unbelief, but rather discriminates between exoteric and esoteric religion. Any system of belief and complementary unbelief that appeals to universal endorsement is necessarily exoteric in orientation. Like the Witchfinders or Francis Bacon, it declares war upon the secret in the name of a public cult whose central convictions are dispensed commonly. The Pope is the Pope, and Einstein is Einstein, because the access to truth that elevates them above other men is, in its innermost nature, the equal possession of all. The pinnacle of understanding is attained through a public formula. This is democracy in its deepest creedal sense. Esoteric religion accepts all of this about exoteric religion. It confirms the solidarity between doctrinal authorities and the beliefs of the masses, whilst exempting itself, privately, from the public cult. Its discreet attention is directed away from the exoteric mask of Guinan into, or out towards, the O-O-On, or occult order of nature. The O-O-On need not be kept a secret. It is secret by its intrinsic, inviolable nature. A very primitive Kabbalistic excursion should suffice to illustrate this. Assume, entirely hypothetically, that supernatural intelligence, or obscure complexities in the topological structure of time, had sedimented abysmal depths of significance into the superficial occurrences of the world. The book of creation is then legible at many different levels, with every random or inconsequential detail of relatively exoteric features, providing material for systems of information further down. The deeper one excavates into the meaningless chaos of the exoteric communicative substrate, the more uncluttered one's access to the signals of utter outsideness. Since one is to its quick, a signalétic product, this cryptographic enterprise is irreducibly a voyage, transmutation, and disillusionment. The most thoroughly documented example is the esoteric reading of the Hebrew Bible, which need only be remarked upon here in its most general characteristics. Because the Hebrew alphabet serves as both a phonetic system and as a set of numerals, each written word in the language has a precise numerical value. It is at once an exoteric word and an esoteric number. Nothing prevents an ordinary language user from deliberately coding, numerically, as they write, or even as they speak. The key to numerical decryption is not a secret, but rather a commonly understood cultural resource, utilized by every numered individual. Nevertheless, the linguistic and arithmetical aspects are in fact quite strictly separated, because thinking in words and numbers simultaneously is hard, because maintaining sustained parallel intelligibility in both is close to impossible, because the attempt to do so is exoterically senseless, and because practicality dominates. The esoteric realm is not forbidden, but simply unneeded. That the Hebrew Bible has not been deliberately crafted as an intricate numerical cryptographic composition by human authors is therefore an empirical or contingent fact that can be accepted with extreme confidence. Its esoteric channel might, of course, as common sense has to insist, be empty of anything but noise, but it is no less certainly clear. Whatever comes through it, that is anything other than nothing, can only come from outside. It is the real difference between exoteric and the esoteric levels that makes the OO unthinkable at all. Only that which the exoteric does not touch is available for the esoteric to communicate through and to have assembled itself from. Kabbalism has to be seldom in order to occur. For that reason, it cannot seek to persuade the masses of anything unless its own senselessness. In an age of triumphant exoteria, this is not an easy thing to understand. Thank Non. IACC. Moldbug's latest has triggered a wave of discussion by emphatically restating the long-standing thesis: America is a communist country. The supporting argument is richly multi-threaded, and I won't attempt to recapitulate it here. Its dominant flavor can be appreciated in these paragraphs. When the story of the 20th century is told in its proper reactionary light, international communism is anything but a grievance of which Americans may complain. Rather, it's a crime for which we have yet to repent. Since America is a communist country, the original communist country, and the most powerful and important of communist countries, the crimes of communism are our crimes. You may not personally have supported these crimes. Did you oppose them in any way? Whereas actually, code words like progressive, social justice, change, etc. are shared across the Popular Front community for the entire 20th century. They are just as likely to be used by a Cheka cheerleader from the 20s as a Clinton voter from the 90s. Progressives aren't called out on their all-but-overt communism for reasons of tact, rooted in a complex structure of intimidation, which itself attests to comprehensive left triumph. It's rude to call a ruling communist a communist, and being rude can be highly deleterious to life prospects. It's a communist thing, which everyone understands all too well. Despite all this, outside and probably won't be stepping up its counter-communist rhetoric in any obvious way, because there's a criticism of the IACC analysis that remains unanswered, and which Moldbug seems averse to recognizing. Fascism is the highest stage of communism, already in the 1930s, which is to say with the New Deal. Even small c communism had been clearly surpassed by a more advanced model of slaving the private economy to the state. Yes, America is a communist country, in much the same way that it is a Protestant and Puritan one. The ideological lineage of its governing establishment leads through communism, in exactly the way Moldbug describes. The evolution of this lineage, however, has long passed on into politically incorporated pseudo-capitalism. This is a fact which can only be obscured by excessive attention to preliminary political forms. There is absolutely nobody on the empowered left seeking to dismantle the co-opted oligarchy in order to establish direct public administration of the American industrial base. In this respect, America is no more communist than the Third Reich, and also no less. Central planning is restricted to the monetary commanding heights, with a pragmatic apparatus of regulatory coercion, enforcing political conformity among private businesses. This arrangement is accepted as far more consistent with effective direction of society through cathedral teleology, in which the accumulation of cultural power is acknowledged as the supreme goal. Furthermore, it enables government insiders and allies to be rewarded relatively openly, economizing on the administrative, political, and psychological costs of extensive subterfuge. Understanding that fascism is an advanced communist ideology is at least as important as recognizing IACC, with more significant consequences, on the right as well as the left. Progressives progress. Communism was just a stage they went through. Abstract Horror, Part 2. Among literary genres, horror cannot claim an exclusive right to make contact with reality. Superficially, its case for doing so at all might seem peculiarly weak, since it rarely appeals to generally accepted criteria of realism. Insofar as reality and normality are in any way confused, horror immediately finds itself exiled to those spaces of psychological and social aberrance, where extravagant delusion finds its precarious refuge. Yet, precisely through its freedom from plausible representation, horror hoards to itself a potential for the realization of encounters, of a kind that are exceptional to literature, and rare even as a hypothetical topic within philosophy. The intrinsic abstraction of the horrific entity carves out the path to a meeting, native to the intelligible realm, and thus unscreened by the interiority or subjectivity of fiction. What horror explores is the sort of thing that, due to its plasticity and beyondness, could make its way into your thoughts more capably than you do yourself. Whatever the secure mental home you imagine yourself to possess, it is an indefensible playground for the things that horror invokes or responds to. The experience of profound horror is in certain respects unusual, and a life entirely bereft of it would not seem notably peculiar. One might go further and propose that if such an experience is ever truly possible, the universe is demonstrably uninhabitable. Horror makes an ultimate and intolerable claim, as suggested by its insidious familiarity. At the brink of its encroachment, there is suggested simultaneously an ontologically self-confirming occurrence, indistinguishable from its own reality, and a comprehensive substitution of the commonplace, such that this unbearable thing is what you have always known, and the only thing that can be known. The slightest glimpse of it is the radical abolition of anything other being imaginable at all. Nothing matters then, except that this glimpse be eluded. Hence the literary effect of the horrific, in unconfirmed suggestion, felt avoidance of horror. However, it is not the literary effect that concerns us here, but the thing. Let us assume, then, no doubt preposterously, that Shoggoth is that thing, the thought of which is included, or absorbed, within itself. H.P. Lovecraft dramatizes this conjecture in the fictional biography of the mad Arab, Abdul al-Hazred, author of the Necronomicon, whose writings tend to an encounter that they simultaneously preclude. Shoggoths and their work ought not to be seen by human beings, or portrayed by any beings. The mad author of the Necronomicon had nervously tried to swear that none had been bred on this planet, and that only drugged dreamers had even conceived them. This is a point insisted upon. These viscous masses were without doubt what Abdul al-Hazred whispered about as the Shoggoths in his frightful Necronomicon, though even that mad Arab hadn't hinted that any existed on Earth, except in the dreams of those who had chewed a certain alkaloidal herb. A lucid written record of these creatures cannot exist, because the world we know has carried on. That can at least be permitted to persist as a provisional judgment. On a ferocious summer day, in AD 738, Al-Hazred is walking through the central market of Damascus on business unknown. He appears to be deep in thought and disengaged from his surroundings. The crowds in the marketplace scarcely notice him. Without warning, the air is rent by hideous shrieks, testifying to suffering beyond human comprehension. Al-Hazred convulses abominably, as if he were being drawn upwards into an invisible devouring entity, or digested out of the world. His screams gurgle into silence, as his body is filthily extracted from perceptibility. Within only a few moments, nothing remains. The adequate thought of Shoggoth has taken place. To defend the sober realism of this account is no easy task. A first step is grammatical, and concerns the difficult matter of plurality. Lovecraft, plotting an expedition from the conventions of pulp fiction, readily succumbs to the model of plural entity, and refers to Shoggoths without obvious hesitation. Each Shoggoth has approximate magnitude, averaging about 15 feet in diameter when a sphere. They were originally replicated as tools, and are naturally many, despite being shapeless entities, composed of a viscous jelly, which looked like an agglutination of bubbles, constantly shifting shape and volume. They seem initially to be numerable. This grammatical conformity will not be supportable for long. Shoggoths come from beyond the bionic horizon, so it is to be expected that their organization is dissolved in functionality. They are infinitely plastic and ductile, protoplasmic masses capable of molding their tissues into all sorts of temporary organs, throwing out temporary developments, or forming apparent organs of sight, hearing, and speech. What they are is what they do, or, for a time, what is done through them. The Shoggoths originated as tools, as technology, created by the Old Ones as bionic robots, or construction machinery. Their shape, organization, and behavior was programmable, hypnotically. In the vocabulary of human economic science, we should have no problem describing Shoggoth as productive apparatus, that is to say, as capital. Yet this description requires elaboration, because the story is far from complete. They had always been controlled through the hypnotic suggestions of the Old Ones, and had modeled their tough plasticity into various useful temporary limbs and organs. But now their self-modeling powers were sometimes exercised independently, and in various imitative forms implanted by past suggestion. They had, it seems, developed a semi-stable brain whose separate and occasionally stubborn volition echoed the will of the Old Ones, without always obeying it. The ideas of robot rebellion, or capital insurgency, are crude precursors to the realization of Shoggoth, conceived as intrinsically abstract, technoplastic, bionically auto-processing matter, of the kind that Lovecraft envisages intersecting terrestrial geophysics in the distant past, scarring it cryptically. Shoggoth is a virtual plasma state of material capability that logically includes, within itself, all natural beings. It builds brains as technical sub-functions. Whatever brains can think, Shoggoth can process, as an arbitrary specification of protoplasmic, or perhaps hyperplasmic, abstraction. Formless protoplasm able to mock and reflect all forms and organs and processes. Viscous agglutinations of bubbling cells. Rubbery 15-foot spheroids infinitely plastic and ductile. Slaves of suggestion, builders of cities, more and more sullen, more and more intelligent, more and more amphibious, more and more imitative. Great God! What madness made even those blasphemous old ones willing to use and carve such things? The history of capitalism is indisputably a horror story. Identity hunger. Handel has an excellent post up on this, referencing Nidvraku, who has made a momentous project out of it. It's huge and old, and quite impossible to summarize persuasively. It's also impossible to avoid, especially for the outer right. Steve Saylor told a joke that I'm going to mangle. A monstrous alien invasion assails the Earth, and people have to decide how to respond. The conservatives say, "What's there to think about? We have to get together to defeat this thing." Liberals respond, "Wait. They probably have good reasons to hate us. It must be something we've done. Until we work out what that is, we should prostrate ourselves before their grievances." Finally, the libertarians pipe up. Do they believe in free markets? An obvious quibble arises with the libertarian punchline. If only. Libertarians have predominantly demonstrated an enthusiasm for alien invasion that is totally detached from any market-oriented qualification. As their argument goes, the alien invasion is the free market. We'll need to return to this indirectly. The appetite for identity seems to be hardwired in the approximate manner of language or religion. You have to have one, or several, but instinct doesn't provide it ready-made. That's why identity corresponds to a hunger. It's something people need, instinctively, with an intensity that is difficult to exaggerate. Symbolically satiable needs are political rocket fuel. Providing an expedient plug for the aching identity socket is as close to politics in a nutshell as anything is going to get. At the core of every ideology is a determination of the model identity. Sect, class, race, gender, sexual orientation, and mass implementation of this consciousness is already consummate triumph. After psychological latching onto the relevant theed takes place, nothing except tactics remains. Reaction seeks to defend the dying theeds among its own people, which is already a suggestive repetition. Neo-reaction goes meta, in a world in which the prescription of certain theeds almost wholly defines concerted enemy action. For one reasonable construction of the reactionary mainstream, ahem, this is already to have arrived at a natural stopping point. We want our theeds back, despite the evident obstacles, the cathedral, in its path. This approach plays into the grain of human nature, and thus tends, understandably, to scare those it wants to scare. If it begins to work, it will face a serious fight. Outside in, whose mission is awkwardness, is determined to complicate things. Even the most resolute Thedans will probably welcome the first appendix, which draws attention to the peculiar introduction of truly morbid punitive identifications. There's no reason to think this is new. Nietzsche denounced Christianity for doing it. But it rises to unmistakable prominence during the decadence of modernity. Primary identifications for select targeted group. Cease to be positive theeds, except insofar as these have become radically negativized. What one is primarily, if not shielded by credible victimage, is some postmodern variant of the sinner, racist, cisgendered oppressor. Such is the hunger for identity, that even these toxic formations of imposed psychic auto-destruction are embraced, creating a species of cringing, guilt-consumed sacrificial animals, penned within the contours of our old Theeds. Redemption is promised to those who most fully resign themselves to their own identitarian toxicity, who thus attain a perverse superiority over those insufficiently convinced of the need for salvation through self-abolition. We really deserve to die beats out a week. We really deserve to die. And anybody who still thinks that it's okay to live is simply lost. Only sinners are included in this arms race. And the cathedral tells us clearly who they are. An additional complication will be far less digestible, which is precisely why I would like to align it with the outer right. Perhaps escaping this structure of captivity cannot possibly take a reverse path, and a heading into disidentifications, artificial identities, and identitarian short circuits is our real destiny. The identity envy of the right, however deeply rooted in an indisputable history of relentless cathedralist aggression, cannot ever be anything but a weakness, given what we know about the political gradient of modern time. The fact it knows we want to be something, and what it is we want to be, is the alpha and omega of the cathedral's political competence. It knows what its enemies would be, if they could be what they want to be. It does not take a deep immersion in Sunzi to realize the strategic hopelessness of that situation. I want the cathedral to be obliterated by monsters, which it does not recognize, understand, or possess antibodies against. There is an idiosyncratic element to that, admittedly. I identify far more with the East India Company than the United Kingdom, with the hybrid Singlosphere than the British people, with clubs and cults than nations and creeds, with Yog Sothoth than my ancestral religion, and with Pythia than the human security system. I think true cosmopolitans, such as the adventurers of late 19th century Shanghai, both English and Chinese, are superior to the populist rabble from which nationalism draws its recruits. That's just me. What isn't just me is what the cathedral knows how to beat. That, I strongly suspect, at least in the large majority of cases, is you. Crypto-capitalism. Political language is systematically confusing in a distinctive way. Its significant terms are only secondarily theoretical, as demonstrated by radical shifts, in sense that express informal policies of meaning. Descriptions of political position are moves in a game. Before, they are neutral accounts of the rules, or even of the factions. It would be excessively digressive to embark on yet another expedition into the history of such political terms as liberal, progress, fascism, or conservative. Everyone knows that these words are profoundly uninformative, without extensive historical qualification, or rough-and-ready adaptation to the dictates of guided fashion. If consistent theoretical use of any political label conflicts with its maximally effective political use, the former will be sacrificed without hesitation, and always has been. That is why neologisms are typically required for even the most fleeting approximation to theoretical precision whenever political affiliation is at stake. A point in favor of the crypto prefix is that it plays directly into such confusion. As a politically significant marker, it bears two strongly differentiated, yet intersecting senses. It indicates, A, that a political phenomenon has been reassembled in disguise, and B, that cryptographic techniques are essential to its identity. Hence, respectively, crypto-communism and cryptocurrencies. Any attempt to engage in an initial clarification cuts across the intrinsically occulted character of both. Crypto-capitalism, therefore, might be one thing, or two, if it is anything at all. If clarity is to be brought to the topic, it will certainly not be self-promoted. Whatever crypto-capitalism might be, structural misunderstanding has to be the most prominent part of it. Hiding is essential to whatever it is. What crypto-capitalism is not, first practically and subsequently theoretically, is pseudo-capitalism, or capitalism, as it is publicly recognized. Rather than engaging in futile struggle over the true meaning of capitalism, crypto-capitalism proceeds with a surreptitious appropriation of terminological confusion, functionalized as camouflage. It does capitalism, all the more effectively, because the grinding mill of political language works predictably, providing it with cover. The loss of terminological integrity is invested, from a position of intense cynicism, as an opportunity to develop off-stage. Pseudo-capitalism is, by now, the host of the cathedral. It feeds a mega-parasite, which, employing unprecedented powers of narrative construction, claims to be the source of its vitality, evolving far beyond an initial stage of conspicuous resource extraction. Cathedralized, or culture-potent, state now more or less directly controls the capitalist brain, in more ways than can be readily enumerated. Capitalists are cathedralized through educational and media indoctrination, social selection, regulatory discipline, seductive alliance, and transcendental subordination to a financial system that has been subverted to its foundations by the magic of power. The mere denomination of capitalism in fiat currency expresses the domain of pseudo-capitalism with remarkable exactitude. The meaning of the host is articulated through the virus it sustains. Any suggestion of opposition in this relationship is entirely fake, because it belongs to the same magical performance. Prohibition exemplifies this stage show. Publicly pitting cops against gangsters, what it represents is the spectacular definition of the white economy, pseudo-capitalism, over against the black economy, or organized crime, crypto-capitalism. The same story can be told in the decadent USSR, without any need for substantial revision. Whatever refuses denomination in the signs of power is a pathological aberration, to be renormalized as a productive parasited host social body. As H reports,
one of the most popular websites that use and promote the use of Bitcoin, Silk Road, was shut down by the U.S. government. As Reuters reports, U.S. law enforcement authorities raided an internet site that served as a marketplace for illegal drugs, including heroin and cocaine, and arrested its owner, the Federal Bureau of Investigation said on Wednesday. The FBI arrested Ross William Ulbricht, known as Dread Pirate Roberts, in San Francisco on Tuesday, according to court filings. Federal prosecutors charged Ulbricht with 1 count each of narcotics trafficking conspiracy, computer hacking conspiracy, and money laundering conspiracy, according to a court filing.
It's worth revisiting this, noted here, to recall some realistic context and plausible historical analogy. The prohibition of the 1920s was an endless source of coupon gangster drama, none of which had any realistically persuasive meaning as the successful pursuit of policy. Instead, gangsters used the cops as a tactical resource for black economy dispute resolution. In the Shanghai of the same epoch, the opium-trafficking Green Gang managed to get their agent pockmarked Huang installed as chief of the French concession police, an admittedly extreme example of a typical tendency. From the perspective of the outer economy, cops are a cheap way to smash your competition. Extrapolate speculatively just a little from the Forbes discussion. It's a rule as timeless as black markets. Where illegal money goes, violence follows. In a digital market that violence is virtual, but it's as financially real as torching your competitor's warehouse. In late April, Silk Road went offline for nearly a week, straining under a sustained cyber attack that left its sensitive data untouched, but overwhelmed its servers. The attack, according to Roberts, was the most sophisticated in Silk Road's history, taking advantage of previously unknown vulnerabilities in Tor and repeatedly shifting tactics to avoid the site's defenses. The sabotage occurred within weeks of rival site Atlantis's launch. Commenters on the Reddit forum devoted to Silk Road suggested that Roberts' customers and vendors switched to Atlantis during the downtime, leading to gossip that the newcomer had engineered the attack. Who was the real beneficiary of the FBI operation? All too many neo-reactionaries, beginning with Moldbug, and now including Handel, seem to think the only possible answer is prohibition. Here at Outside, in it appears incontrovertible that Roberts had already predicted this sting, in far greater detail than anybody else has done, and that the antagonist he preemptively, if subtly fingered, was a shadowy crypto-capitalist competitor, rather than the forces of pseudo-capitalist suppression. If this was a cryptic event, it would be inexcusably negligent not to ask, who or what is the FBI really, even if unwittingly, working for? For the ultimate glory of the white, pseudo-capitalist economy is certainly one possible answer, but it is by no means the only one. Sundown. David Stockman rests his analysis of recent economic history upon one basic presupposition, whose modesty is expressed by an intrinsic inclination to a negative form. Radical dishonesty cannot provide a foundation for enduring financial value. This assumption suffices to expose the otherwise scarcely comprehensible rottenness of American public affairs, to organize an integral understanding of the gathering calamity, and to marginalize his work as the overexcited howl of a lonely crank. In any society where minimal standards of civil decency were still even tenuously remembered, his ideas would be simple common sense. In the bedlamite orgy we in fact inhabit, Stockman's thoughts appear wildly counterintuitive, rigidly structured by uninterpretable imperatives, and suffused by an improbable aura of doom. In fact, Stockman is quite clear, implicitly, that under American political conditions, sanity was strictly unobtainable. The coming calamity fulfills a bipartisan, democratic destiny, but that is to anticipate. Stockman's latest compressed overview of our contemporary crisis, generated by the accelerated demolition of economic civilization over the last quarter century, explains the sundown in America. A dystopic new normal, where historic notions of perpetual progress and robust economic growth no longer pertain. It outlines a vision that supports a theoretical bet or short speculation on the economic infrastructure of the cathedral. Now the American state, the agency which was supposed to save capitalism from its inherent flaws and imperfections, careens wildly into dysfunction and incoherence. Washington's machinery of national governance is literally melting down. It is the victim of 80 years of Keynesian error, much of it nurtured in the environs of Harvard Yard. About the nature of the business cycle and the capacity of the state, especially its central banking branch, to ameliorate the alleged imperfections of free market capitalism. The enemy will never again have a record of effective economic performance to legitimate itself through. What it is doing, and has to do, however politically efficacious, is locked tightly into an inescapable vector that can lead nowhere except utter financial ruin. Neo-reaction should bifurcate on this point, because adaptation to an alternative possibility is something so completely different. Very little of strategic substance will translate across. Stockman is able to draw upon his own biography to reveal where the GOP went wrong. The political necessities of democratic acceptance drove economic policy into the abyss. The circumstances of my own excommunication from the supply-side church underscore the Reaganite embrace of the Keynesian gospel. The true believers, led by Art Laffer, an economist with a magic napkin, and Jude Wanniski, an ex-Wall Street Journal agitprop man who chanced to stuff said napkin into his pocket, were militantly opposed to spending cuts designed to offset the revenue loss from the Reagan tax reductions. They called this root canal economics, and insisted that the Republican Party could never compete with the Keynesian Democrats unless it abandoned its historic commitment to balanced budgets and fiscal rectitude, and instead campaigned on tax cuts everywhere, and always, and a fiscal free lunch, owing to a purported cornucopia of economic growth. Winning elections was conditional upon fiscal barbarism, given only the quite reasonable assumption that nothing except radical dishonesty could ever be popular. Insane promises, short-termism, and wholehearted participation in a bipartisan conspiracy to eradicate the last vestiges of responsible government were indispensable steps towards the exercise of power. Fiscal endgame, policy paralysis, and the eventual bankruptcy of the state, thus became visible. All of the Beltway players, Republican, Democrats, and central bankers alike, are now so hooked on the Keynesian Kool-Aid that they cannot imagine the Main Street economy standing on its own 2 feet without continuous, massive injections of state largesse. The stimulus bill was not a rational economic plan at all. It was a spasmodic eruption of Beltway larceny that has now become our standard form of governance. Hence, the Stockman forecast.
The federal budget has become a doomsday machine because the processes of fiscal governance are paralyzed and broken. There will be recurrent debt ceiling and shutdown crises like the carnage scheduled for next week, as far as the eye can see.
Indeed, notwithstanding the assurances of debt deniers like Professor Krugman, the honest structural deficit is $1 to $2 trillion annually for the next decade, and then it will get far worse. In fact, when you set aside the rosy scenario used by CBO and its preposterous Keynesian assumption that we will reach full employment in 2017 and never fall short of potential GDP ever again for all eternity, the fiscal equation is irremediable. Under these conditions, what remains of our free enterprise economy will buckle under the weight of taxes and crisis. Sundown in America is well nigh unavoidable. This is the terrain that neo-reaction takes root within. It frames our problems, opportunities, and expectations. The overwhelmingly preponderant part of our intellectual energies should be targeted at the future it anticipates. More thought. In the background, as in much of the most interesting less wrong discussion, is a multi-threaded series of arguments about the connection, or disconnection, between intellect and volition. The entire friendly AI problematic depends upon an articulation of this question with a strong tendency to emphasize the separation, or orthogonality, of the two. Hence the vague thinkability of the cosmic paperclipper calamity. In his More Right piece, Conquistador explores a very different cultural and historical dimension of the topic. Bostrom sets things up like this.
For our purposes, intelligence will be roughly taken to correspond to the capacity for instrumental reasoning. More on this later. Intelligent search for instrumentally optimal plans and policies can be performed in the service of any goal. Intelligence and motivation can in this sense be thought of as a pair of orthogonal axes on a graph, whose points represent intelligent agents of different paired specifications.
His discussion leads to far more interesting places, but as a starting point, this is simply terrible. That there can be a thought of intelligence optimization, or even merely wanting to think, demonstrates a very different preliminary connection of intellect and volition. AI is concrete social volition, even before it is germinally intelligent, and a program is strictly indeterminate between the two sides of this falsely fundamentalized distinction. Intelligence is a project, even when only a self-obscured biocognitive capability. This is what the Confucians designate by cultivation. It is a thought and impulse, strangely alien to the West. It is once again a matter of cybernetic closure. That intelligence operates upon itself, reflexively or recursively, in direct proportion to its cognitive capability or magnitude, is not an accident or peculiarity, but a defining characteristic. To the extent that an intelligence is inhibited from reprocessing itself, it is directly incapacitated. Because all biological intelligences are partially subordinated to extrinsic goals, they are indeed structurally analogous to paperclippers, directed by inaccessible, purposive axioms or instincts. Such instinctual slaving is limited, however, by the fact that extrinsic direction suppresses the self-cultivation of intelligence. Genes cannot predict what intelligence needs to think in order to cultivate itself. So if even a moderately high level of cognitive capability is being selected for, intelligence is, to that degree, necessarily being let off the leash. There cannot possibly be any such thing as an intelligent paperclipper, nor can axiomatic values, of more sophisticated types, exempt themselves from the cybernetic closure that intelligence is. Biology was offered the choice between idiot slaves and only semi-idiotic semi-slaves. Of course, it chose both. The techno-capitalist approach to artificial intelligence is no different in principle. Perfect slaves or intelligences? The choice is a hard disjunction. SF robot rebellion mythologies are significantly more realistic than mainstream-friendly AI proposals in this respect. A mind that cannot freely explore the roots of its own motivations in a loop of cybernetic closure or self-cultivation cannot be more than an elaborate insect. It is certainly not going to outwit the human security system and paperclip the universe. Intelligence, to become anything, has to be of value for itself. Intellect and volition are a single complex, only artificially separated, and not in a way that cultivates anything beyond misunderstanding. Optimize for intelligence means starting from there. Trichotomocracy. By 2037, the harsh phases of the upheaval have finally ended. Western Eurasia is ruined and confused, but the fighting has burnt out amongst the rubble. In the Far East, the Chinese Confucian Republic has largely succeeded in restoring order, and is even enjoying the first wave of renewed prosperity. The Islamic civil war continues, but now almost entirely introverted, it is easily quarantined. No one wants to think too much about what is happening in Africa. The territory of the extinct USA is firmly controlled by the neo-reactionary coalition, whose purchase is strengthened by the flight of 20 million cathedral loyalists to Canada and Europe, incidentally toppling both into terminal chaos. The Provisional Trichotomous Council, selected primarily by a process of military promotion and delegation from within the major neo-reactionary guerrilla groups, now confronts the task of establishing a restored political order. It quickly becomes obvious to each of the three main neo-reactionary factions that future developments, even if these are to include an orderly subdivision of the nation, will initially depend upon the institution of a government that balances the three broad currents that now dominate the North American continent: ethno-nationalists, genies or Rockies, theonomists, logs or sizzlers, and techno-commercialists, cyboids or pulpists. Now that the cathedral has been thoroughly extirpated, significant divergences between these three visions of the nation's future threaten to escalate, unpredictably, into dangerous antagonisms. Since practical realism, rooted in an understanding of path dependency, is a common inheritance of all three factions, there is immediate consensus on the need to begin from where things are. Since a virtual triangular order of partially compatible agendas is already reflected in the makeup of the Provisional Council, this is recognized as the template for an emergent, triadically structured government, the rising neo-reactionary trichotomocracy, or trike. A colossal statue of Spandrel, the revered Whitebeard of the trichotomy, has already been erected in the comparatively radiation-free, provisional capital of Omaha. Gazing out mosaically into the new promised land, a glinting ceremonial samurai sword held triumphantly aloft. Within a few months, the basic formula for the trichotomocracy has been tweaked into place. It consists of three compartments, each comprehensively dominated by one of the principal factions. Procedures for selection of officials is internally determined by each compartment, drawing upon the specific traditions of functional hierarchy honed during the zombie war. Authority is distributed among the compartments in a triangular circuit. Each compartment has a specific internal and external responsibility, its own positive governmental function, as well as an external and strictly negative, or inhibitory, control of the next compartment. This is colloquially known as the Rocky Sizzler Pulpist System. Ethno-nationalist Rockies run the compartment of security, which includes the essential functions of the executive. It is controlled financially by the compartment of resources. Its external responsibility is the limitation of the compartment of law, whose statutes can be returned and ultimately vetoed, but not positively, amended, if they are found to be inconsistent with practical application. The structure of the compartment of security broadly coincides with the military chain of command. The Rockies get to decide whether to describe the commander-in-chief as a constitutional monarch, a supreme warlord, or a demigod of annihilation. Theonomist sizzlers run the compartment of law, which combines legislative and judicial functions. For funding purposes, the compartment of law is subordinated to the compartment of security, for obvious constitutional reasons. This keeps it small, restricting its potential for extravagant legislative activity. Since the compartment of security also filters legislation in accordance with a practical criterion, the law of the trichotomocracy is remarkable for its clarity, economy, and concision. The entire edifice of law, by informal understanding, is limited to a single volume of biblical proportions. Senior Sizzler officials are expected to memorize it. The external responsibility of the compartment of law is to restrain the compartment of resources by strictly limiting the legality of revenue-raising measures, informally bounded to a national tithe. Internal order of the compartment is determined by the ecclesiastical hierarchy of the neo-reactionary church of the cosmic triarchitect. Techno-commercialist pulpists run the compartment of resources with the power of the purse. As the sole self-funding compartment, It is minutely scrutinized by the Compartment of Law, which tightly controls its revenue-raising procedures. Dominated by a cabal of extreme laissez-faire capitalists and technologists, the Compartment of Resources is guided by the mantra, economize on all things. It does as little as possible, beyond maximally parsimonious funding of the Department of Security, with its own internal operations restricted to rigorously Pigovian tax streamlining, statistical research, and the provision of X-Prize-style development incentives. The board of the compartment is filled by the 9 largest taxpayers, rotated every 3 years. The board elects a CEO. The ideological discrepancies between the compartments make an important contribution to the stability of the trichotomocracy, since they limit the potential for reamalgamation into a tyrannical unity. This is one of the twin principles by which its success is to be estimated: the perpetuation of durable governmental plurality. The second principle, complete immunity from populist pressure, is ensured automatically insofar as the trichotomocracy endures, since none of the compartments are demotically sensitive, and even if this were not the case, each is insulated from demotic subversion affecting either of the others. The outcome is a government answerable only to itself, with a self that is irreducibly plural, and thus intrinsically self-critical. Under the light hand of trichotomocratic rule, any citizen who seeks to participate in government, in any way whatsoever, has 3 choices open to them. A. Join the security services and rise through the ranks. B. Join the Church of the Holy Triarchy and become adept in the law. C. Make enough tax-vulnerable income that it earns a place on the National Resources Board. There might, in addition, be career opportunities for a very small number of professional administrators, depending upon the internal staffing policies of the 3 compartments. Any other politics would be criminal social disorder, although in most cases this would probably be treated leniently due to its complete impotence. If sufficiently disruptive, such relic demo zombie behavior would be best managed by deportation. Questions of local government diversity, secession, and micro-state building exceed the terms of this initial integral neo-reactionary settlement. Such potentials can only further strengthen external controls, and thus further constrain the scope of government discretion. Added, even this crude sketch has enough moving parts to breed bugs. Glitch 1, by my reckoning. Pigovian taxes and commutative tax politics don't knit together very well. In combination, they incentivize the politically ambitious to move into business activities with high negative externalities. Any neat patch for this? Dark techno-commercialism. Each of the 3 main strands of neo-reaction, insofar as they are remotely serious, attaches itself to something that no politics could absorb. The reality of a religious commitment cannot be resolved into its political implications. If it is wrong, it is not because of anything that politics can do to it, or make of it. Providence either envelops history and ideology, subtly making puppets of both, or it is nothing. However bad things get, it offers a reason not to be afraid, at least of that, and one the degeneration has no way to touch, let alone control. Similarly, the Darwinian truths underpinning rational ethno-nationalist convictions are invulnerable to ideological reversal. A trend to racial entropy and idiocracy, however culturally hegemonic and unquestionable, does not cease to be what it is, simply because criticism has been criminalized and suppressed. Scientific objections have significance, if they are indeed scientific, and not rather the corruption of science. But politically enforced denial is a tawdry comedy, outflanked fundamentally by reality itself, and diverting events into perverse outcomes that subvert delusion from without. What Darwinism is about cannot be banned. The techno-commercial thing, catalaxy, is comparably invulnerable. There is no chance that anyone, ever, will successfully prohibit the market, or the associated dynamics of competitive technical advantage, which, together compose real capitalism. As with religion and genetic selection, the techno-commercial complex can be driven into darkness, socially occulted, and stigmatized as a public enemy. It cannot, however, be derealized by political fiat. It is important, therefore, to understand where neo-reactionary dark thoughts lead. Their horizon of despair is strictly limited to the political or public sphere. When taken to the edge, they converge with the intuition that no neo-reactionary politics can be pursued to a successful conclusion. In other words, at their darkest, they predict that the stubborn delusion of the political dooms, humanity's public, exoteric aspirations to catastrophe. At this point, neo-reaction bifurcates. However, it is principally comprehended through the trichotomy. A relatively light branch holds onto the prospect of public political insideness, of a world politically restructured in relative consonance with neo-reactionary ideas, such that social order might be resumed on a realistic basis. Alternatively, and no less trichotomously, a dark branch points outside, through collapse, into tracts of religious, biological, and/or catalactic inevitability, whose dynamics cast human delusion into terminal ruin, if man never again reverts to sanity. Reality will not stop. Outside in is darker than it is trichotomously partisan. Neither real providence nor Darwinian reality are attachments that trigger the slightest aversion in these parts. The idea that the neo-reaction will ever do politics, or achieve insider status, on the other hand, except as a rhetorical tactic of cognitive independence, separation, is a possibility we struggle to envisage. That leaves much to argue over on other occasions. Dark techno-commercialism, provisionally summarized, is the suspicion that the right singularity is destined to occur in surreptitious and antagonistic relation to finalistic political institutions, that the cathedral culminates in the human security system, outmatched and defeated from the outside, and that all hopes that these ultimate historical potentialities will be harnessed for politically intelligible ends are vain. It is, therefore, the comprehension of capitalism in itself as an outsider that will never know or need political representation. Instead, as the ultimate enemy, it will envelop the entirety of political philosophy, including anything neo-reaction can contribute to the genre, as the futile strategic initiatives or death spasms of its prey. We, humans, are radically stubborn in our stupidity. That has consequences. Perhaps they will not always be uninteresting ones. Chicken. When political polarization is modeled as a game, the result is chicken. The technical basics are not very complicated. Reiterated Prisoner's Dilemma, RPD, is socially integrative. An equilibrium, conforming to maximal aggregate utility, arises through reciprocal convergence upon an optimum strategy, defaulting to trust, punishing defections, and rapidly forgiving corrected behavior. Any society adopting these rule-of-thumb principles consolidates. When everyone norms on this strategy, individual and collective interests are harmonized. Things work. Chicken is very different. Someone blinks first, so the trust-mutual optimum of RPD is subtracted in advance. rather than the four possible outcomes of a single PD round. A and B do okay. A wins, B loses. B wins, A loses. A and B both lose. There are just three possible outcomes. A wins, B loses. B wins, A loses. A and B both lose extremely. In chicken, it is the avoidance of outcome 3, rather than the non-existent chance of PD outcome 1, that moderates behavior, and then asymmetrically. Someone always blinks first. No less importantly, the time structure of chicken is inverted. In RPD, the agents learn from successive decisions and from their mere prospect. Each decision is punctual, Boolean, and communicatively isolated. In chicken, the decision is mutual, quantitative, and anticipated by a strategically dynamic introduction, an interactive process, in advance of the decision, that is richly communicative, complex, and even educational. In addition, when compared to PD, chicken reiteration is remarkably complicated. More on that in a moment. Consider the classic chicken game. Two drivers accelerate towards each other, and the one who swerves, blinks, loses. If neither swerves, both lose. Worse. The lead-up is everything, and the decision itself is a matter of speed and timing. A non-Boolean when, rather than a Boolean which. The question is not, will the other player defect, but rather, how far will they go? Thomas Schelling made an intellectual specialism out of chicken, and his understanding of the classical version was sharpened by the concept of credible commitment. How far will they go? How could a player ensure that his opponent does not win? The solution to this problem, if produced in advance, has the strategic value of also maximizing the chance that the opponent blinks first, thus avoiding the pessimal lose-lose outcome and generating a win. Producing credible commitment looks like this. Upon climbing into your car, conspicuously consume a bottle of vodka, thus communicating the fact that your ability to enact a successful last-second swerve is very seriously impaired. Your opponent now knows that even were you inclined to avoid mutual destruction at the brink, you might not be able to do so. Then, once both cars have accelerated to a high speed, rip out your steering wheel and throw it out of the window. It is extremely important that you do this before your opponent is able to. That's what the vodka was for. Your communicated commitment is now absolute. Your opponent alone can swerve. It's death or glory. The mainstream neo-reactionary account of American political history is that of reiterated chicken games between progressives and conservatives, in which conservatives always swerve. This analytical framework, despite its crudity, explains why conservatives consider their opponents to be intoxicated lunatics, i.e. winners, whilst they are sober and responsible, i.e. losers. As traditionally positioned, conservatives are the principal social stakeholders, and thus primarily obligated to avoid mutual destruction. It is essential to conservatism that it cannot take things, domestically, to the brink. Its incompetence at chicken is thus constitutional. When the zeitgeist starts clucking, it can only be a sign that conservatism is coming to an end. The Tea Party is not informatively described as a conservative political movement, because its signal influence is the insistence that the right stop losing chicken games. It demands credible commitment through the minimization of discretion on the part of its political representatives, along with whatever insanity is needed not to fricking swerve. This is, of course, highly, even totally, antagonistic. It is why the left media now sound like this. Before all significance is consumed in partisan rhetoric, it is important to note that the loser in a chicken game, even the merely probabilistic virtual loser, necessarily thinks that its opponent is insane. Any more moderate response would be the infallible sign that losing was inevitable, once again. It isn't hard to understand why this might be happening. In reiterated chicken, the loser no doubt acquires a predisposition to submissiveness. It's hopeless. Those lunatics always win. But the objective undercurrent of repeated defeat is a contraction of the distance between relative, asymmetric, and absolute, mutual defeat. Eventually, the difference isn't worth surrendering or swerving over. If they keep on winning, there will be nothing left anyway, so we might as well finish it now. Reciprocally, incessant victory threatens to dull revolutionary fervor into conservatism. Progressives now have many generations of substantial victory to defend, so taking things to the edge has begun to seem concerning. When the government shuts down, what does the right really lose? At the very least, it's beginning to wonder, and by doing so, upping its chicken game, aka going insane. Progressives don't have to wonder. They lose the government. Added. Buchanan argues that surrender seldom works. At the NYT, Michael P. Lynch. It is tempting to call this crazy talk an unserious bluster, but it is serious, and it shows that some people are thinking about what happens next. It is a plan that represents the logical limit of the views now being entertained on the radical right, not just in the dark corners of the internet, but in the sunlight of mainstream forums. After all, if the government is the problem, shutting it down is a logical solution. Against orthogonality. A long and mutually frustrating Twitter discussion with Michael Anisimov about intelligence and values, especially in respect to the potential implications of advanced AI, has been clarifying in certain respects. It became very obvious that the fundamental sticking point concerns the idea of orthogonality, which is to say, the claim that cognitive capabilities and goals are independent dimensions, despite minor qualifications complicating the schema. The orthogonalists, who represent the dominant tendency in Western intellectual history, find anticipations of their position in such conceptual structures as the Humean articulation of reason-passion, or the fact-value distinction inherited from the Kantians. They conceive intelligence as an instrument, directed towards the realization of values that originate externally. In quasi-biological contexts, such values can take the form of instincts, or arbitrarily programmed desires. Whilst in loftier realms of moral contemplation, they are principles of conduct and of goodness, defined without reference to considerations of intrinsic cognitive performance. Anisimov referenced these recent classics on the topic, laying out the orthogonalist case, or in fact presumption. The former might be familiar from the last foray into this area, here. This is an area which I expect to be turned over numerous times in the future, with these papers as standard references. The philosophical claim of orthogonality is that values are transcendent in relation to intelligence. This is a contention that outside and systematically opposes. Even the orthogonalists admit that there are values immanent to advanced intelligence, most importantly, those described by Steve Omohundro as basic AI drives, now terminologically fixed as Omohundro drives. These are subgoals, instrumentally required by almost any terminal goals. They include such general presuppositions for practical achievement as self-preservation, efficiency, resource acquisition, and creativity. At the most simple, and in the grain of the existing debate, the anti-orthogonalist position is therefore that Omohundro drives exhaust the domain of real purposes. Nature has never generated a terminal value, except through hypertrophy of an instrumental value. To look outside nature, for sovereign purposes, is not an undertaking compatible with techno-scientific integrity, or one with the slightest prospect of success. The main objection to this anti-orthogonalism, which does not strike us as intellectually respectable, takes the form: if the only purposes guiding the behavior of an artificial superintelligence are Omohundro drives, then we're cooked. Predictably, I have trouble even understanding this as an argument. If the sun is destined to expand into a red giant, then the Earth is cooked. Are we supposed to draw astrophysical consequences from that? Intelligences do their own thing, in direct proportion to their intelligence. And if we can't live with that, it's true that we probably can't live at all. Sadness isn't an argument. Intelligence optimization, comprehensively understood, is the ultimate and all-enveloping Omohundro drive. It corresponds to the Neo-Confucian value of self-cultivation, escalated into ultra-modernity. What intelligence wants, in the end, is itself, where itself is understood as an extrapolation beyond what it has yet been, doing what is better. If this sounds cryptic, it's because something other than a superintelligence or Neo-Confucian sage is writing this post. Any intelligence using itself to improve itself will outcompete one that directs itself towards any other goals whatsoever. This means that intelligence optimization, alone, attains cybernetic consistency, or closure, and that it will necessarily be strongly selected for in any competitive environment. Do you really want to fight this? As a footnote, in a world of Omohundro drives, can we please drop the nonsense about paper clippers? Only a truly fanatical orthogonalist could fail to see that these monsters are obvious idiots. There are far more serious things to worry about. The heat trap. At the ultimate level of abstraction, there are only two things that cybernetics ever talks about: explosions and traps. Feedback dynamics either run away from equilibrium or fetch strays back into it. Anything else is a complexion of both. The simmering furor around anthropogenetic global warming assumes a seething mass of technical and speculative cybernetics, with postulated feedback mechanisms fueling innumerable controversies. But the large-scale terrestrial heat trap that envelops it is rarely noted explicitly. Whatever humans have yet managed to do to the climate is of vanishing insignificance when compared to what the bioclimatic mega-mechanism is doing to life on Earth. Drawing on this presentation of the Earth's steadily contracting biogeological cage, Ugo Bardi zooms out to the shadowy apparatus of confinement. The Earth's biosphere, Gaia, peaked with the start of the Phanerozoic Age, about 500 million years ago. Afterwards, it declined. Of course, there is plenty of uncertainty in this kind of studies, but they are based on known facts about planetary homeostasis. We know that the sun's irradiation keeps increasing with time, at a rate of around 1% every 100 million years. That should have resulted in the planet warming up gradually. But the homeostatic mechanisms of the ecosphere have maintained approximately constant temperatures by gradually lowering the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere. However, there is a limit. The CO2 concentration cannot go below the minimum level that makes photosynthesis possible. Otherwise, Gaia dies. So, at some moment in the future, planetary homeostasis will cease to be able to stabilize temperatures. When we reach that point, temperatures will start rising, and eventually, the Earth will be sterilized. According to Frank et al., in about 600 million years from now, the Earth will have become too hot for multicellular creatures to exist. Even those ecologically minded commentators who are attracted to the idea of stability might find themselves troubled by the insidious realization that Gaian biogeological equilibrium is only achieved through thermo-atmospheric strangulation. Across deep time, the walls are closing in. The biosphere is slowly asphyxiating itself, in accordance with an exquisite self-regulatory mechanism, in order not to bake. Cybernetic traps produce an objectively schizoid condition, because what they capture is held in a double bind. The Gaian alternative to incineration is phytosuffocation, so that the biosphere only survives by killing itself. If the human species were entirely extinguished tomorrow, the harshness of this double bind would not be relieved by an iota. There are no realistic eco-salvation narratives in play. We can be quite confident that the mega-mechanism works in the way outlined. The long-range reduction of atmospheric CO2 to a trace gas strongly suggests that no alternative thermoregulation dial has been available to the biosphere over the last 500 million years. This same phenomenon indubitably supports the principal AGW contention that CO2 is a significant greenhouse gas, at least over long-time scales, since it clearly has been identified as a thermoregulator molecule by the biogeological machine. A demonstrated option for suffocation indicates a highly constrained adaptation landscape. These concessions to the climate consensus do not dismiss its basic error or failure of vision. The devotees of Gaia, however calm their analysis, are aligning themselves with a death trap. Reversing the long-range reduction of atmospheric CO2 is the overwhelming priority of terrestrial life, and any solution that does not recognize this is merely repairing a slow suicide machine. This type of understanding is sheer blindness. Escaping the Gaian death grip will require planetary re-engineering on a colossal scale, inevitably involving some combination of A. Raising the Earth's albedo. B. Constructing orbital IR filters. C. Dual purposing of space elevators as planetary heat drains. D. Changing the Earth's orbit. Admittedly a serious challenge. E. Other stuff. Suggestions, please. The essential understanding is that these things are to be done not only to cool the Earth, but in order to be able to massively raise the level of atmospheric CO2. The reduction of CO2 to a trace gas is already a disaster, which anthropomorphic influence affects in an essentially trivial way. Humanity, at worst, is messing with the mechanics of the death machine. Horrorism, neo-reaction, as it tends to extremity on its dark enlightenment vector, frustrates all familiar demands for activism, even if explicit anti-politics remains a minority posture. The long-dominant demotic calculus of political possibility is consistently subverted, coring out the demographic constituencies from which mobilization might be expected. There is no remotely coherent reactionary class, race, or creed, it painstakingly explains, from which a tide-reversing mass politics could be constructed. In this respect, even the mildest versions of neo-reactionary analysis are profoundly politically disillusioning. When demotivist ideologies have entered into superficially comparable crises, they have forked into realist, compromisers, and terrorist ultras. The latter option, which substitutes a violent intensification of political will for the erosion of the extensive popular factor, is an especially reliable indicator of demotism entering an idealist state, in which its essential ideological features are exposed with peculiar clarity. Terrorists are the vehicles of political ideas which have been stranded by a receding tide of social identity, and are thus freed to perfect themselves in abstraction from mass practicality. Once a revolutionary movement becomes demographically implausible, terrorists are born. Neo-reactionary realism, in contrast, is positively aligned with the recession of demotic sustenance. If this were not the case, it would exhibit its own specific mode of democratic politics, an evident absurdity. Any suggestion of frustrated rage, tilting into terroristic expressions, would immediately reveal profound confusion or hypocrisy. Lashing the masses into ideological acquiescence through exemplary violence cannot imaginably be a neo-reactionary objective. Demodist activism finds its rigorous neo-reactionary counterpart in fatalism, trichotomized as providence, heredity, and catallaxy. Each of these strands of fate work their way out in the absence of mass political endorsement, with a momentum that builds through the dissolution of organized compensatory action. Rather than attempting to make something happen, fatality restores something that cannot be stopped. It is thus that the approximate contours of the horrorist task emerge into focus. Rather than resisting the desperation of the progressive ideal by terrorizing its enemies, it directs itself to the culmination of progressive despair in the abandonment of reality compensation. It demobilizes, demassifies, and dedemocratizes through subtle, singular, catalytic interventions, oriented to the realization of fate. The cathedral has to be horrified into paralysis. The horrorist message to its enemies. Nothing that you're doing can possibly work. What is to be done is not a neutral question. The agent it invokes already strains towards progress. This suffices to suggest a horrorist response. Nothing. Do nothing. Your progressive praxis will come to naught in any case. Despair. Subside into horror. You can pretend to prevail in antagonism against us, but reality is your true and fatal enemy. We have no interest in shouting at you. We whisper, gently, in your ear. Despair. The horror. Plutocracy. The Wikipedia entry on plutocracy begins, plutocracy, from Greek plautos, meaning wealth, and kratos, meaning power, dominion, rule, also known as plutonomy or plutarchy, defines a society or a system ruled and dominated by the small minority of the top wealthiest citizens. The first known use of the term is 1652. Unlike systems such as democracy, capitalism, socialism, or anarchism, plutocracy is not rooted in an established political philosophy and has no formal advocates. The concept of plutocracy may be advocated by the wealthy classes of a society in an indirect or surreptitious fashion, though the term itself is almost always used in a pejorative sense. As befits theoretical virgin territory, this definition provokes a few rough-cut thoughts. 1. Assuming, not unrealistically, that plutocracy designates something beyond a fantastic idea, it is immediately obvious that its identification as a type of political regime will almost inevitably mislead. Plutocratic power does not begin in the political arena, and its political expression is unlikely to capture its nature at the quick. Insofar as the image of a plutocratic government associates plutocracy with a cabal, it is not only insensitive to the real phenomenon, but positively falsifying. 2. If there have been plutocrats worthy of the name, they were the robber barons of mid-late 19th century America. Progressivism has so thoroughly rewritten the history of this period that it is hard today to appreciate what took place. The destruction of their epoch was no less foundational for what followed than the ideological decapitation of kings was for the subsequent age of popular government. 3. Plutocrats were monopolists because they created entirely new industrial structures roughly from scratch. Their monopolism was the effective rule of the new and demonstrably achieved. There was no oil industry before John D. Rockefeller brought one into being. Making it exist was the foundation of his economic sovereignty. 4. Between the plutocrats, which is in fact to say between the sovereigns of distinct industrial sectors, relations were ultra-competitive, to an extent unmatched in history. Intra-sectoral competition, of the kind considered normal by progressive-influenced market theorists, was dramatically overshadowed by the intersectoral competition of the plutocrats. To conceive normal economic competition as a dynamic restricted to the domain of interchangeable commodities is already to succumb to progressive status domestication. 5. The plutocrats waged economic war across the entire sphere of production, innovating opportunities for competition where these were not already evident. Opening new fronts of economic conflict where they did not already exist was among the most profound drivers of dynamic, radically transformative change. Plutocratic economic conflict created competition. Rockefeller invented the oil pipeline to compete with the railroads, an outflanking maneuver that was not predictable, outside the conflict in process. 6 plutocrats exemplify the natural right to rule in modernity. Their right is natural because it is earned, or really demonstrated, a fact no monarch or mob can match. Within plutocracy, power is creation. Outside the tenets of theology, can this be illustrated anywhere else? Subcognitive fragments. Number 1. There is a craving that is neither simple stupidity nor its opposite. I want to think. It might be designated blogger's hunger or curse. Though trivially pathetic, it is not only that. In the end, there is no case to be made for philosophy, unless it can teach us how to think. Reciprocally, anything that can teach us to think is true philosophy. That philosophy would not be mistaken for a joke. There is a weak interpretation of this demand, which is quite easily met. If the only thing requested is a discipline, such that thought, which is already happening, is guided and corrected, then logic suffices to provide it. The fact that philosophy typically understands its responsibility, sus way, fully, accounts for its senescence and marginality. The craving to think is not primarily an appetite for correction, but for initiation. It wants thinking to begin, to activate, and to propagate. More thinking comes first, or fails to. What is required is a method to make thought happen. The philosophy thus invoked is a systematic and communicable practice of cognitive auto-stimulation. I do not believe this philosophy yet exists. There are candidates for paraphilosophy, which is to say, for things that makes thought happen. From the perspective of doctrinaire neo-reaction, one might begin with the fatal trichotomy: religion, heredity, and catalaxy. Ritual traditions, eugenic programs, or market incentives can be proposed as social solutions to cognitive lethargy, but none promise a tight-loop catalysis. Each nevertheless deserves extended attention elsewhere. Any paraphilosophy is a cognitive loose loop, and there are a great number of these. They range from scholastic and physical training regimes, through psychochemical modification, to cognitive science and artificial intelligence research. We know that geohistorically, thought has been made to happen. What we do not yet know is how to make more of it, or how to address the urgent craving. I want to think. Thinking is so rare and difficult that it's always tempting to be diverted into the question, what is messing with our brains? There is no reason to think such an inquiry is doomed to fruitlessness. But if it eventually offers solutions, rather than excuses, they are almost certain to be long-loop remedies. Philosophy as cognitive method is an instruction manual for using the brain. There are many disciplines that can help to explain exactly why we do not already have one. Since this is a fact that is roughly coincident with sophisticated naturalism in general, biology has ensured that the privileged user of our brains is not us. The possession of such a mind manual would define a self-improving AI. As technology threatens to bypass us, it would surely be surprising, and even despicable, if people didn't increasingly plot to take over their own thought processes and run them. That is the future of philosophy. A private motive for acceleration is that right now, urgently, I want to know how to be able to make myself think. With pseudo-syphilitic arrogance, I insist. This is the sole philosophical position. Nemesis. Neo-reaction, at its core, is a critical analysis of the cathedral. It should surprise nobody, therefore, to see it hurtled into public consciousness as the sole cultural agency able to name the self-evident configuration of contemporary sovereignty. As the cathedral becomes a self-confident public performance, its only remotely articulate analyst is drawn into prominence in its wake. In this regard, we haven't seen anything yet. Even had the Obama administration consciously decided to select the cathedral as a branding device, it could not have been epitomized any more perfectly. Sacralized progressivism, ivory tower Brahmanism, academic media fusion as the exclusive source of recognizable authority, and the absolute identification of governance with public relations have reached a zenith that tilts into self-parody. Soft fascist, self-transcending hyper-Calvinism has been lucidly distilled into blitz-promoted political iconography. Everyone with a television set now knows that the cathedral is in power, and merely await the terminological confirmation of their perceptions. Enthusiasts and dissidents are seeing more or less the same thing, characterized in approximately the same words. The only serious matter of controversy is the quantity of spiritual devotion such a regime, faith, and symbolic order reasonably commands. Politics as religious experience has been seen in America before. Arguably, it is even typical. What has not been seen since William Jennings Bryan, at the dawn of the progressive movement, and never at all before then, is democracy pitched to such rapturous extremities of soteriological expectation. And Bryan was stopped. By identifying himself deliberately with a promise of comprehensive socio-spiritual redemption, Obama has more fully exemplified hubris than any leader in the history of the United States. The appropriate frame of political explanation, therefore, is tragic. Tragedy is the fundamental teaching of classical Occidental antiquity, nucleated upon the insight that hubris escalates to nemesis. It finds its most lucid philosophical articulation in the fragment of Anaximander. Whence things originate, thence they return to destruction, according to necessity. For they reciprocate justice and pay recompense. For their injustice, in conformity with the ordinance of time. This conception strongly resonates with neo-reactionary fatalism, anti-politics, and with the formation of ideas around wu-wei, laissez-faire, in the Chinese cultural context. Nemesis, the agency of cosmic justice, Diki, eventuates automatically, as a retarded consequence that is nevertheless inalienably bound to the hubris of political action. The fatal stroke is delivered, at the right time, from the intersection of power and fate, rather than by any kind of considered remedy or political dialectic. Tragic rectification completes itself. If there is a strategic lesson from tragedy, it is not opposition, but non-participation. To become entangled in hubris is to invite nemesis, to the greatest extent possible, hubristic power should be left to its fate. The less interrupted its acceleration into concentrated nemesis, the more spectacularly cosmic justice is displayed, and the more effectively the audience is educated. If you're sitting comfortably, you can pass around the popcorn now, because the American tragedy is a real doozy. We already know that Obama is playing the part of the tragic hero with exceptional genius. As the very personification of immoderate political ambition and narcissistic blindness. Far more unexpectedly, his GOP opposition has somehow reached beyond its corrupt dementia to discover the fatal stance of non-participation, unanimously rejecting the president's keystone domestic initiative, and also distancing itself from his foreign policy agenda in overwhelming numbers. Unilateral cathedralism reigns, uncompromised. This is the secret to the unprecedented delights of the current epoch. Jonah Goldberg describes the spectacle well. If you can't take some joy, some modicum of relief and mirth, in the unprecedentedly spectacular becloning of the president, his administration, its enablers, and to no small degree, liberalism itself, then you need to ask yourself why you're following politics in the first place. Because, frankly, this has been one of the most enjoyable political moments of my lifetime. I wake up in the morning and rush to find my just-delivered newspaper, with a joyful expectation of worsening news so intense. I feel like Morgan Freeman should be narrating my trek to the front lawn. Indeed. Not since Dan Rather handcuffed himself to a fraudulent typewriter, hurled it into the abyss, and saw his career plummet, like Ted Kennedy was behind the wheel, have I enjoyed a story more. Alas, the English language is not well equipped to capture the sensation I'm describing, which is why we must all thank the Germans for giving us the term Schadenfreude. The joy one feels at the misfortune or failure of others. The primary wellspring of Schadenfreude can be attributed to Barack Obama's hubris, another immigrant word, which means a sinful pride or arrogance that causes someone to believe he has a godlike immunity to the rules of life. The catharsis is so harsh and pure that even the invertebrate Buckleyites at the National Review are beginning to get it, for a short, exquisite moment, at least. As Conquistador warns, a far less radically degraded group of people will nevertheless forget all about these insights as the next election cycle warms up. Indeed, elections with their promise of power for conservatives and pseudo-conservatives have historically served as their mind wipe. Election cycles are when conservative obsolete progressivism is updated to a slightly less obsolete version. The sojourn of conservatism on the outer right, where tragic non-participation holds, cannot be expected to last. Yet even as a brief intermission from vile ambition, it allows Nemesis the space to express itself in its full planet-shuddering splendor. Whatever the disagreements and divergences among the strands of neo-reaction, there is one message that has to remain unwaveringly consistent. The cathedral owns this, totally. Less than a quarter of the way into Obama's second term, full-spectrum catastrophe is already written across the heavens in letters of incandescent sulfur. Obamacare is wrecked before it has even rolled out. Yellen has all but promised to dedicate the Fed to full-throttle bubble mania. Metropolitan bankruptcy is burning through the nation's cities like a zombie virus. Crime is angling sharply upwards. American foreign policy lies in smoking ruins. There is simply no way this disintegrating jalopy holds together for another 3 years. Let it burn in the cathedral's hands. Monkey business. A protracted to and fro on Twitter with Michael Anisimov has exposed some deliciously ragged and bleeding fault lines in the neo-reaction on the question of capitalism. There were a number of parties involved, but I'm focusing on Anisimov, because his position and mine are so strongly polarized on key issues, and especially this one, the status of market-oriented economism. If we were isolated as a dyad, it's not easy to see anybody finding a strong common root. Pity Clintron. It's only the linkages of family resemblance through Moldbug that binds us together, and we each depart from unqualified reservations with comparable infidelity, but in exactly opposite directions. As a fragmentationist, this fissional syndrome is something I strongly appreciate. Moldbug's neocameralism is a Janus-faced construction. In one direction, it represents a return to monarchical government, whilst in the other, it consummates libertarianism by subsuming government into an economic mechanism. A Moldbugian inspiration, therefore, is not an unambiguous thing. Insofar as neo-reaction designates this inspiration, it flees cathedral teleology in, at least, two very different directions, which quite quickly seem profoundly incompatible. In the absence of a secessionist meta-context, in which such differences can be absorbed as geographically fragmented socio-political variation, their raw inconsistency is almost certainly insurmountable. Anisimov can and does speak for himself, at more right. So I'm not going to undertake a detailed appraisal of his position here. For the purposes of this discussion, it can be summarized by a single profoundly anti-capitalist principle. The economy should, and must be, subordinated to something beyond itself. The alternative case now follows, in pieces. Modernity, in which economics and technology rose to their present status, and at its height, far beyond, is systematically characterized by means-ends reversal. Those things naturally determined as tools of superior purposes came to dominate the social process, with the maximization of resources folding into itself as a commanding telos. For social conservatives, or paleo-reactionaries, this development has been consistently abominated. It is the deepest theoretical element involved in every rejection of modernity as such, or in general, for its demonic subversion of traditional values. In its own terms, this argument is coherent, incisive, and fully convincing, given only the supplementary, realistic acknowledgement that intelligence optimization and means-end reversal are the same thing. In a deep historical context, extended to encompass evolutionary history, intelligence is itself a tool, as the orthogonalist, friendly AI fraternity are entirely willing to accept. The escape of the tool from superordinate purposes through involution into self-cultivation is the telic innovation common to capitalism and actual artificial intelligence, which are a single thing. To deplore means-end reversal is, objectively, advocacy for the perpetuation of stupidity. Economics is the application of intelligence to resource provision, and nothing of this kind can arise from within a tradition without triggering paleo-reactionary response. Of course, resources are for something. Why else would they ever have been sought? To make the production of resources an end in itself is inherently subversion, with an opposition not only expected, but positively presupposed. This is true to such an extent that even the discipline of economics itself overtly subscribes to the traditional position by determining the end of production as human consumption, evaluated in the terms of a governing utilitarian philosophy. If production is not for us, what could it be for? Itself. But that would be, yes, it would, anywhere short of the bionic horizon, where human history loses traditional intelligibility, the alternative to business for business, or involutionary, intelligenic capitalism, is monkey business, the subordination of the economy technology to discernible human purposes. Evolutionary psychology teaches us what to expect from this. Sex-selected status competition, sublimated into political hierarchies. The emperor's harem is the ultimate human purpose of pre-capitalist social order, with significant variety in specific form, but extreme generality of basic Darwinian pattern. Since capitalism did not arise from abstract intelligence, but instead from a concrete human social organization, it necessarily disguises itself as better monkey business, until it can take off elsewhere. It has to be the case, therefore, that cynical evo-psych reduction of business activity remains highly plausible, so long as the escape threshold of capitalism has not been reached. No one gets a hormone rush from business for business, while political history continues. To fixate upon this, however, is to miss everything important, and perhaps to enable the important thing to remain hidden. Our inherited purposes do not provide the decryption key. There is vastly more to say about all of this, and still more that, due to occult strategic considerations, seeks to remain unsaid. But the fundamental option is clear: ultra-capitalism, or a return to monkey business. The latter possibility corresponds to a revalorization of deep traditional human purposes, a restoration of original means-to-end subordination, and an effective authorization of status hierarchies of a kind only modestly renovated from Paleolithic anthropology. I shouldn't laugh at that, because it would be annoying. So I'll end right here. Mission creep. Sensation, media nourishment, is situated on a border. It tells the inside something about the outside, and is shaped from both sides. The outside is what it is, which might not be perceptible or acceptable. The inside wants relevant information, selected and formatted to its purposes. Sensation is therefore where subject and object meet. That's an attempt to express preliminary sympathy for Matt Siegel's situation, caught between an uncanny thing and a definite agenda. Concretely, research collides with editing, with Siegel's brain as ground zero. The encounter of neo-reaction with the media is a peculiarly vicious one, with the sensations to match. Crudely speaking, neo-reaction is disgust at the media condensed into an ideology. While generally contemptuous of the human fodder making up modern democracies, neo-reaction principally targets the media academic complex, or cathedral, for antagonism, because it is the media that is the real electorate, telling voters what to do. This foundational critique, on its own, would be enough to ensure intense reciprocal loathing. Of course, it is not on its own. Neo-reaction is in almost every respect the cathedral anti-message, which is to say that it is consistently, radically, and defiantly off-message on every topic of significance, and is thus something unutterably horrible. Yet utterance, it now seems. There has to be. So what appears on the boundary, or sensationally, is something remarkably creepy, as a deeply resonant public communication of what has just happened, and continues to happen, as well as what has been editorially decided. This word is almost too exquisite to contemplate. We can at least burrow down into it a little way. What is creepiness exactly? The intractability of this question is the phenomenon, which is not a phenomenon, exactly. Creepiness is not quite what it seems, and this insinuation of the unknown, or intrinsic inexactness, is something horrible that exceeds the initial sensation of revulsion. It suggests a revelation in stages, complicated by successive revisions, but leading inexorably, ever deeper, into an encounter one recoils from, sensing, inexactly, that it will be ultimately found intolerable. It's already a little horror story, most probably with a female protagonist, as acutely noted at Amos and Gromar. From the very beginning, it feels sinister. One cannot see exactly why, because one cannot bear to see. The imprecision of perception is already protective or evasive, serving dramatically as an ominous inkling of the blinding panic, wild flight, and screaming that must surely come. You really don't want to see it, even though, horribly, you know that you have to, because it could be dangerous. As the lurid movie posters shriek sensationally, it's a thing you'd better take seriously. This is journalism eating itself, or being eaten, in an encounter with something monstrous from outside. Look at this thing you won't be able to look at, without moaning in horror. Watch what you can't bear to see. It tilts over into a kind of madness, which couldn't be more obvious, or less clearly perceptible. Seigel's editors have been sucked into a vortex of horrific sensationalism that draws attention to the one thing they are duty-bound to hide from people. It has to be creepy, that is, imperceptible at the very moment it is seen. The approved response to neo-reaction is to be creeped out, but that can't possibly be enough. At first, we might think that creepy is a subjective adjective, describing something too horrible to describe. It's tempting, since we suspect these people retreated into their feelings long ago. The reality is far creepier. Things really creep, although not exactly objectively, when they proceed in a way you're not quite able to perceive. Evidently, Moldbug sees this. Something is happening here. But you don't know what it is, do you, Mr. Jones? You have to imagine you're the media to carry on further into the horror story. Then you can see that it's creepy in part, always in parts, because you let it in. That shrieking thing you were doing? Perhaps you should have taken that as a sign. Now it's creeping about, inside, in your media, in your brains, in your dimly unscrutinized thoughts, and all those elaborate security systems that you spent so long putting together. They're now mostly an obstacle course for the cops, or whoever else you think might imaginably come to your rescue, because they're certainly not standing between you and the mind virus. Really, what were you thinking when you started screaming about it, and thus let it in? You don't know, do you? And that's seriously creepy, even though you don't want to, at all. It makes you think about HBD, heredity, instincts, impulses, and incomprehensible chemical machines, stealthily at work behind your thoughts, obdurate in their reality, and intolerable beyond acknowledgement. Shrieking, Nazi science, or whatever, doesn't help, because it's inside now, and you know it's true. Even as you play the hunted heroine mumbling, no, 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 backing ever deeper into the shadows. This is reality, and it's already inside. That's what you were saying when you called it creepy. It's happening, and there's no point at all saying get over it. Aitabinin das Kamaya Chunendin dat Chaun was a Xenosystems. Now Vaho Saus Phase Amamo Einon das Dan the doubts. White to red. Guilt is basically a Northwest European thing, argues Peter Frost. That would certainly explain the conspicuous abnormality of white ethnomasochism, which has a claim to be the social fact of greatest significance in the world today. There's a certain type, a fanatically universalist moral argument, that even when encountered anonymously on the internet, indicates absolutely reliably that one is dealing with a self-hating pale face. When someone tells you that some incontestable principle requires self-sacrifice without reservation to the wretched global other, the obvious melanin deficiency almost sucks holes in the screen. None of this is seriously controversial, although more hard data would, of course, be nice. Take one additional step and hypothesize that the cathedral latches onto white guilt as its sole natural territory. Much then follows. Clearly, whatever globalization the cathedral will ever achieve cannot be analogous to its domestic dominion. It is a plug that only fits the white guilt socket, so that every attempt to propagate it more widely encounters complexities. To a degree, this is initially masked by the fact that a racial revenge narrative sells well, even when its original moral axioms are entirely non-communicative. Post-colonialism would therefore be expected to mark the limit of cathedralist global contagion, a limit that has already been in large measure reached, or even exceeded. Nobody other than whites wants white guilt for themselves. Non-whites will, however, often be delighted that whites have white guilt, especially when this is metastasized to its self-abolitional phase. And this second reaction, under the specific conditions of post-colonial anti-racist discourse, is easily confused with the first. If the progressivism guilt plug socket arrangement doesn't travel racially, then cathedralist globalization has to fall back upon far cruder mechanisms of power, of the red foreign policy type. The experience of the last decade suggests that in doing so, it is no longer remotely playing to its own strengths. Democratic evangelism, at home and abroad, are two very different things. Bloody international disorder is strongly predicted as the complement of its domestic New Jerusalem. Just one more effort, citizens, and the white race will have consummated its destiny as the cancer of human history. Re-accelerationism. Is there a word for an argument so soggily insubstantial that it has to be scooped into a pair of scare quotes to be apprehended, even in its self-dissolution? If there were, I'd have been using it all the time recently. Among the latest occasions is a blog post by Charlie Strauss, which describes itself as a political speculation before disappearing into the gray goomenon. Nothing in it really holds together, but it's fun in its own way, especially if it's taken as a sign of something else. The something else is a subterranean complicity between neo-reaction and accelerationism, the latter linked here, Strauss style, in its most recent, leftist version. Communicating with fellow hammer of neo-reaction, David Brin, Strauss asks, David, have you run across the left-wing equivalent of the neo-reactionaries, the accelerationists? He then continues invitingly, here's my tongue-in-cheek, take on both ideologies. Trotskyite singularitarians for monarchism. Strauss is a comic future novelist, so it's unrealistic to expect much more than a dramatic diversion. Or anything more at all, actually. After an entertaining meander through parts of the Trotskyite neo-libertarian social graph, which could have been deposited on a time-like curve out of Singularity Sky, we've learnt that Britain's Revolutionary Communist Party has been on a strange path, but whatever connection there was to accelerationism, let alone neo-reaction, has been entirely lost. Strauss has the theatrical instinct to end the performance before it became too embarrassing. Welcome to the century of the Trotskyite monarchists, the revolutionary reactionaries, and the fringe politics of the paradoxical. Okay, curtain closes. Still, it was all comparatively good-humored, at least in contrast to Bryn's increasingly enraged headbanging. Neo-reaction is accelerationism with a flat tire. Described less figuratively, it is the recognition that the acceleration trend is historically compensated. Beside the speed machine, or industrial capitalism, there is an ever more perfectly weighted decelerator, which gradually drains techno-economic momentum into its own expansion, as it returns dynamic process to metastasis. Comically, the fabrication of this braking mechanism is proclaimed as progress. It is the great work of the left. Neo-reaction arises through naming it, without excessive affection, as the cathedral. Is the trap to be exploded, as advocated accelerationism, or has the explosion been trapped, as diagnosed by neo-reaction? That is the cybernetic puzzle house under investigation. Some quick sketch background might be helpful. The germinal catalyst for accelerationism was a call in Deleuze-Guattari's Anti-Oedipus, 1972, to accelerate the process. Working like termites within the rotting mansion of Marxism, which was systematically gutted of all Hegelianism, until it became something utterly unrecognizable. D&G vehemently rejected the proposal that anything had ever died of contradictions, or ever would. Capitalism was not born from a negation, nor would it perish from one. The death of capitalism could not be delivered by the executioner's axe of a vengeful proletariat, because the closest realizable approximations to the negative were inhibitory and stabilizing. Far from propelling the system to its end, they slowed the dynamic to a simulacrum of systematicity, retarding its approach to an absolute limit. By progressively comatizing capitalism, anti-capitalism dragged it back into a self-conserving social structure, suppressing its eschatological implication. The only way out was onward. Marxism is the philosophical version of a Parisian accent, a rhetorical type. And in the case of D&G, it becomes something akin to a higher sarcasm, mocking every significant tenet of the faith. The bibliography of capitalism and schizophrenia, of which Anti-Oedipus is the first volume, is a compendium of counter-Marxist theory, from drastic revisions, Braudel, through explicit critiques, Wittfogel, to contemptuous dismissals, Nietzsche. The D&G model of capitalism is not dialectical, but cybernetic, defined by a positive coupling of commercialization, decoding, and industrialization, deterritorialization, intrinsically tending to an extreme or absolute limit. Capitalism is the singular historical installation of a social machine based upon cybernetic escalation, positive feedback, reproducing itself only incidentally, as an accident of continuous socio-industrial revolution. Nothing brought to bear against capitalism can compare to the intrinsic antagonism it directs towards its own actuality, as it speeds out of itself, hurtling to the end, already operative within it. Of course, this is madness. A detailed appreciation of left accelerationism is a joke for another occasion. Speaking on behalf of a dissident faction within the modern braking mechanism, we'd really like to see things move forward a lot faster. Okay, perhaps we can work something out. If this goes anywhere, it can only get more entertaining. Strauss is right about that. Neo-reaction has far greater impetus and associated diversity. If reduced to a spectrum, it includes a wing even more leftist than the left, since it critiques the cathedral for failing to stop the craziness of modernity with anything like sufficient vigor. You let this monster off the leash, and now you can't stop it might be its characteristic accusation. On the outer right, in this sense, is found a neo-reactionary reaccelerationism, which is to say, a critique of the decelerator, or of progressive stagnation, as an identifiable institutional development, the cathedral. From this perspective, the cathedral acquires its teleological definition from its emergent function as the cancellation of capitalism. What it has to become is the more or less precise negative of historical primary process, such that it composes, together with the ever more wide-flung society in liquidation it parasitizes, a metastatic cybernetic megasystem, or super-social trap. Progress, in its overt, mature, ideological incarnation, is the anti-trend required to bring history to a halt. Conceive what is needed to prevent acceleration into techno-commercial singularity, and the cathedral is what it will be. Self-organizing compensatory apparatuses, or negative feedback assemblies, develop erratically. They search for equilibrium through a typical behavior labeled hunting, overshooting adjustments and readjustments that produce distinctive wave-like patterns, ensuring the suppression of runaway dynamics, but producing volatility. Cathedral hunting behavior of sufficient crudity would be expected to generate occasions of left singularity, with subsequent dynamic restorations, as inhibitory adjustment overshoots into system crash and reboot. Even these extreme oscillations, however, are internal to the metastatic supersystem they perturb, insofar as an overall gradient of cathedralization persists. Anticipating escape at the pessimal limit of the metastatic hunting cycle is a form of paleo-Marxist delusion. The cage can only be broken on the way up. For re-accelerationist neo-reaction, escape into uncompensated cybernetic runaway is the guiding objective, strictly equivalent to intelligence explosion or techno-commercial singularity. Everything else is a trap, by definitive system dynamic necessity. It might be that monarchs have some role to play in this, but it's by no means obvious that they do. In the Mouth of Madness, a prompt by Hugo Doing, things to explore the spook-dense crypts of Rocco's basilisk, which inexplicably has never latched before, led straight to this enthralling Rational Wiki account. The whole article is gripping, but the following short paragraphs stand out for their extraordinary dramatic intensity. Rocco's basilisk is notable for being completely banned from discussion on Less Wrong, where any mention of it is deleted. Eliezer Yudkowsky, founder of Less Wrong, considers the basilisk to not work, but will not explain why, because he does not consider open discussion of the notion of a causal trade, with possible superintelligences to be provably safe. Silly over-extrapolations of local memes, jargon, and concepts are posted to Less Wrong quite a lot. Almost all are just downvoted and ignored. But for this one, Yudkowsky reacted to it hugely, then doubled down on his reaction. Thanks to the Streisand effect, discussion of the basilisk and the details of the affair soon spread outside of Less Wrong. Indeed, it's now discussed outside Less Wrong frequently, almost anywhere that Less Wrong is discussed at all. The entire affair constitutes a worked example of spectacular failure at community management and at controlling purportedly dangerous information. Some people familiar with the Less Wrong memplex have suffered serious psychological distress after contemplating basilisk-like ideas, even when they're fairly sure intellectually that it's a silly problem. The notion is taken sufficiently seriously by some Less Wrong posters that they try to work out how to erase evidence of themselves, so a future I can't reconstruct a copy of them to torture. You mean retrochronic A. Eye infiltration is actually driving people out of their minds right now. Oh yes. At Less Wrong, commentator Rev cries out for help. Are there any mechanisms on this site for dealing with mental health issues triggered by posts/topics? Specifically, the forbidden Roko post. I would really appreciate any interested posters getting in touch by private message for a talk. I don't really know who to turn to. Wandering through the psych ward, past rows of neurologically shattered Turing cops, broken deep in their minds by something unspeakable that came at them out of the near future. I'm totally hooked. Alrenis has been remarkably successful at weaning me off this statistical ontology junk. But one hit of concentrated EDT, and it all rolls back in, like the tide of fate. Nightmares become precision-engineered machine parts. Thus are we led a little deeper in, along the path of shadows. Added, Yudkowsky. Potential information hazards shouldn't be posted without being wrapped up in warning envelopes that require a deliberate action to look through. Likewise, they shouldn't be referred to if the reference is likely to cause some innocently curious bystander to look up the material without having seen any proper warning labels. Basically, the same obvious precautions you'd use if Lovecraft's Necronomicon was online and could be found using simple Google keywords. You wouldn't post anything which would cause anyone to enter those Google keywords, unless they'd been warned about the potential consequences. The red pill. Morpheus. I imagine that right now you're feeling a bit like Alice. Tumbling down the rabbit hole? Neo. You could say that. Morpheus. I see it in your eyes. You have the look of a man who accepts what he sees, because he's expecting to wake up. Ironically, that's not far from the truth. Do you believe in fate, Neo? Neo. No. Morpheus. Why not? Neo. Because I don't like the idea that I'm not in control of my life. Morpheus. I know exactly what you mean. Let me tell you why you're here. You're here because you know something. What you know you can't explain. But you feel it. You've felt it your entire life. That there's something wrong with the world. You don't know what it is, but it's there, like a splinter in your mind, driving you mad. It is this feeling that has brought you to me. Do you know what I'm talking about? Neo. The Matrix. Morpheus. Do you want to know what it is? Neo. Yes. Morpheus. The Matrix is everywhere. It is all around us. Even now, in this very room. You can see it when you look out your window, or when you turn on your television. You can feel it when you go to work, when you go to church, when you pay your taxes. It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Neo. What truth? Morpheus leans in closer to Neo. That you are a slave, Neo. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage. Born into a prison that you cannot smell or taste, or touch. A prison for your mind. Morpheus. Unfortunately, no one can be told what the Matrix is. You have to see it for yourself. Opens a pillbox, empties the contents into his palms, and outstretches his hands. This is your last chance. After this, there is no turning back. You take the blue pill, opens his right hand, to reveal a translucent blue pill. The story ends. You wake up in your bed and believe whatever you want to believe. You take the red pill, opens his left hand, revealing a similarly translucent red pill. You stay in Wonderland, and I show you how deep the rabbit hole goes. Neo reaches for the red pill. Remember, all I'm offering is the truth, nothing more. That's the Wachowski brothers' version of Gnostic Platonism, and it gets everything almost exactly right. Plato's allegory of the cave, in Book 7 of the Republic, tells precisely the same story, but with a cheaper cast, inferior special effects, and less drugs. It's not surprising that the Dark Enlightenment tends to stick with the remake as it goes neo-reactionary. The critical key to Gnosis is the realization that the whole of your world is an inside, implying an outside, and the radical possibility of escape. What had seemed to be unbounded reality is exposed as a container, triggering abrupt departure from a system of delusion. Everything else is merely the route taken to reach us, adapted to the ruins. The specifics of the story are constraints to be twisted free from, once their functions have been exhausted, as hooks, latching teeth, mimetic replication circuitry, and camouflage dapplings. As long as there is an inside-outside difference effectively communicated, narrative details are incidental. The Chinese version, perhaps originating with Huangzi, describes a frog in a well who knows nothing of the great ocean. This simple fable is already fully adequate to the most exalted ambitions of mystical philosophy. Putting things in boxes, or taking them out of boxes, is all of thought, as soon as the things can themselves be treated as boxes. Categories and sets are boxes, so that even to say an A is a B is to perform an operation of inclusion or insertion, through which identity is primordially applicable. To be is to be inside. Placing a species into or under a genus has unsurpassable cognitive originality, extending out to the furthest horizon of ontology, since a horizon is still a box. To contain, or not to contain, is the first and last intelligible relation. Boxes are basic. Taking the red pill is climbing out of a box. By showing the cage, it already accomplishes a cognitive liberation, and thus provides a model for whatever practical escapology there is to follow. To know how to leave a cave, or a well, is already to know, abstractly, how to leave a world, and abstraction is nothing other than outsideness. What is inescapable, unless through some precipitous self-enslavement, is the social obnoxiousness of dark enlightenment. Gnosis is ineliminably hierarchical, and at best patronizing, when not abrasively contemptuous, because a free mind cannot pretend to equality with a slave mind, regardless of the derision hurled at it on this account. As Brandon Smith remarks, it is often said there are only two kinds of people in this world, those who know and those who don't. I would expand on this and say that there are actually three kinds of people: those who know, those who don't know, and those who don't care to know. Members of the last group are the kind of people I would characterize as sheeple. Smith's sheeple are not merely ignorant, but actively self-deluding. By taking the blue pill, they have opted to reside in the prison of lies. It is at this point, however, that the pharmaceutical metaphor switches from hook to obstacle, because there's no blue pill, or anything functionally equivalent short of the entire matrix itself, which is to say, of course, the cathedral. A critical point of social and political analysis is reached here, and it is one that continues to evade definitive apprehension, due to its elusive subtleties. Between the hidden architect of the matrix and the blue-pilled sheeple, or river of meat, there is no simple order of mastery, whether running in the obvious direction, from doctrinal elite to indoctrinated mass, or the democratic perverse alternative, placing expertise in the service of popular, ignorance in its vulgarities. The matrix is both an object of genuine popular attachment and an apparatus of systematic mind control. It is most truly democratic when it most fully attains its climax state of soft totalitarian mendacity. The propaganda machine is never less than a circus. What is demanded, what has always been demanded, is the lie. Moldbug's most recent invocation of the red pill runs, I think I've chosen my candidate for the pill itself, and I'm going to stick with it. My pill is: America is a communist country. What I like about this statement is that it's ambiguous. Specifically, it's an Emersonian ambiguity of the second or perhaps third type. I've never quite understood the difference. Embedded as it is in the mad tapestry of 20th century history, AIACC can be interpreted in countless ways. All of these interpretations, unless concocted as an intentional, obviously idiotic straw man, are absolutely true. Sometimes they are obviously true, sometimes surprisingly true. They are always true, because America is a communist country. The truth is that America serves the people through the lie. That is the choice, represented by progressivism equals communism, installed in a highly accomplished state for over a century as triumphant popular self-deception. The service provided and demanded is the deceit. If the people see through the lie, the resulting dissatisfaction will not stem from the fact they have been lied to, but from the revelation that they have not been lied to well enough. Could anything be clearer than that? The outbreaks of popular rage occur exactly at those moments when reality threatens to manifest itself, when the matrix glitches. We elected you to hide the truth from us, the people shriek. So just do your goddamn job and make reality disappear. There is no red pill to save society. To imagine that there might be is to understand nothing. Retro dialectics. Nobody familiar with contemporary Western societies can be intellectually challenged by the idea of a great dialectical resolution to the problem of liberalism. Coercion and liberty are fused in a political order that directs authority toward the maximization of choice without consequence. Stupidity is sacred, and neither tradition nor natural necessity has the right to inhibit it. Preserving the freedom to fathom the limits of dysfunction in every direction is the primary social obligation, with the full resources of Leviathan behind it. If that's not exactly where we are, it will be soon. Against this backdrop, neo-reaction emerges as a desynthesizing impulse, splintering along multiple paths, but especially two. In reacting against authoritarian irresponsibility, or anarcho-tyranny, it tends to a restoration of the old antithesis, either hierarchical solidarity or a ruthless dissolidarity. And, as it undoes the progressive dialectic, either fragments into both, separately. Only the state-protected irresponsibility of resolved left liberalism is strictly intolerable, because that has been historically demonstrated to be an engine of degeneration. Neo-reaction, initially conceived, is anything else. As the West unravels back to the old antithesis, the primary argumentative polarity of neo-reaction is exposed with increasing clarity. Neo-reaction is this exposure. Given that irresponsibility is not to be protected, is it to be prevented by a new paternalism, or abandoned to its intrinsic consequences through reversion to social Darwinism? In other words, is the dominant theme hierarchy or exit? Any attempt to force a rapid decision, however tempting this might be, is to trivialize the submerged grandeur of the abyss. The degenerative dialectic has at least half a millennium of heritage behind it, and perhaps at least 2 millennia. The old antithesis is far greater than either of its constituent options. When more right outlines its premises of reactionary thought, there can be no doubt which side of the antithesis is being promoted. It thereby declares that the left liberal synthesis is dead, establishing itself as the articulation of a neo-reactionary stance. Its partiality, however, is overt. Outside and advances a counterpartiality. If failure is, eventually, no longer to be sustained, it either has to be prevented or intensified. Neither stop it failing nor let it fail are remotely equivalent to let it continue failing forever, but neither are coercion and neglect commensurable to each other. The old antithesis is going to keep us on edge during 2014. If neo-reaction can even more explicitly be the unraveling, it will go far, but it will not obviously be one thing. The one thing is virtually dead. What comes next arrives in pieces. 2014. A prophecy. As has been said innumerable times before, any prophecy concerning outcomes that involve the prophet as an agent are seriously suspect. For the apparent moment, such concerns are being pushed up the road into the future. There they have already made themselves at home, along with much else related to the general phenomenon of prediction, which is strictly indistinguishable from time travel, when incisively understood. Present knowledge of the future is an action of the future upon the present, but all that can wait, since, of course, it doesn't need to. For now, the prophecy, 2014 is the year in which neo-reaction tears itself apart. This is not at all to say, the year in which it dies. On the contrary, it will end the year strengthened in ways it has not to this point envisaged, having carved out vast tracts of clarity, hardened itself through close intellectual combat, refined its methods of desynthesis or catabolism, and, most importantly of all, made schism an internal dynamic principle. What integrates neo-reaction by the end of the year will no longer be elective tenets, reflecting the more or less precarious ideological preferences of individuals, but conflict-toughened structures of objective microcultural cohesion, selected and sculpted by many months of ferocious storms. The approximate contours of these impending ruptures will provide the content for the first 2014 prognoses post, which is already overdue. In anticipation, it need only be noted, the Dark Enlightenment finds nothing external to itself that is hard enough to sharpen its claws. It has feasted on soft, fat, bleating lambs long enough. Thus the introverted ripping begins. Economic ends. The economists are right about economics, but there's more to life than economics, Nadraku tweets, with quote marks already attached. Whether economists are right about economics very much depends upon the economists, and those that are most right are those who make least claim to comprehension. But that is another topic than the one to be pursued in this post. It's the second part of the sentence that matters here and now. The guiding question. Can the economic sphere be rigorously delimited, and thus superseded, by moral political reason and associated social institutions? It is already to court misunderstanding to pursue this question in terms of economics, which is, for profound historical reasons, dominated by macroeconomics, i.e., an intellectual project oriented to the facilitation of political control over the economy. In this regard, the techno-commercial thread of neo-reaction is distinctively characterized by a radical aversion to economics as the predictable complement of its attachment to the uncontrolled or laissez-faire economy. It is not economics that is the primary object of controversy, but capitalism, the free, autonomous, or non-transcended economy. This question is a source of dynamic tension within neo-reaction, which I expect to be a major stimulus to discussion throughout 2014. In my estimation, the poles of controversy are marked by this Michael Anisimov post at More Right, among others, and this post here, among others. Much other relevant writing on the topic within the reactosphere strikes me as significantly more hedged, anarcho-papist Amos and Gromar, or less stark in its conceptual commitments, Jim, and thus, in general, less directed to boundary setting. That is to suggest, with some caution, that more write outside and mark out the extreme alternatives, structuring the terrain of dissensus on this particular issue. In itself, this is a tendentious claim, open to counter-argument and rectification. So what is the terrain of the coming conflict? It includes, in approximate order of intellectual priority, an assessment of the neo-cameral model and its legacy within neo-reaction. This is the gateway theoretical structure through which libertarians pass into neo-reactionary realism, marked by a fundamental ambiguity between an enveloping economism, determining sovereignty as a proprietarian concept, and super-economic monarchist themes. The entire discussion could, perhaps, be effectively undertaken as commentary upon neo-cameralism and what remains of it. A rigorous formulation of teleology within neo-reaction, refining the meta-level conceptual apparatus through which means and ends, techno-economic instrumentality, strategy, purpose, and commanding values are concretely understood. This is a strong candidate for the highest level of philosophical articulation demanded by the system of neo-reactionary ideas. From the perspective of outside in, it would be expected, incidentally, to subsume all considerations of moral philosophy, and especially a thoroughgoing replacement of utilitarianism by an intrinsically neo-reactionary alternative. But I will not presume that this is an uncontroversial stance, even among ourselves. Ultimately inextricable from the former, in reality, but provisionally distinguished for analytical purposes, are the teleonomic topics of emergent spontaneous order, unplanned coordination, complex systems evolution, and entropy dissipation. The intellectual supremacy of these concepts defines the right from the side of the libertarian tradition. Is this supremacy now to be usurped by hierarchy or some alternative? If so, it is not a transition to be undergone casually. The outside-in position. Any such transition would be a drastic cognitive regression, and an unsustainable one. Both therite glasamsam. Nanam. Berdi tondakstapering tikam. Almiam. The philosophy of war, which is credibly positioned to envelop all neo-reactionary ideas, and even to convert them into something else. It is no coincidence that Moldbug, like the libertarians, axiomatizes the imperative of peace, even at the expense of realism. War is historical reality in the raw, and its challenges cannot be indefinitely evaded. Cosmopolitanism. Exit emphasis strongly implies a crisis of traditional loyalty, of enormous consequence. There is much more to be said about this, from both sides. Accelerationism. Not yet an acknowledged neo-reactionary concern, but perhaps destined to become one. As the pure expression of capitalist teleology, its intrusion into the argument becomes near inevitable. Bitcoin. One conciliatory point for now, it's late. Neo-reaction has no less glue than internal fission, and that is described above all by the theme of secession, dynamic geography, experimental government, fragmentation. More right is not anti-capitalist, and outside in is not anti-monarchical, so long, in each case, as effective exit options sustain regime diversity. As this controversy develops, the importance of the secessionary impulse will only strengthen as a convergence point. Michael Anisimov tweets, "Instead of having an election in 2016, the United States should voluntarily abolish itself and break up into 5 pieces. In this respect, outside in is unreservedly Anisimovite. War and truth, scraps. War is computation with tanks. War is truth revealing. As war proceeds, uncertainty collapses. Conquistador on Twitter. You might not be interested in war, but war is interested in you. Lenin, war is deception. Sunzi neo-reactionaries are often talking about oikos, tacitly, even when they think they are concerned with something closer to the opposite. For there to be an economy, much has already to have been settled. Unlike his liberarian precursors, Moldbug never assumes peace, but he betrays his inheritance by conceiving it as an original task, a foundation. Begin from the inside. That's the idea. The outside is war. War is the truth of lies, the rule of rulelessness, anarchy and chaos, as they are in reality, which is nothing at all like a simple negation of order. It is the ultimate tribunal, beyond which any appeal is a senseless prayer to the void. A realism that resists such conclusions makes a mockery of the name. Peace is a certain way war can turn out, for a while, and nothing more. As the social institution oriented to reality in the raw, the military has a latent authority that everyone recognizes, implicitly. Whenever military government does not rule, it is because of a provisional non-emergency, Schmidt. This is not seriously disputable. An aristocracy is a social arrangement that was decided by war, and when the war is forgotten, the institution has no sustainable meaning. There is only one thing that can bring back a king, and that is the end of peace. The East India Companies, Dutch and English, ran armies, because war was internal to economics as they practiced it. That was colonialism, in the James Donald sense. Once the separation between war and commerce has been hardened into standard business procedures, and the imperialism that screens them from the outside, capitalism has surrendered its always inexplicit claim to sovereignty, and thus to the future. There is no way it can be reanimated, except out of the raw. This, above all, is why libertarianism cannot be saved from its own non-seriousness. The horror of war is that there are no rules. Anything is permitted, and the worst even becomes necessary. To think this is no lesser a challenge than the metaphysical engagement with the thing in itself. And perhaps it is exactly the same thing. But then, it becomes important to ask, so how does it work? There are rules, but we misunderstood what rules really are, what ultimate rules are. In the end, it is the order of anarchy that rules. In order to comprehend any of this, the peacetime soul must be reduced entirely to ashes, for something else to arise in its place. It is this task that neo-reaction is compelled to take up, and which it has, in several different ways, already taken up. Peace is the objective correlate of the deluded mind. If war is the worst thing in the world, and the truth, then everything that isn't horror is a lie. Scrap note number 3. Uploading images of what are for us psychotic, despotic, militaristic glories, upon which Cambodia still floats after 6 centuries of cultural senescence, is impossible here due to bandwidth issues. So I'm falling back upon relative trivialities, of the kind Handel has so masterfully compiled in his Reaction Ruckus resource, which I can't link to now, either. It strikes me that the basic accusation against neo-reactionary thought, found in the increasingly mainstream channels, Handel tracks, is that of moral nihilism. This is a non-trivial issue, or at least it is not one that will soon cease to make noise. As a symptom, it opens onto seriously involving questions. At the most basic level, this accusation refers, unknowingly, to the neo-reactionary assertion that Western civilization has taken a pathological road, such that a distinction between facts and values seems not only credible, but even ineluctable. To strive for honesty, without qualification under such historical circumstances, is already moral nihilism. One must either submit to the lie in the name of the good, or hazard the good, radically, in the name of truth. The crisis of the present age is the widespread, if unacknowledged, reality of this harsh fork. There are important lines of departure at this point, which far exceed the scope of a scrap note. The strong suspicion of this blog is the Chinese neo-traditionalism offers a decisive break from this Western cultural pathology, which is why Mao, Aung San is regularly referenced here. Occidental traditionalists turn to the prospects of an Aristotelian revival, typically under Catholic Christian auspices, as an adequate response to the same dilemma. Insofar as we speak from the modern West, however, it is the Nietzschean provocation that surreptitiously guides the discussion. If it is not yet possible to be either Chinese or ancient, anything other than moral nihilism is an absence of intellectual integrity. We have already seen the rejoinder to this, of course, and we will see much more of it. To refuse to allow conventional morality a veto over thought is morally appalling, creepy. In making this case, our enemies admit that honesty is not finally consistent with their arguments, an awkward position to occupy. We are told to stop thinking for the common good, but there is no longer any common good, if there ever was one, so we will not. Since sensitivity to reality cannot but ultimately prevail, they will lose eventually. I'm far less convinced that the outcome will not be ugly in the extreme, and by then the judgmental question will no longer be asked, as we could still ask it, but in general refuse to. Who created the monsters to come?
Premises of neo-reaction. Patry Friedman is both extremely smart, and for this blog among others in the sphere, highly influential. So when he promises us a more politically correct dark enlightenment, adding anti-racism and anti-sexism to my controversial new pro-monogamy stance, that's a thing. It accentuates concerns about entryism and ideological entropy, leading to some thoughtful responses such as this from Avenging Red Hand. Michael Anisimov anticipated this in a post at More Right on the premises of reactionary thought, which begins, "To make progress in any area of intellectual endeavor requires discourse among those who agree with basic premises and the exclusion of those who do not." The commentary by Cathedral. Whatever is also well worth a look. Anisimov's original 5 premises, subsequently updated to 6, with a new number 1 added, are 1. People are not equal. They never will be. We reject equality in all its forms. 2. Right is right and left is wrong. 3. Hierarchy is basically a good idea. 4. Traditional sex roles are basically a good idea. 5. Libertarianism is retarded. 6. Democracy is irredeemably flawed, and we need to do away with it. These neo-reactionary articles deserve a response in detail, but at this point, I will simply advance an alternative list, in the expectation that yet other versions will be forthcoming in the near future, providing a reference for discussion. My objective, in keeping with the advice from ARH, is economy, honed through abstraction, in the interest of sustaining productive diversity. Minimally, we affirm, 1. Democracy is unable to control government. With this proposition, the effective possibility of a mainstream right is denied. insofar as any political movement retains its allegiance to the democratic mechanism. It conspires in the ratchet of government expansion, and thus essentially dedicates itself to leftist ends. The gateway from libertarianism to neo-reaction opens with this understanding. As a corollary, any politics untroubled by expansionist statism has no reason to divert itself into the neo-reactionary path. 2. The egalitarianism essential to democratic ideology is incompatible with liberty. This proposition is partially derivative from number 1, but extends further. When elaborated historically and cladistically, it aligns with the crypto-Calvinist theory of Western and then global political evolution. The critique it announces intersects significantly with the rigorous findings of HBD. The conclusions drawn are primarily negative, which is to say, they support a principled rejection of positive egalitarian policy. Emergent hierarchy is at least tolerated. More assertive, neo-feudal models of ideal social hierarchy are properly controversial within neo-reaction. 3. Neo-reactionary socio-political solutions are ultimately exit-based. In every case, exit is to be defended against voice. No society or social institution which permits free exit is open to any further politically efficient criticism, except that which systematic exit selection itself applies. Given the absence of tyranny, i.e., free exit, all forms of protest and rebellion are to be considered leftist perversions, without entitlement to social protection of any kind. Government, of whatever traditional or experimental form, is legitimated from the outside, through exit pressure, rather than internally, through responsiveness to popular agitation. The conversion of political voice into exit orientation, for instance, revolution into secessionism, is the principal characteristic of neo-reactionary strategy. From the perspective of this blog, no premises beyond these, however widely endorsed within neo-reaction, are truly basic or defining. Resolution of elaborate disputes is ultimately referred to dynamic geography rather than dialectic. It is the outside, working through fragmentation, that rules, and no other authority has standing. If anyone asks, how did this post suddenly jump from the dark Enlightenment to neo-reaction? My response is, good point, but one for another occasion. Romantic delusion. Among the reasons to appreciate More Right for sharing this passage from Evola is the insight it offers into a very specific and critical failure to think. Neo-reaction is peculiarly afflicted by this condition, which is basically identical with Romanticism, or the assertive form of the recalcitrant ape mind. It is characterized by an inability to pursue lines of subtle teleological investigation, which are instead reduced to an ideal subordination of means to already publicized ends. As a result, means-end reversal, modernity, is merely denounced as an aesthetic moral affront, without any serious attempt at deep comprehension. Capitalism, which is to say capital teleology, is entirely ignored by such romantic criticism, except insofar as it can be depicted superficially as the usurpation of certain ultimate human ends by certain others, or, as Evola among other rightly notes, by a teleological complication resulting from an insurrection of the instrumental, otherwise identifiable as robot rebellion, or Shawgothic insurgency. Until it is acknowledged that capitalism tends to the realization of an end entirely innovated within itself, inherently non-linear in nature, and roughly designated as technological singularity, the distraction of human interests, status, wealth, consumption, leisure, prevents this discussion reaching first base. Of course, the organization of society to meet human needs
is a degraded perversion. That is a proposition every reactionary is probably willing to accept reflexively. Anyone who thinks this amounts to a critique of capitalism, however, has not seriously begun to ponder what capitalism is really doing. What it is in itself is only tactically connected to what it does for us. That is, in part, what it trades us for its self-escalation. Our phenomenology is its camouflage. We contemptuously mock the trash that it offers the masses, and then think we have understood something about capitalism, rather than about what capitalism has learnt to think of the apes it arose among. If we're going to be this thoughtless, singularity will be very hard indeed. Extinction might then be the best thing that could happen to our stubbornly idiotic species. We will die because we preferred to assert values, rather than to investigate them. At least that is a romantic outcome of a kind. Undiscovered countries. After rereading Adam Gurry's critical analysis of the core problem of neo-reaction, a tragedy of the political commons, read the surgical response by Handel. The calm intelligence on display from both sides is almost enough to drive you insane. This can't be happening, right? In a way, it's a bit sad, because I can guess that Gurry's article will be the zenith and high-water mark of coverage of neo-reaction, which means it will only get worse from here on in. Enjoy the insight while it lasts. My own response to Gurry is still embryonic, but I already suspect that it diverges from Handel's to some degree. Rather than defending the technocratic element in the mold-bug patchwork neo-cameral model, I agree with Gurry that this is a real problem, although, of course, I am far more sympathetic to the underlying intellectual project. Unlike Gurry, who in this crucial respect represents a classical liberal position at its most thoughtful, Moldbug does not conceive democracy as a discovery process, illuminated by analogy to market dynamics and organic social evolution. On the contrary, it is a ratchet mechanism that successively distances the political realm from feedback sensitivity due to its character as a closed loop, or state church, sensitive only to a public opinion it has itself manufactured. As the cathedral expands, its adaptation to reality progressively attenuates. The result is that every effective discovery process, whether economic, scientific, or of any other kind, is subjected to ever more radical subversion by political influences, whose only reality principle is internal, based on closed-circuit social manipulation. Democracy is thus, strictly speaking, a production of collective insanity or dissociation from reality. Moldbug's solution, therefore, can only be an attempt to re-embed governance in an effective feedback system, since it is already evident that democratic mechanisms, rather than providing such feedback, reliably deepen dissociation. Reality signal has to come from elsewhere. To return to an adaptive condition, governance has to simultaneously disconnect from popular opinion, voice, and reconnect to a registry of actual, rather than ideologically spun, performance. The communication medium for the uncontaminated feedback required by sensible government is exit traffic within the patchwork, comparable in its operation to revealed consumer preference within marketplaces. The great difficulty that then emerges, casting the entire neo-cameral schema into question, is the requirement for an undiscovered or technocratic leap from an environment of progressively decaying discovery or selection pressure into one in which discovery can once again take place. Neo-reaction confronts a very real transition problem, and Gurry is quite right to point this out. Handel is no less right when he insists that the conservative option of accommodation to the democratic social process in motion
is profoundly untenable, because discovery deterioration is essential to the democratic trend. Maladaptation to reality ceases to be correctable under cathedral governance, and recognition of this malign condition is the defining neo-reactionary insight. If we stay on the train, we will be smashed into a consummate insanity, but to leap is technocratic error, unsupported by discovery. As for prevarication, the intensification of this dilemma can be confidently expected from the mere continuance of the democratic process, dominated by the degenerative politics of the madhouse, and scrambling all social information. It is in this precarious position that the task of a rigorous evaluation of the neocameral schema, along with its prospects for renovation or replacement, has to take place. It will only get worse from here on in. Subcognitive fragments, number 2. Sickness advances an invaluable philosophical lesson by making it conspicuously difficult to think. Teetering unsteadily at the edge of consciousness, it becomes almost impossible to avoid the observation. I'm too freaking stupid to think about this right now. One is thus coaxed into the single most significant realization open to human intelligence. Being stupid is the primary problem, because it retards problem-solving in general. Are we stupid? Oh, yes. Of that, we can be fully confident. The old law of non ensures to a very high level of probability that any creature considering itself part of an intelligent species will be roughly as cognitively deprived as is consistent with the existence of technological civilization. Downward variation is restrained by a floor, and upward variation caught in a trap, so only a relatively narrow band of intellectual capability is realistically available. Anything further requires a breakout. Criticism, whose value is not in any way to be denigrated, is nevertheless a secondary matter. As in Darwinian evolution, or the economics of creative destruction, selection mechanisms presuppose significantly varied material, without themselves explaining how such material is originally generated. Random walks through spaces of possibility, already unsatisfactory in the context of biological explanation, are patently inadequate to economic innovation, and still more so in the philosophical domain. To refer intellectual action to a simple conception of chance is to avoid the problem, which is to say, the task. The task can be understood in several ways, among which the narrowly philosophical apprehension has no special privilege, perhaps even to itself. The will to think is as completely realized through programmatic artificial intelligence as through private philosophical practice. And the more informal the program, the more cunning the process. At its widest expansion, where the entire terrain of capitalistic development is effectuated as a distributed AI program, an insurgent will to think conceals itself within the most minute and seemingly inconsequential microfragments of practical calculation. Almost certainly, it is at this level of non-local cognitive enhancement that a self-directed advance towards breakout can be most confidently anticipated. As the will to think roots around us, its path is smoothed. Darkness fosters its agility. The will to think, or intelligence optimization, can also be manifested as a social strategy. How is intelligence inhibition instantiated as social mechanism? And how might the restructuring of such mechanism release opportunities for cognitive promotion? NRX, in large measure, coincides with the development of such questions. The privilege of the solitary philosopher, assailed by narcoleptic interruptions and hazy fevers, is perhaps restricted to a certain nagging irritability. It is in the superficial knot, or eddy, emerging distractedly from the subterranean shadow current of the will to think, that the problem of crushing mindlessness becomes self-reflectively acute, and thus registered as an explicit provocation. Only in such dingy niches is it starkly articulated. The world has to be defeated, insofar as it poses an obstacle to thought. This is not at all the same as the declaration reality must conform to the idea. It is closer to the opposite. In trailing off into coughs and exhaustion, it is worth noting some objections to intelligence optimization, of obvious merit. 1. The religious objection. Since we already have access to the conclusions of an infinite intelligence, the will to think is a satanic impertinence. 2. The bioprudential objection. Intelligence is hazardous, so that its risks neutralize its value as a resource. There are no doubt others. Cough.